The Black Cat by Edgar Allan Poe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ron Altman. The Black Cat by Edgar Allan Poe. For the most wild, yet most homely narrative which I am about to pen, I neither expect nor solicit belief. Mad indeed would I be to expect it, in a case where my very senses reject their own evidence. Yet mad am I not, and very surely do I not dream. But tomorrow I die, and today I would unburden my soul. My immediate purpose is to place before the world plainly, succinctly, and without comment, a series of mere household events. In their consequences, these events have terrified, have tortured, have destroyed me. Yet I will not attempt to expound them. To me they have presented little but horror. To many they will seem less terrible than baroques. Hereafter, perhaps, some intellect may be found which will reduce my phantasm to the commonplace, some intellect more calm, more logical, and far less excitable than my own, which will perceive in the circumstances I detail with awe nothing more than an ordinary succession of very natural causes and effects. From my infancy I was noted for the docility and humanity of my disposition. My tenderness of heart was even so conspicuous as to make me the jest of my companions. I was especially fond of animals, and was indulged by my parents with a great variety of pets. With these I spent most of my time, and never was so happy as when feeding and caressing them. This peculiarity of character grew with my growth, and in my manhood I derived from it one of my principal sources of pleasure. To those who have cherished an affection for a faithful and sagacious dog, I need hardly be at the trouble of explaining the nature or the intensity of the gratification thus derivable. There is something in the unselfish and self-sacrificing love of a brute which goes directly to the heart of him who has had frequent occasion to test the paltry friendship and gossamer fidelity of mere man. I married early, and was happy to find in my wife a disposition not uncongenial with my own. Observing my partiality for domestic pets, she lost no opportunity of procuring those of the most agreeable kind. We had birds, goldfish, a fine dog, rabbits, a small monkey, and a cat. This latter was a remarkably large and beautiful animal, entirely black, and sagacious to an astonishing degree. In speaking of his intelligence, my wife, who at heart was not a little tinctured with superstition, made frequent allusion to the ancient popular notion which regarded all black cats as witches in disguise. Not that she was ever serious upon this point, and I mention the matter at all for no better reason than that it happens just now to be remembered. Pluto, this was the cat's name, was my favorite pet and playmate. I alone fed him, and he attended me wherever I went about the house. It was even with difficulty that I could prevent him from following me through the streets. Our friendship lasted in this manner for several years, during which my general temperament and character, through the instrumentality of the fiend intemperance, had, I blush to confess it, experienced a radical alteration for the worse. I grew day by day more moody, more irritable, more regardless of the feelings of others. I suffered myself to use intemperate language to my wife. At length I even offered her personal violence. My pets, of course, were made to feel the change in my disposition. I not only neglected, but ill-used them. For Pluto, however, I still retained sufficient regard to restrain me from maltreating him, as I made no scruple of maltreating the rabbits, the monkey, or even the dog, when by accident or through affection they came in my way. But my disease grew upon me, for what disease is like alcohol? And at length even Pluto, who was now becoming old and consequently somewhat peevish, even Pluto began to experience the effects of my ill temper. One night, returning home much intoxicated from one of my haunts about town, I fancied that the cat avoided my presence. I seized him, when, in his fright at my violence, he inflicted a slight wound upon my hand with his teeth. The fury of a demon instantly possessed me. I knew myself no longer. My original soul seemed at once to take its flight from my body, and a more than fiendish malevolence, gin-nurtured, thrilled every fibre of my frame. I took from my waistcoat pocket a penknife, opened it, grasped the poor beast by the throat, and deliberately cut one of its eyes from the socket. I blush, I burn, I shudder, while I pen the damnable atrocity. When reason returned with the morning, when I had slept off the fumes of the night's debauch, I experienced a sentiment half of horror, half of remorse, for the crime of which I had been guilty. But it was at best a feeble and equivocal feeling, and the soul remained untouched. I again plunged into excess, and soon drowned in wine all memory of the deed. In the meantime, the cat slowly recovered. The socket of the lost eye presented, it is true, a frightful appearance, but he no longer appeared to suffer any pain. He went about the house as usual, but, as might be expected, fled in extreme terror at my approach. I had so much of my old heart left as to be at first grieved by this evident dislike on the part of a creature which had once so loved me. But this feeling soon gave place to irritation, and then came, as if to my final and irrevocable overthrow, the spirit of perverseness. Of this spirit philosophy takes no account. Yet I am not more sure that my soul lives than I am that perverseness is one of the primitive impulses of the human heart, one of the indivisible primary faculties or sentiments which give direction to the character of man. Who has not 100 times found himself committing a vile or a silly action for no other reason than because he knows he should not? Have we not a perpetual inclination, in the teeth of our best judgment, to violate that which is law, merely because we understand it to be such? This spirit of perverseness, I say, came to my final overthrow. It was this unfathomable longing of the soul to vex itself, to offer violence to its own nature, to do wrong for the wrong's sake only, that urged me to continue, and finally to consummate the injury I had inflicted upon the unoffending brute. One morning, in cold blood, I slipped a noose about its neck and hung it to the limb of a tree, hung it with the tears streaming from my eyes and with the bitterest remorse in my heart, hung it because I knew that it had loved me, and because I felt it had given me no reason of offense, hung it because I knew that in so doing I was committing a sin, a deadly sin, that would so jeopardize my immortal soul as to place it, if such a thing were possible, even beyond the reach of the infinite mercy of the most merciful and most terrible God. On the night of the day on which this cruel deed was done, I was aroused from sleep by the cry of fire. The curtains of my bed were in flames, the whole house was blazing. It was with great difficulty that my wife, a servant, and myself made our escape from the conflagration. The destruction was complete. My entire worldly wealth was swallowed up, and I resigned myself thenceforward to despair. I am above the weakness of seeking to establish a sequence of cause and effect between the disaster and the atrocity, but I am detailing a chain of facts, and wish not to leave even a possible link imperfect. On the day succeeding the fire, I visited the ruins. The walls, with one exception, had fallen in. This exception was found in a compartment wall, not very thick, which stood about the middle of the house, and against which had rested the head of my bed. The plastering had here in great measure resisted the action of the fire, a fact which I attributed to its having been recently spread. About this wall a dense crowd were collected, and many persons seemed to be examining a particular portion of it with very minute and eager attention. The words "strange," "singular," and other similar expressions excited my curiosity. I approached, and saw, as if graven in bas-relief upon the white surface, the figure of a gigantic cat. The impression was given with an accuracy truly marvelous. There was a rope about the animal's neck. When I first beheld this apparition, for I could scarcely regard it as less, my wonder and my terror were extreme. But at length reflection came to my aid. The cat, I remembered, had been hung in a garden adjacent to the house. Upon the alarm of fire, this garden had been immediately filled by the crowd, by some one of whom the animal must have been cut from the tree and thrown through an open window into my chamber. This had probably been done with the view of arousing me from sleep. The falling of other walls had compressed the victim of my cruelty into the substance of the freshly spread plaster, the lime of which with the flames and the ammonia from the carcass, had then accomplished the portraiture as I saw it. Although I thus readily accounted to my reason, if not altogether to my conscience, for the startling fact just detailed, it did not the less fail to make a deep impression upon my fancy. For months I could not rid myself of the phantasm of the cat, and during this period there came back into my spirit a half-sentiment that seemed, but was not, remorse. I went so far as to regret the loss of the animal, and to look about me among the vile haunts which I now habitually frequented, for another pet of the same species, and of somewhat similar appearance, with which to supply its place. One night, as I sat half stupefied in a den of more than infamy, my attention was suddenly drawn to some black object reposing upon the head of one of the immense hogsheads of gin or of rum, which constituted the chief furniture of the apartment. I had been looking steadily at the top of this hogshead for some minutes, and what now caused me surprise was the fact that I had not sooner perceived the object thereupon. I approached it, and touched it with my hand. It was a black cat, a very large one, fully as large as Pluto, and closely resembling him in every respect but one. Pluto had not a white hair upon any portion of his body, but this cat had a large, although indefinite, splotch of white, covering nearly the whole region of the breast. Upon my touching him, he immediately arose, purred loudly, rubbed against my hand, and appeared delighted with my notice. This, then, was the very creature of which I was in search. I at once offered to purchase it of the landlord, but this person made no claim to it, knew nothing of it, had never seen it before. I continued my caresses, and when I prepared to go home, the animal evinced a disposition to accompany me. I permitted it to do so, occasionally stooping and patting it as I proceeded. When it reached the house, it domesticated itself at once, and became immediately a great favorite with my wife. For my own part, I soon found a dislike to it arising within me. This was just a reverse of what I had anticipated, but I know not how or why it was, its evident fondness for myself rather disgusted and annoyed. By slow degrees, these feelings of disgust and annoyance rose into the bitterness of hatred. I avoided the creature, a certain sense of shame and the remembrance of my former deed of cruelty preventing me from physically abusing it. I did not for some weeks strike or otherwise violently ill-use it, but gradually, very gradually, I came to look upon it with unutterable loathing, and to flee silently from its odious presence, as from the breath of a pestilence. What added no doubt to my hatred of the beast was the discovery on the morning after I brought it home that, like Pluto, it also had been deprived of one of its eyes. This circumstance, however, only endeared it to my wife, who, as I have already said, possessed in a high degree that humanity of feeling which had once been my distinguishing trait, and the source of many of my simplest and purest pleasures. With my aversion to this cat, however, its partiality for myself seemed to increase. It followed my footsteps with a pertinacity which it would be difficult to make the reader comprehend. Whenever I sat, it would crouch beneath my chair, or spring upon my knees, covering me with its loathsome caresses. If I arose to walk, it would get between my feet, and thus nearly throw me down, or, fastening its long and sharp claws in my dress, clamber in this manner to my breast. At such times, although I longed to destroy it with a blow, I was yet withheld from so doing, partly by a memory of my former crime, but chiefly, let me confess it at once, by absolute dread of the beast. This dread was not exactly a dread of physical evil, and yet I should be at a loss how otherwise to define it. I am almost ashamed to own, yes, even in this felon's cell, I am almost ashamed to own, that the terror and horror with which the animal inspired me had been heightened by one of the merest chimeras it would be possible to conceive. My wife had called my attention more than once to the character of the mark of white hair of which I have spoken, and which constituted the sole visible difference between the strange beast and the one I had destroyed. The reader will remember that this mark, although large, had been originally very indefinite, but by slow degrees nearly imperceptible, and which for a long time my reason struggled to reject as fanciful, it had at length assumed a rigorous distinctness of outline. It was now the representation of an object that I shudder to name, and for this above all I loathed and dreaded and would have rid myself of the monster had I dared. It was now, I say, the image of a hideous, of a ghastly thing, of the gallows. Oh, mournful and terrible engine of horror and of crime, of agony and of death! And now was I indeed wretched, beyond the wretchedness of mere humanity, and a brute beast, whose fellow I had contemptuously destroyed, a brute beast to work out for me, a man fashioned in the image of the high God, so much of insufferable woe. Alas! Neither by day nor by night knew I the blessing of rest any more. During the former, the creature left me no moment alone, and in the latter I started hourly from dreams of unutterable fear, to find the hot breath of the thing upon my face, and its vast weight an incarnate nightmare that I had no power to shake off, incumbent eternally upon my heart. Beneath the pressure of torments such as these, the feeble remnant of the good within me succumbed. Evil thoughts became my sole intimates, the darkest and most evil of thoughts. The moodiness of my usual temper increased to hatred of all things and of all mankind, while from the sudden, frequent, and ungovernable outburst of a fury to which I now blindly abandoned myself, my uncomplaining wife, alas, was the most usual and the most patient of sufferers. One day she accompanied me upon some household errand into the cellar of the old building which our poverty compelled us to inhabit. The cat followed me down the steep stairs, and nearly throwing me headlong, exasperated me to madness. Uplifting an axe, and forgetting in my wrath the childish dread which had hitherto stayed my hand, I aimed a blow at the animal, which, of course, would have proved instantly fatal had it descended as I wished. But this blow was arrested by the hand of my wife. Goaded by the interference into a rage more than demoniacal, I withdrew my arm from her grasp and buried the axe in her brain. She fell dead upon the spot without a groan. This hideous murder accomplished, I set myself forthwith, and with entire deliberation, to the task of concealing the body. I knew that I could not remove it from the house, either by day or by night, without the risk of being observed by the neighbors. Many projects entered my mind. At one period I thought of cutting the corpse into minute fragments and destroying them by fire. At another I resolved to dig a grave for it in the floor of the cellar. Again I deliberated about casting it in the well in the yard, about packing it in a box, as if merchandise, with the usual arrangements, and so getting a porter to take it from the house. Finally, I hit upon what I considered a far better expedient than either of these. I determined to wall it up in the cellar, as the monks of the Middle Ages are recorded to have walled up their victims. For a purpose such as this, the cellar was well adapted. Its walls were loosely constructed, and had lately been plastered throughout with a rough plaster, which the dampness of the atmosphere had prevented from hardening. Moreover, in one of the walls was a projection, caused by a false chimney or fireplace that had been filled up, and made to resemble the red of the cellar. I made no doubt that I could readily displace the bricks at this point, insert the corpse, and wall the whole up as before, so that no eye could detect anything suspicious. And in this calculation I was not deceived. By means of a crowbar I easily dislodged the bricks, and having carefully deposited the body against the inner wall, I propped it in that position, while with little trouble I relaid the whole structure as it originally stood. Having procured mortar, sand, and hair, with every possible precaution, I prepared a plaster which could not be distinguished from the old, and with this I very carefully went over the new brickwork. When I had finished, I felt satisfied that all was right. The wall did not present the slightest appearance of having been disturbed. The rubbish on the floor was picked up with the minutest care. I looked around triumphantly, and said to myself, "Here at least, then, my labor has not been in vain." My next step was to look for the beast which had been the cause of so much wretchedness, for I had at length firmly resolved to put it to death. Had I been able to meet with it at the moment, there could have been no doubt of its fate, but it appeared that the crafty animal had been alarmed at the violence of my previous anger, and forbore to present itself in my present mood. It is impossible to describe or to imagine the deep, the blissful sense of relief which the absence of the detested creature occasioned in my bosom. It did not make its appearance during the night, and thus, for one night at least, since its introduction into the house, I soundly and tranquilly slept. I slept even with the burden of murder upon my soul. The second and the third day passed, and still my tormentor came not. Once again I breathed as a free man. The monster in terror had fled the premises forever. I should behold it no more. My happiness was supreme. The guilt of my dark deed disturbed me but little. Some few inquiries had been made, but these had been readily answered. Even a search had been instituted, but of course nothing was to be discovered. I looked upon my future felicity as secured. Upon the fourth day of the assassination, a party of the police came very unexpectedly into the house, and proceeded again to make rigorous investigation of the premises. Secure, however, in the inscrutability of my place of concealment, I felt no embarrassment whatever. The officers bade me accompany them in their search. They left no nook or corner unexplored. At length, for the third or fourth time, they descended into the cellar. I quivered not in a muscle. My heart beat calmly, as that of one who slumbers in innocence. I walked the cellar from end to end. I folded my arms upon my bosom, and roamed easily to and fro. The police were thoroughly satisfied and prepared to depart. The glee at my heart was too strong to be restrained. I burned to say, if but one word, by way of triumph, and to render doubly sure their assurance of my guiltlessness. "Gentlemen," I said at last, as the party ascended the steps, "I delight to have allayed your suspicions. I wish you all health and a little more courtesy. By the by, gentlemen, this is a very well constructed house." In the rabid desire to say something easily, I scarcely knew what I uttered at all. "I may say an excellently well constructed house. These walls— are you going, gentlemen? These walls are solidly put together." And here, through the mere frenzy of bravado, I rapped heavily with a cane which I held in my hand upon that very portion of the brickwork behind which stood the corpse of the wife of my bosom. But may God shield and deliver me from the fangs of the arch-fiend! No sooner had the reverberation of my blows sunk into silence than I was answered by a voice from within the tomb, by a cry at first muffled and broken, like the sobbing of a child, and then quickly swelling into one long, loud, and continuous scream, utterly anomalous and inhuman, a howl, a wailing shriek, half of horror and half of triumph, such as might have arisen only out of hell, conjointly from the throats of the damned in their agony, and of the demons that exult in the damnation. Of my own thoughts it is folly to speak. Swooning, I staggered to the opposite wall. For one instant the party upon the stairs remained motionless, through extremity of terror and of awe. In the next, a dozen stout arms were toiling at the wall. It fell bodily. The corpse, already greatly decayed and clotted with gore, stood erect before the eyes of the spectators. Upon its head, with red extended mouth and solitary eye of fire, sat the hideous beast whose craft had seduced me into murder, and whose informing voice had consigned me to the hangman. I had walled the monster up within the tomb. End of The Black Cat by Edgar Allan Poe. Recording by Ron Altman.
Canon Alberic's Scrapbook by M.R. James. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Canon Alberic's Scrapbook by M.R. James. St. Bertrand de Comminges is a decayed town on the spurs of the Pyrenees, not very far from Toulouse, and still nearer to Bagnères de Luchon. It was the site of a bishopric until the Revolution, and has a cathedral which is visited by a certain number of tourists. In the spring of 1883, an Englishman arrived at this old-world place. I can hardly dignify it with the name of city, for there are not 1,000 inhabitants. He was a Cambridge man, who had come specially from Toulouse to see St. Bertrand's church, and had left 2 friends, who were less keen archaeologists than himself, in their hotel at Toulouse, under promise to join him on the following morning. Half an hour at the church would satisfy them, and all 3 could then pursue their journey in the direction of Auch. But our Englishman had come early on the day in question, and proposed to himself to fill a notebook and to use several dozen plates in the process of describing and photographing every corner of the wonderful church that dominates the little hill of Comminges. In order to carry out this design satisfactorily, it was necessary to monopolize the verger of the church for the day. The verger, or sacristan, I prefer the latter appellation, inaccurate as it may be, was accordingly sent for by the somewhat brusque lady who keeps the inn of the Chapeau Rouge, and when he came, the Englishman found him an unexpectedly interesting object of study. It was not in the personal appearance of the little, dry, wizened old man that the interest lay, for he was precisely like dozens of other church guardians in France, but in a curious, furtive, or rather hunted and oppressed air which he had. He was perpetually half glancing behind him. The muscles of his back and shoulders seemed to be hunched in a continual nervous contraction, as if he were expecting every moment to find himself in the clutch of an enemy. The Englishman hardly knew whether to put him down as a man haunted by a fixed delusion, or as one oppressed by a guilty conscience, or as an unbearably henpecked husband. The probabilities, when reckoned up, certainly pointed to the last idea, but still, the impression conveyed was that of a more formidable persecutor even than a termagant wife. However, the Englishman, let us call him Dennistoun, was soon too deep in his notebook and too busy with his camera to give more than an occasional glance to the sacristan. Whenever he did look at him, he found him at no great distance, either huddling himself back against the wall or crouching in one of the gorgeous stalls. Dennistoun became rather fidgety after a while, mingled suspicions that he was keeping the old man from his déjeuner, that he was regarded as likely to make away with St. Bertrand's ivory crozier or with the dusty stuffed crocodile that hangs over the font, began to torment him. "Won't you go home?" he said at last. "I am quite well able to finish my notes alone. You can lock me in if you like. I shall want at least 2 hours more here, and it must be cold for you, isn't it?" "Good heavens!" said the little man, whom the suggestion seemed to throw into a state of unaccountable terror. "Such a thing cannot be thought of for a moment. Leave monsieur alone in the church? No, no. 2 hours, 3 hours, all will be the same to me. I have breakfasted, I am not at all cold, with many thanks to monsieur." "Very well, my little man," quoth Dennistoun to himself. "You have been warned, and you must take the consequences." Before the expiration of the 2 hours, the stalls, the enormous dilapidated organ, the choir screen of Bishop John de Mauleon, the remnants of glass and tapestry, and the objects in the treasure chamber had been well and truly examined. The sacristan, still keeping at Dennistoun's heels, and every now and then whipping round as if he had been stung when one or other of the strange noises that trouble a large empty building fell on his ear. Curious noises they were sometimes. Once, Dennistoun said to me, I could have sworn I heard a thin metallic voice laughing, high up in the tower. I darted an inquiring glance at my sacristan. He was white to the lips. "It is he, that is, it is no one, the door is locked," was all he said, and we looked at each other for a full minute. Another little incident puzzled Dennistoun a good deal. He was examining a large dark picture that hangs behind the altar, one of a series illustrating the miracles of St. Bertrand. The composition of the picture is well nigh indecipherable, but there is a Latin legend below, which runs thus: Calite es Bertrandus, liberavit hominem quem diabolus diu volebat strangulare. How St. Bertram delivered a man whom the devil long sought to strangle. Denistune was turning to the sacristan with a smile and a jocular remark of some sort on his lips, but he was confounded to see the old man on his knees, gazing at the picture with the eye of a suppliant in agony, his hands tightly clasped, and a rain of tears on his cheeks. Denistone naturally pretended to have noticed nothing, but the question would not go away from him. Why should a daub of this kind affect anyone so strongly? He seemed to himself to be getting some sort of clue to the reason of the strange look that had been puzzling him all the day. The man must be a monomaniac, but what was his monomania? It was nearly 5 o'clock. The short day was drawing in, and the church began to fill with shadows, while the curious noises, the muffled footfalls and distant talking voices that had been perceptible all day seemed, no doubt because of the fading light and the consequently quickened sense of hearing, to become more frequent and insistent. The sacristan began, for the first time, to show signs of hurry and impatience. He heaved a sigh of relief when camera and notebook were finally packed up and stowed away, and hurriedly beckoned Denistone to the western door of the church under the tower. It was time to ring the Angelus. A few pulls at the reluctant rope, and the great bell Bertrand, high in the tower, began to speak, and swung her voice up among the pines and down to the valleys loud with mountain streams, calling the dwellers on those lonely hills to remember and repeat the salutation of the angel to her whom he called blessed among women. With that, a profound quiet seemed to fall for the first time that day upon the little town, and Denistone and the sacristan went out of the church. On the doorstep they fell into conversation. Monsieur seemed to interest himself in the old choir books in the sacristy. Undoubtedly, I was going to ask you if there were a library in the town. No, monsieur. Perhaps there used to be one belonging to the chapter, but it is now such a small place. Here came a strange pause of irresolution, as it seemed. Then, with a sort of plunge, he went on. But if monsieur is amateur de vieux livres, I have at home something that might interest him. It is not 100 yards. At once all Denistone's cherished dreams of finding priceless manuscripts in untrodden corners of France flashed up, to die down again the next moment. It was probably a stupid missile of Plantin's printing about 1580. Where was the likelihood that a place so near Toulouse would not have been ransacked long ago by collectors? However, it would be foolish not to go. He would reproach himself forever after if he refused. So they set off. On the way, the curious irresolution and sudden determination of the sacristan recurred to Denistone, and he wondered in a shamefaced way whether he was being decoyed into some purlieu to be made away with as a supposed rich Englishman. He contrived, therefore, to begin talking with his guide, and to drag in a rather clumsy fashion, the fact that he expected 2 friends to join him early next morning. To his surprise, the announcement seemed to relieve the sacristan at once of some of the anxiety that oppressed him. "That is well," he said quite brightly. "That is very well. Monsieur will travel in company with his friends. They will be always near him. It is a good thing to travel thus in company. Sometimes." The last word appeared to be added as an afterthought, and to bring with it a relapse into gloom for the poor little man. They were soon at the house, which was one rather larger than its neighbours, stone-built, with a shield carved over the door. The shield of Alberic de Mauleon, a collateral descendant, Denistone tells me, of Bishop John de Mauleon. This Alberic was a canon of Comminges from 1680 to 1701. The upper windows of the mansion were boarded up, and the whole place bore, as does the rest of Comminges, the aspect of decaying age. Arrived on his doorstep, the sacristan paused a moment. "Perhaps," he said, "perhaps after all the monsieur has not the time." "Not at all, lots of time, nothing to do till tomorrow. Let us see what it is you have got." The door was opened at this point, and a face looked out, a face far younger than the sacristan's, but bearing something of the same distressing look, only here it seemed to be the mark, not so much of fear for personal safety, as of acute anxiety on behalf of another. Plainly the owner of the face was the sacristan's daughter, and, but for the expression I have described, she was a handsome girl enough. She brightened up considerably on seeing her father accompanied by an able-bodied stranger. A few remarks passed between father and daughter, of which Denistone only caught these words said by the sacristan: "He was laughing in the church." words which were answered only by a look of terror from the girl. But in another minute they were in the sitting room of the house, a small high chamber with a stone floor, full of moving shadows cast by a wood fire that flickered on a great hearth. Something of the character of an oratory was imparted to it by a tall crucifix, which reached almost to the ceiling on one side. The figure was painted of the natural colours, the cross was black. Under this stood a chest of some age and solidity, and when a lamp had been brought and chairs set, the sacristan went to this chest and produced therefrom, with growing excitement and nervousness as Denistone thought, a large book, wrapped in a white cloth, on which cloth a cross was rudely embroidered in red thread. Even before the wrapping had been removed, Denistone began to be interested by the size and shape of the volume. Too large for a missal, he thought, and not the shape of an antiphona. Perhaps it may be something good after all. The next moment the book was open, and Denistone felt that he had at last lit upon something better than good. Before him lay a large folio, bound, perhaps late in the 17th century, with the arms of Canon Alberic de Mauleon stamped in gold on the sides. There may have been 150 leaves of paper in the book, and on almost every one of them was fastened a leaf from an illuminated manuscript. Such a collection Denistone had hardly dreamed of in his wildest moments. Here were 10 leaves from a copy of Genesis, illustrated with pictures, which could not be later than AD 700. Further on was a complete set of pictures from a Psalter, of English execution, of the very finest kind that the 13th century could produce. And, perhaps best of all, there were 20 leaves of unsealed writing in Latin, which, as a few words seen here and there told him at once, must belong to some very early unknown patristic treatise. Could it possibly be a fragment of the copy of Papias on the words of our Lord, which was known to have existed as late as the 12th century at Nimes? We now know that these leaves did contain a considerable fragment of that work, if not of that actual copy of it. In any case, his mind was made up. That book must return to Cambridge with him, even if he had to draw the whole of his balance from the bank and stay at St. Bertrand till the money came. He glanced up at the sacristan to see if his face yielded any hint that the book was for sale. The sacristan was pale, and his lips were working. "If monsieur will turn on to the end," he said. So monsieur turned on, meeting new treasures at every rise of a leaf, and at the end of the book he came upon 2 sheets of paper, of much more recent date than anything he had seen yet, which puzzled him considerably. They must be contemporary, he decided, with the unprincipled Canon Alberic, who had doubtless plundered the chapter library of St. Bertrand to form this priceless scrapbook. On the first of the paper sheets was a plan, carefully drawn and instantly recognisable by a person who knew the ground, of the south aisle and cloisters of St. Bertrand's. There were curious signs looking like planetary symbols, and a few Hebrew words in the corners, and in the northwest angle of the cloister was a cross drawn in gold paint. Below the plan were some lines of writing in Latin, which ran thus: Responsa 12 mi des 1694. Interrogatum est, inveniamne, responsum est, invenies, fiamne dives, fies, vivamne in videndis, vives, moriane in lector mea, ita. Answers of the 12th of December 1694. It was asked, shall I find it? Answer, thou shalt. Shall I become rich? Thou wilt. Shall I live an object of envy? Thou wilt. Shall I die in my bed? Thou wilt. A good specimen of the treasure hunter's record. Quite reminds one of Mr. Minor Canon Quatremain in Old St. Paul's, was Denistone's comment, and he turned the leaf. What he then saw impressed him, as he has often told me, more than he could have conceived any drawing or picture capable of impressing him, and, though the drawing he saw is no longer in existence, there is a photograph of it which I possess, which fully bears out that statement. The picture in question was a sepia drawing at the end of the 17th century, representing, one would say at first, a biblical scene. For the architecture, the picture represented an interior, and the figures had that semi-classical flavour about them which the artists of 200 years ago thought appropriate to illustrations of the Bible. On the right was a king on his throne, the throne elevated on 12 steps, a canopy overhead, soldiers on either side, evidently King Solomon. He was bending forward with outstretched sceptre, in attitude of command. His face expressed horror and disgust, yet there was in it also the mark of imperious command and confident power. The left half of the picture was the strangest, however, the interest plainly centred there. On the pavement before the throne were grouped 4 soldiers, surrounding a crouching figure which must be described in a moment. A 5th soldier lay dead on the pavement, his neck distorted, and his eyeballs starting from his head. The 4 surrounding guards were looking at the king. In their faces the sentiment of horror was intensified. They seemed, in fact, only restrained from flight by their implicit trust in their master. All this terror was plainly excited by the being that crouched in their midst. I entirely despair of conveying by any words the impression which this figure makes upon anyone who looks at it. I recollect once showing the photograph of the drawing to a lecturer on morphology, a person of, I was going to say, abnormally sane and unimaginative habits of mind. He absolutely refused to be alone for the rest of that evening, and he told me afterwards that for many nights he had not dared to put out his light before going to sleep. However, the main traits of the figure I can at least indicate. At first you saw only a mass of coarse, matted black hair. Presently it was seen that this covered a body of fearful thinness, almost a skeleton, but with the muscles standing out like wires. The hands were of a dusky pallor, covered, like the body, with long coarse hairs and hideously taloned. The eyes, touched in with a burning yellow, had intensely black pupils, and were fixed upon the throned king with a look of beast-like hate. Imagine one of the awful bird-catching spiders of South America, translated into human form and endowed with intelligence just less than human, and you will have some faint conception of the terror inspired by the appalling effigy. One remark is universally made by those to whom I have showed the picture. It was drawn from the life. As soon as the first shock of his irresistible fright had subsided, Dennistoun stole a look at his hosts. The sacristan's hands were pressed upon his eyes. His daughter, looking up at the cross on the wall, was telling her beads feverishly. At last the question was asked, "Is this book for sale?" There was the same hesitation, the same plunge of determination that he had noticed before, and then came the welcome answer, "If monsieur pleases." "How much do you ask for it?" "I will take 250 francs. This was confounding. Even a collector's conscience is sometimes stirred, and Dennistoun's conscience was tenderer than a collector's. "My good man," he said again and again, "your book is worth far more than 250 francs, I assure you, far more." But the answer did not vary. "I will take 250 francs, not more." There was really no possibility of refusing such a chance. The money was paid, the receipt signed, a glass of wine drunk over the transaction, and then the sacristan seemed to become a new man. He stood upright. He ceased to throw those suspicious glances behind him. He actually laughed, or tried to laugh. Dennistoun rose to go. "I shall have the honour of accompanying monsieur to his hotel?" said the sacristan. "Oh no, thanks, it isn't 100 yards. I know the way perfectly, and there is a moon." The offer was pressed 3 or 4 times, and refused as often. "Then monsieur will summon me, if he finds occasion. He will keep the middle of the road. The sides are so rough." "Certainly, certainly," said Dennistoun, who was impatient to examine his prize by himself, and he stepped out into the passage with his book under his arm. Here he was met by the daughter. She, it appeared, was anxious to do a little business of her own account, perhaps like Gehazi, to take somewhat from the foreigner whom her father had spared. "A silver crucifix and chain for the neck. Monsieur would perhaps be good enough to accept it." Well, really, Dennistoun hadn't much use for these things. What did mademoiselle want for it? "Nothing, nothing in the world. Monsieur is more than welcome to it." The tone in which this, and much more, was said was unmistakably genuine, so that Dennistoun was reduced to profuse thanks, and submitted to have the chain put round his neck. It really seemed as if he had rendered the father and daughter some service which they hardly knew how to repay. As he set off with his book, they stood at the door looking after him, and they were still looking when he waved them a last good night from the steps of the Chapeau Rouge. Dinner was over, and Dennistoun was in his bedroom, shut up alone with his acquisition. The landlady had manifested a particular interest in him since he had told her that he had paid a visit to the sacristan and bought an old book from him. He thought, too, that he had heard a hurried dialogue between her and the said sacristan in the passage outside the salle à manger, some words to the effect that Pierre and Bertrand would be sleeping in the house had closed the conversation. All this time a growing feeling of discomfort had been creeping over him. Nervous reaction, perhaps, after the delight of his discovery. Whatever it was, it resulted in a conviction that there was someone behind him, and that he was far more comfortable with his back to the wall. All this, of course, weighed light in the balance as against the obvious value of the collection he had acquired. And now, as I said, he was alone in his bedroom, taking stock of Canon Alberic's treasures, in which every moment revealed something more charming. "Bless Canon Alberic," said Dennistoun, who had an inveterate habit of talking to himself. "I wonder where he is now. Dear me, I wish that landlady would learn to laugh in a more cheering manner. It makes one feel as if there was someone dead in the house. Half a pipe more, did you say? I think perhaps you are right. I wonder what that crucifix is that the young woman insisted on giving me. Last century, I suppose. Yes, probably. It is rather a nuisance of a thing to have round one's neck. Just too heavy. Most likely her father has been wearing it for years. I think I might give it a clean up before I put it away." He had taken the crucifix off and laid it on the table, when his attention was caught by an object lying on the red cloth just by his left elbow. 2 or 3 ideas of what it might be flitted through his brain with their own incalculable quickness. A pen wiper? No, no such thing in the house. A rat? No, too black. A large spider? I trust to goodness not, no. Good God! A hand, like the hand in that picture. In another infinitesimal flash he had taken it in. Pale, dusky skin, covering nothing but bones and tendons of appalling strength. Coarse black hairs longer than ever grew on a human hand. Nails rising from the ends of the fingers and curving sharply down and forward, grey, horny and wrinkled. He flew out of his chair with deadly, inconceivable terror clutching at his heart. The shape, whose left hand rested on the table, was rising to a standing posture behind his seat, its right hand crooked above his scalp. There was black and tattered drapery about it. The coarse hair covered it, as in the drawing. The lower jaw was thin, what can I call it? Shallow, like a beast's. Teeth showed behind the black lips. There was no nose. The eyes, of a fiery yellow against which the pupils showed black and intense, and the exulting hate and thirst to destroy life which shone there, were the most horrifying features in the whole vision. There was intelligence of a kind in them, intelligence beyond that of a beast, below that of a man. The feelings which this horror stirred in Dennistoun were the intensest physical fear and the most profound mental loathing. What did he do? What could he do? He has never been quite certain what words he said, but he knows that he spoke, that he grasped blindly at the silver crucifix, that he was conscious of a movement towards him on the part of the demon, and that he screamed with the voice of an animal in hideous pain. Pierre and Bertrand, the 2 sturdy little serving men who rushed in, saw nothing, but felt themselves thrust aside by something that passed out between them and found Dennistoun in a swoon. They sat up with him that night, and his 2 friends were at St. Bertrand by 9 o'clock the next morning. He himself, though still shaken and nervous, was almost himself by that time, and his story found credence with them, though not until they had seen the drawing and talked with the sacristan. Almost at dawn the little man had come to the inn on some pretence, and had listened with the deepest interest to the story retailed by the landlady. He showed no surprise. "It is he! It is he! I have seen him myself," was his only comment. And to all questionings but one reply was vouchsafed. "2 fois je l'ai vu, 1000 fois je l'ai senti." He would tell them nothing of the provenance of the book, nor any details of his experiences. "I shall soon sleep, and my rest will be sweet. Why should you trouble me?" he said. He died that summer, his daughter married and settled at Saint Papoul, She never understood the circumstances of her father's obsession. We shall never know what he or Canon Alberic de Mauleon suffered. At the back of that fateful drawing were some lines of writing which may be supposed to throw light on the situation. Contradictio Salomonis cum demonio nocturno, Albericus de Mauleoni delineavit. Videus in auditorium piesci habitat. Sancte Bertrand demoniorum effugatur. Intercede pro me miserimo. Primum uidi nocte 12 mi, des 1694. Videbo mox ultimum. Peccavi et passus sum, plura ad hoc passaurus. December 29th, 1701. i.e. the dispute of Solomon with the demon of the night, drawn by Alberic de Mauleon. Versicle, O Lord, make haste to help me. Psalm. Whoso dwelleth XCI. St. Bertrand, who puttest devils to flight, pray for me, most unhappy. I saw it first on the night of December the 12th, 1694. Soon I shall see it for the last time. I have sinned and suffered, and have more to suffer yet. December the 29th, 1701. The Gallia Christiana gives the date of the canon's death as December 31st, 1701, in bed of a sudden seizure. Details of this kind are not common in the great work of the Samathani. I have never quite understood what was Dennis Toon's view of the events I have narrated. He quoted to me once a text from Ecclesiasticus. Some spirits there be that are created for vengeance, and in their fury lay on sore strokes. On another occasion he said, Isaiah was a very sensible man. Doesn't he say something about night monsters living in the ruins of Babylon? These things are rather beyond us at present. Another confidence of his impressed me rather, and I sympathized with it. We had been last year to Comminges to see Canon Alberic's tomb. It is a great marble erection with an effigy of the canon in a large wig and soutane, and an elaborate eulogy of his learning below. I saw Dennis Toon talking for some time with the vicar of St. Bertrand's, and as we drove away, he said to me, I hope it isn't wrong. You know I am a Presbyterian, but I believe there will be saying of Mass and singing of dirges for Alberic de Mauleon's rest. Then he added with a touch of Northern British in his tone, I had no notion they came so dear. The book is in the Wentworth collection at Cambridge. The drawing was photographed and then burnt by Dennis Toon on the day when he left Comminges on the occasion of his first visit. End of Canon Alberic's scrapbook.
A Diagnosis of Death by Ambrose Bierce. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Manalakis. A Diagnosis of Death by Ambrose Bierce. I am not so superstitious as some of your physicians, men of science, as you are pleased to be called, said Hawver, replying to an accusation that had not been made. Some of you, only a few I confess, believe in the immortality of the soul, and in apparitions which you have not the honesty to call ghosts. I go no further than a conviction that the living are sometimes seen where they are not, but have been, where they have lived so long, perhaps so intensely, as to have left their impress on everything about them. I know indeed that one's environment may be so affected by one's personality as to yield, long afterward, an image of oneself to the eyes of another. Doubtless the impressing personality has to be the right kind of personality, as the perceiving eyes have to be the right kind of eyes. Mine, for example. Yes, the right kind of eyes conveying sensations to the wrong kind of brain, said Dr. Fraley, smiling. Thank you. One likes to have an expectation gratified. That is about the reply that I supposed you would have the civility to make. Pardon me, but you say that you know. That is a good deal to say, don't you think? Perhaps you will not mind the trouble of saying how you learned? You will call it a hallucination, Hawver said, but that does not matter. And he told the story. Last summer I went, as you know, to pass the hot weather term in the town of Meridian. The relative at whose house I had intended to stay was ill, so I sought other quarters. After some difficulty, I succeeded in renting a vacant dwelling that had been occupied by an eccentric doctor of the name of Mannering, who had gone away years before, no one knew where, not even his agent. He had built a house himself and had lived in it with an old servant for about 10 years. His practice, never very extensive, had after a few years been given up entirely. Not only so, but he had withdrawn himself almost altogether from social life and become a recluse. I was told by the village doctor, about the only person with whom he held any relations, that during his retirement he had devoted himself to a single line of study, the result of which he had expounded in a book that did not commend itself to the approval of his professional brethren, who indeed considered him not entirely sane. I have not seen the book and cannot now recall the title of it, but I am told that it expounded a rather startling theory. He held that it was possible in the case of many a person in good health to forecast his death with precision, several months in advance of the event. The limit, I think, was 18 months. There were local tales of his having exerted his powers of prognosis, or perhaps you would say diagnosis, and it was said that in every instance the person whose friends he had warned had died suddenly at the appointed time, and from no assignable cause. All this, however, has nothing to do with what I have to tell. I thought it might amuse a physician. The house was furnished, just as he had lived in it. It was a rather gloomy dwelling for one who was neither a recluse nor a student, and I think it gave something of its character to me, perhaps some of its former occupant's character, for always I felt in it a certain melancholy that was not in my natural disposition, nor, I think, due to loneliness. I had no servants that slept in the house, but I have always been, as you know, rather fond of my own society, being much addicted to reading, though little to study. Whatever was the cause, the effect was dejection and a sense of impending evil. This was especially so in Dr. Mannering's study, although that room was the lightest and most airy in the house. The doctor's life-size portrait in oil hung in that room, and seemed completely to dominate it. There was nothing unusual in the picture. The man was evidently rather good-looking, about 50 years old, with iron-gray hair, a smooth-shaven face, and dark, serious eyes. Something in the picture always drew and held my attention. The man's appearance became familiar to me, and rather haunted me. One evening I was passing through this room to my bedroom with a lamp. There is no gas in Meridian. I stopped as usual before the portrait, which seemed in the lamplight to have a new expression, not easily named, but distinctly uncanny. It interested, but did not disturb me. I moved the lamp from one side to the other and observed the effects of the altered light. While so engaged, I felt an impulse to turn round. As I did so, I saw a man moving across the room directly toward me. As soon as he came near enough for the lamplight to illuminate the face, I saw that it was Dr. Mannering himself. It was as if the portrait were walking. I beg your pardon, I said somewhat coldly, but if you knocked, I did not hear. He passed me within an arm's length, lifted his right forefinger, as in warning, and without a word went on out of the room, though I observed his exit no more than I had observed his entrance. Of course, I need not tell you that this was what you will call an hallucination, and I call an apparition. That room had only two doors, of which one was locked, the other led into a bedroom, from which there was no exit. My feeling on realizing this is not an important part of the incident. Doubtless this seems to you a very commonplace ghost story, one constructed on the regular lines laid down by the old masters of the art. If that were so, I should not have related it, even if it were true. The man was not dead. I met him today in Union Street. He passed me in a crowd. Hawver had finished his story, and both men were silent. Dr. Fraley absently drummed on the table with his fingers. "Did he say anything today?" he asked. "Anything from which you inferred that he was not dead?" Hawver stared and did not reply. "Perhaps," continued Fraley, "he made a sign, a gesture, lifted a finger as in warning. It's a trick he had, a habit when saying something serious, announcing the result of a diagnosis, for example." "Yes, he did, just as his apparition had done, but Good God, did you ever know him? Hawver was apparently growing nervous. I knew him. I have read his book, as will every physician some day. It is one of the most striking and important of the century's contributions to medical science. Yes, I knew him. I attended him in an illness 3 years ago. He died. Hawver sprang from his chair, manifestly disturbed. He strode forward and back across the room, then approached his friend, and in a voice not altogether steady said, Doctor, have you anything to say to me, as a physician? No, Hawver, you are the healthiest man I ever knew. As a friend, I advise you to go to your room. You play the violin like an angel. Play it. Play something light and lively. Get this cursed bad business off your mind. The next day, Hawver was found dead in his room, the violin at his neck, the bow upon the strings. His music opened before him at Chopin's funeral march. End of A Diagnosis of Death.
Don't Think About It by William W. Stewart. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rick Ridpath. Don't Think About It by William W. Stewart. Tommy wasn't really a timid child. Sometimes he didn't understand things and was puzzled. More often, grown-ups couldn't or wouldn't understand things that were perfectly clear to him, and he was more puzzled. Occasionally, such things worried and even upset him a little. Then Mama, and sometimes Daddy, would translate bafflement into silly adult terms and think that he was afraid. It was that way about the hole in the closet when Tommy was just a bit over 3. Tommy wasn't really afraid. Mr. Bear was afraid, and the thing did puzzle Tommy, so he asked about it. But he never did get any sensible or satisfactory answers, and that did worry and perhaps even upset him a little. But he wasn't afraid. Even before Daddy finally told him, "Now, Tommy boy, don't think about it, and it won't scare you. Really, there's nothing there to hurt you if you just don't think about it. So don't you think about it anymore. There's Daddy's big boy." This certainly was not any sort of explanation, but still Tommy did try hard not to think about it, as Daddy said. And now he really doesn't think about it at all anymore, or about Aunt Martha either. The hole was in the closet in Tommy's room. Tommy and Mama and Daddy lived in a not very big, not very new frame house on the edge of the city, and Aunt Martha lived with them. Tommy didn't, at least not yet, although there were promises, have any brothers or sisters. But he did have his own room, and a family of his own, too. It was the extra bedroom, and it had a closet that was cramped and with no light. Tommy liked his room. It was small, with a small bed, and it belonged to him, along with his family of Mr. Bear and Old Rabbit and Cokie Koala. It was also in easy crying range of Mama and Daddy's room and Aunt Martha's room, so if Mr. Bear, who was the timid one, got frightened in the night, Tommy could cry, purely in Mr. Bear's behalf, to bring help, or at least company. Tommy and his family all liked the closet well enough, too, except for the shelf that was out of reach, even from the don't climb stool. The closet was good to hide in, or play bear cave, or rabbit hole, and fine for finding missing toys after Mama had a spell of playing cleaning house. The day Tommy found the hole in the closet was the week after his 3rd birthday. Daddy was at work. Mama was out shopping. It was a rainy afternoon. Aunt Martha was sitting with Tommy in the afternoon television. He was in his room with his family, and they all agreed as soon as they heard the television coming on strong that it would be a very poor afternoon to waste on a nap. Besides, Mr. Bear's feelings had been hurt by having been somewhat left out of things recently in favor of new birthday presents, now largely broken or tiresome. To make it up to him, Tommy and Old Rabbit and Cokie all agreed to play Bear Cave in the closet. It was a nice game and going well enough, except for some grumblings from Cokie Koala, who always wanted to argue and claim that bears lived in trees, not caves. But then, and it was Mr. Bear's fault for wanting it darker, so he could hibernate, the closet door shut tight. That didn't seem so serious at first. It would only mean a scolding for being out of bed when Aunt Martha would come to open it after Tommy hollered loud enough. And then there was the hole in the closet, back in the corner, next to the broken drum. They all saw it, and they heard the ugly thing talking or thinking at them. It stretched out a part of itself at Mr. Bear, who was the closest. It didn't grab Mr. Bear, but he was terrified just the same, and none of them liked it. They didn't like it at all. The ugly thing couldn't come out of the hole because the hole wasn't big enough yet, but it tried, and it was making the hole bigger. And it kept thinking at them, red thoughts, and hungry, as it tore at the edges of the hole. The family all looked at Tommy, so Tommy cried and yelled. Finally, Aunt Martha heard him and came to open the door. Then the afternoon sunlight streamed across the floor into the closet, and the ugly red thoughts from the thing pulled back, far back, so you could barely notice them, and you couldn't see the hole anymore, even though you knew it was still there. At least Tommy and Mr. Bear and Old Rabbit and Cokie Koala knew. After she opened the closet door and carried Tommy from the closet to the living room, Aunt Martha scolded. She wasn't really mad because she had waited until a commercial interrupted her television program before answering the cries from the closet. But she scolded because she was Aunt Martha, and scolding is what Aunt Martha did. A really good cry, even one worked up strictly as a service for a companion, takes a little time to turn off. Then, after a few settling gulps, Tommy tried to explain. Auntie, Aunt Martha, there's a hole in the cave, in the closet, and there's a thing inside of it. He looked at Mr. Bear, whom he was holding by one foot, and at Cokie, dropped by Aunt Martha on the sofa, for confirmation. Then quickly, he wriggled down from Auntie's lap. Old Rabbit! Bravely, Tommy ran to the closet and was relieved. The door was open, and, in the gray afternoon light, the hole was still not to be seen. Old Rabbit, who always had a bad temper, was annoyed and snappish at having been left behind. But he was there and all right. Tommy rescued him and ran back to Aunt Martha. It was hungry, he continued his explanation. Aunt Martha, as always, was difficult. Who is hungry? You shouldn't be hungry, Tommy. You just had your lunch an hour ago. Do you want a glass of milk? Not me hungry. Tommy was impatient. Aunt Martha never seemed able to grasp any idea more complex than a glass of milk or wet pants. Little boys, in her mind, nearly always either wanted the one or had the other. Such things she could and did attend to with a virtuous sense of duty done. But anything else was beyond her. Tommy, are your pants wet? Tommy sighed in resignation and wet his pants. It was the only thing to do. Otherwise, Auntie would fuss and fume, accomplishing nothing, understanding nothing for the rest of the afternoon. 10 minutes later, in dry pants, he finished an unwanted glass of milk. Aunt Martha, conscience appeased, returned to soap opera. Tommy and his family, nap safely forgotten, played away the afternoon, but not in a closet, or even, as was usual on rainy days, in Tommy's room. Instead, finding Daddy's old briefcase full of papers, they played office in the family room, with Old Rabbit grumbling about having to be Miss Wixie, who drove the electric typewriter in Daddy's office. Mama and Daddy came home together at a bit after 5. Tommy took his scolding about messing up Daddy's papers in good part. He had expected it, but Aunt Martha was angry about the scolding she got for letting him, mild though it was. In retaliation, she said, "Tommy, you are a naughty, naughty boy, and for being so naughty you must take your big bear and your rabbit and the little bear or whatever the thing is and put them away in the closet and leave them there till tomorrow." "No, no, 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 I won't. It isn't fair. They weren't bad, and the ugly thing in the hole, and it might come out, and it's hungry, and my family is all afraid." "Tommy," Aunt Martha's voice was sharp, "you stop that nonsense and put your toys—" Wait up now," said Daddy, who also lived in the grown-up world, but who sometimes tried to understand things. "What is this about a hole in the closet? What about something being hungry?" "That's all," said Tommy. "The ugly thing in the hole in the closet. It is hungry." There was more to it than that, of course. But how could a thing like that be explained through a wall of grown, closed minds? There was the hole in the closet. You couldn't exactly see it. You could only sort of feel seeing it and the hairy thing. At least it seemed hairy and shapeless, or having many different shapes, and a mouth, and sharp teeth. And it had reached out with something and touched Mr. Bear, and would have eaten him too, if he had blood. But then it had pulled back from Mr. Bear, and red hunger thoughts came stronger and stronger. Even now, stretching out from the hole where it was hidden in the closet, Tommy could feel the reaching, greedy thoughts. But he couldn't explain all that. "There is a hole in the closet," Tommy said again. But he knew that not even Daddy would understand. Of course Mama wouldn't. Not Mama, who was loving, but very busy, and just sat so often, dreaming or listening to baby sister that they said was in her stomach, so big and fat now as to leave little lap room. Mama was too occupied looking inward to look out much at Tommy. Daddy, to give him credit, was nearly always willing to look, but there were so many things he couldn't see. Still Tommy had to try. "The ugly thing in the hole. It wants something to eat." "Oh, Tommy, such horrible nonsense." That was Mama. She wasn't even going to think about it. It is a question sometimes whether baby sisters are worth all the bother and the trouble. "Now, Tommy," Daddy was being helpful, "you say there is a hole in your closet, and that there's something in the hole." "Well, sort of." Really, the ugly thing wasn't so much in the hole as on the other side of it. But that was close enough. "All right then, Tommy. Suppose you show it to me." "What?" "Show me the hole, Tommy." "Now?" "Yes." "The hole in the closet?" "Tommy." "Yes, Daddy." This wasn't going to work out to anything good, and Tommy didn't want to go back to the closet and close the closet door anyway. The thing didn't eat Mr. Bear because Mr. Bear didn't have blood, but Daddy had, and Tommy. They went to the closet. At least, if he was risking a Daddy, Tommy thought, he was protecting Mr. Bear and the others. "Now where's this hole, Tommy?" "Over there by the corner." Tommy pointed. Daddy went into the closet to look. Tommy started to close the door. In the black dark, Daddy would see what Tommy meant about the thing in the hole. From the outside, Tommy started to close the door. It was a small closet and hardly big enough for both of them. "Tommy, what are you trying to do? Open that door." But, after all, the hole wasn't there, or scarcely seemed to be there, except in the dark. "Open it up wider." I believe I do see. Wait till I get my lighter." "Say, by George, I believe you're right. There is a little hole there. Looks like a mouse hole." There it was, as Tommy might have known, Grown-ups will always avoid seeing the important things. Of course there was a mouse hole there. The home of little old Mr. Mouse, with the wiggly nose and the gray whiskers. He had been nice. But he wasn't there anymore, and Tommy had a pretty clear idea of what had happened to him. That poor little old Mr. Mouse had had blood. But Daddy! It was hopeless. Dory, Martha! Daddy's hunting instinct was aroused. Have we got a mouse trap? Any cheese? There's a hole in that closet. A little old mouse hole, and I'm going to... Well, perhaps this would be better than if he hadn't found anything. Tommy followed Daddy about as he finally located a mousetrap. No cheese. He cut a little piece of meat for bait. Of course, Tommy knew no trap would catch the ugly thing. What in the world happened to my lighter? Daddy wanted to know. Tommy didn't answer that, but at least everybody, even Aunt Martha, had forgotten about shutting Tommy's family up in the closet. For now, that was enough. But later, after supper, after bath, after the shooting picture on the TV, it was time for bed. Daddy? Get on to bed now, son. Past bedtime. Hop to it. Daddy, I want to sleep with you and Mama tonight. Well, it was a mighty dark night. The afternoon rain had built up into a real storm. Mr. Bear was terrified. Cokie was scared, and even tough old Rabbit didn't want to sleep in Tommy's room, with the ugly thing in the hole so hungry and waiting to rip its way out of the hole when it got dark enough, and only the streetlight outside the room to keep away the dark because they would never let Tommy keep his light on at night. My family and me don't want to sleep in my room tonight. Now, Tommy, just because it's a little stormy, Daddy's big boy isn't afraid of a little wind and rain. I'm not afraid, Daddy. It's my family. You know how families are. You always say about Mama, never mind that now. To bed. Your own bed. But, Daddy, there's the ugly thing in the hole, and it's hungry. The mouse? Daddy went to look at his trap, switching on the light in Tommy's room. He came back in a minute. The little devil! Did Daddy know? No. The little devil got away with the bait, clean as a whistle. Only a little plaster dust or something left in the trap where I put the meat. Mr. Bear shivered. Now don't be foolish, Bear. You don't have blood. The ugly thing won't get you, Tommy told him softly. But Mr. Bear wouldn't listen. He was a crybaby, a scaredy cat. But to tell the truth, the real honest truth, the whole family and even Tommy didn't feel too good about it. Tommy, what was that you were saying? Daddy, I want to sleep with you and Mama. Me and my family, we're scared of that thing. Tommy knew it was no less than his duty to protect them all. Oh, now, Tommy, you don't mean to say you're afraid of a little old mouse, a big boy like you? Well, Mr. Bear is. I don't. Daddy, it is there. Honest it is, in that hole. And it's hungry, and it'll come out in the dark and... Tommy, a little mouse. Get on into your room now, and no more argument. Tommy's face began to crumple. If he had to, he would fight this one out all the way. Tears, tantrum, kick, scream, gasp, hold his breath and turn blue. Now, Tommy boy. Daddy did mean well, and sometimes he was even right, and so Tommy always did try to do what Daddy said. Tommy, you mustn't let things like that bother you. If we can't catch the little mouse, forget it. There's nothing more we can do, so just don't think about it. You see? Sniff. No. Don't think about it. That's all. There is nothing there that can hurt you if you just don't think about it. So don't think about it. That's Daddy's big boy. Well, and then can we sleep with you and Mama? Aunt Martha rang in her nickel's worth. A boy ought to be ashamed to be afraid of a little mouse. It's not... Not what? It's Mr. Bear that's afraid. Of the... And you just stop that nonsense about those ridiculous stuffed animals, you hear me? Nobody should make such a fuss about a little mouse. Mama does. Mama. Tommy let 2 fat tears trickle down his cheeks. A warning, but he meant them too. Mama, can't we? All right. Stop this stupid wrangling. You know how it gets on my nerves. For goodness sake, let him sleep with us tonight. Anyway, I don't blame him. I wouldn't sleep a wink in the same room with a mouse. Be sure you shut our door tonight. Tight. You're spoiling that child, said Aunt Martha sourly. Auntie, said Tommy, I bet your chicken will let your door stay open. Well, huffed Aunt Martha, the impertinence. I certainly shall keep my door open. No mouse is going to keep me from getting good fresh air. Tommy was a very bright little boy. Now, with the door shut in Mama and Daddy's room, and Aunt Martha's door open, he wouldn't think about the ugly thing in the hole, waiting for dark, real dark, to come out and eat. All right, Tommy. This once you can sleep with your mother and me. Go to bed and mind your sleep quiet. And don't spread those stuff, your family, all over the bed either. Yes, Daddy. And Daddy? What? I won't think about it now. The thing in the hole. Tommy said his good nights. Tonight he even kissed Aunt Martha as if he meant it. And he took his family and he went to bed in Mama and Daddy's room. He did not think about the ugly thing. He went right to sleep, lying at the edge of the big, big bed. Tommy and Old Rabbit and Cokie Koala and even Mr. Bear went right to sleep. Outside the wind blew hard and harder, and the rain drove down, and it was dark. The television reception was bad. Everyone went to bed early. Good night. Lights out. In Tommy's room it was quite dark, with only the faint, watery rays of the streetlights on the corner swimming in through the rain. In the closet there was a stirring, a fumbling, a tearing, and the hole in the blackness grew, was forced bigger, wider, as the thing pushed and ripped at whatever was barring it from the warm, red, oozing food it craved. It must have, it would have. And, in a sudden gust, the wind blew harder still. Somewhere in town, blocks away, a wire fell, and blue sparks flashed and crackled in the dripping night. In Tommy's house, the refrigerator went off. The electric clock stopped. The streetlight blinked once and was gone. And in Tommy's closet, there was a sudden, mighty surge of effort, a break, and something, not a sound, but something, a harsh and bloody sense or feel of rending greed flowing outward from the closet in a wave. Aunt Martha, in her sleep, said, "No! Oh, no!" Daddy interrupted a snore with a strained grunt. Mama whimpered softly and hugged to herself her swollen stomach. Tommy blinked and was awake. Soothingly, he patted Cokie and Old Rabbit. He squeezed Mr. Bear's paw. Then he slipped his hand into the opening in Mr. Bear's overalls and took out Daddy's cigarette lighter. He knew how to work it. But first, he waited. "Don't think about it," Daddy had told him. And he didn't think about it, really. But he couldn't help feeling it. The ugly thing was out, clear out of the hole now, and moving. He could feel that, and the awful hunger moving with it. Aunt Martha's room was closest, and her door was open. Mama and Daddy's room was closed. The ugly thing moved fast, faster, and reached out, thirsting, hungering. From Aunt Martha's room came the quavering wail, and from the thing there flowed a sense of vicious, evil joy. There it was, But was it enough? Tommy hugged Mr. Bear once tightly and slipped noisily from the bed. He wasn't thinking about it. He couldn't. He wouldn't think about it. But he knew what he had to do. He had the lighter. At the bedroom door, he worked it. Opened the door, a crack, thrust it out, and then, in a little rush, back to bed where he lay quietly. And he didn't think about it. He and Mr. Bear and Old Rabbit and Cookie Koala. After a little, the sense of feeding hunger was gone, and the feel of the ugly thing was gone, back into the hole in the closet, forced back by the flickering yellow light of the flames started by the cigarette lighter. Then, when the smell of smoke grew thick in the room, and he could hear the crackling of fire burning the house, Tommy shook Daddy awake. It wasn't hard to get out through the bedroom window, except for Mama, but she made it all right. And Tommy had a little trouble holding tightly to each member of his family as Daddy lifted him out of the window, but they made it all right, too. Of course, Aunt Martha didn't make it. How could she? But it was fun watching the firemen in the rain from the Krausmeyer's porch next door as the house and the closet with the hole all burned up together. Aunt Martha? Funny thing, Tommy heard one of the firemen say to another the next day in the sunshine as they looked over the smoldering ash. The old bat must have been as dry as dust inside. 20 years in the department, and I never did see a body so completely consumed. Teeth. A little bone. Hey, get on away from your son. Get along on home with you. Daddy and Mama said Aunt Martha had gone away on a trip. Tommy might have known pretty well where she had gone, if he had thought about it, but he didn't think about it. None of his family did. What for? Aunt Martha had to go away, sure. She went. All right. Who missed Aunt Martha? Anyway, there were lights in all of the closets in the new house they moved to, and lots of room for everyone, even baby sister. And there were no holes, not even mouse holes, in any of the closets. End of Don't Think About It. Recording by Rick Ridpath, Warminster, Pennsylvania.
The Floating Head of the Ben Ratchett Inn near the Perth Road, Dundee, by Elliot O'Donnell. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Grant Love. Some years ago, when I was engaged in collecting cases for a book I contemplated publishing on haunted houses in England and Wales, I was introduced to an Irish clergyman whose name I have forgotten, and whom I have never met since. Had the incident he related taken place in England or Wales, I should have noted it down carefully, but as it occurred in Scotland, and I had no intention then of bringing out a volume on Scottish phantasms, I did not do so. My memory, however, I can assure my readers, in spite of the many ghost tales committed to it, for scarcely a day passes that I do not hear one, seldom fails. And the Irish clergyman's story, which I am about to relate, comes back to me now with startling vividness. One summer evening, early in the 80s, Mr. Murphy, the name by which I will designate the originator of this story, and his wife arrived in Dundee. The town was utterly unknown to them, and they were touring Scotland for the first time. Not knowing where to put up for the night, and knowing no one to whom they could apply for information, they consulted a local paper, and from the long list of hotels and boarding houses advertised therein, selected the Ben Ratchett Inn near the Perth Road, as being the one most likely to meet their modest requirements. They were certainly not disappointed with the exterior of the hotel they had chosen, for as soon as they saw it, they exclaimed simultaneously, "What a delightful old place!" And old it certainly was, for the many gabled oaken structure and projecting windows unquestionably indicated the 16th century, whilst, to enhance the effect and give it a true touch and detail of ye ancient times, A huge antique lantern was hung over the entrance. Nor did the interior impress them less favourably. The rooms are very large and low, the ceilings, walls, floors, and staircase all of oak. The diamond lattice windows and narrow, tortuous passages, and innumerable nooks and crannies and cupboards created an atmosphere of combined quaintness and comfort that irresistibly appealed to the Murphys. Viewed under the searching rays of the sun and cheered by the voices of the visitors, the interior of the house, for artistic taste and cheerfulness, would indeed be hard to beat. But as Mrs. Murphy's eyes wandered up the stairs and down the corridors, she was filled with misgivings as to how the place would strike her at night. Though not nervous naturally, and by no means superstitious, at night, when the house was dark and silent, and the moon called forth the shadows, she was not without that feeling of uneasiness which most people, even avowed sceptics, experience when passing the night in strange and novel quarters. The room they engaged, I cannot say selected, as the hotel being full they had Hobson's choice, was at the end of a very long passage at the back of the house, and overlooking the yard. It was a large apartment, and in one of its several recesses stood the bed, a gigantic ebony four-poster with spotlessly clean valance, and what was of even greater importance, well-aired sheets. The other furniture in the room, being of the same sort as that in the majority of old-fashioned hostels, needs no description, but a fixture in the shape of a cupboard, a deep, dark cupboard, let into the wall facing the bed, instantly attracted Mrs. Murphy's attention. There is always something interesting in cupboards, particularly old and roomy cupboards, when it is night time and one is about to get into bed. It is then that they suggest all manner of fascinating possibilities. It was to this cupboard, then, that Mrs. Murphy paid the greatest attention before commencing to undress prior to getting into bed. She poked about in it for some moments, and then, apparently satisfied that no one was hidden there, continued her investigation of the room. Mr. Murphy did not assist. He pleaded fatigue, and sat on the corner of the bed, munching a gingerbread and reading the Dundee Advertiser till the operation was over. He then helped Mrs. Murphy unpack their portmanteau, and, during the process, whiled away so much time in conversation that they were both startled when a clock from some adjacent church solemnly boomed 12. They were then seized with something approaching a panic, and hastened to disrobe. "I wish we had a nightlight, John," Mrs. Murphy said, as she got up from her prayers. "I suppose it wouldn't do to keep one of the candles burning. I am not exactly afraid, only I don't fancy being left in the dark. I had a curious sensation when I was in the cupboard just now. I can't exactly explain it, but I feel now that I would like the light left burning." "It certainly is rather a gloomy room," Mr. Murphy remarked, raising his eyes to the black oak ceiling, and then allowing them to dwell in turn on each of the angles and recesses. "And I agree with you, it would be nice if we had a night light, or, better still, gas. But, as we haven't, my dear, and we shall be on our feet a good deal tomorrow, I think we ought to try and get to sleep as soon as possible." He blew out the candle as he spoke, and quickly scrambled into bed. A long hush followed, broken only by the sound of breathing and an occasional ticking as of some long-legged creature on the wall and window blind. Mrs. Murphy could never remember if she actually went to sleep, but she is sure her husband did, as she distinctly heard him snore, and the sound, so detestable to her as a rule, was so welcome to her then. She was lying listening to it and wishing with all her soul she could get to sleep, when she suddenly became aware of a smell, a most offensive, pungent odour that blew across the room and crept up her nostrils. The cold perspiration of fear at once broke out on her forehead. Nasty as the smell was, it suggested something more horrible, something she dared not attempt to analyze. She thought several times of rousing her husband, but remembering how tired he had been, she desisted, and with all her faculties abnormally on the alert, she lay awake and listened. A death-like hush hung over the house, interrupted at intervals by the superstitious noise peculiar to the night. Enigmatical creaks and footsteps, rustlings as of drapery, sighs and whisperings, all very faint, all very subtle, and all possibly, just possibly, attributable to natural causes. Mrs. Murphy caught herself, why she could not say, waiting for some definite auditory manifestation of what she instinctively felt was near at hand. At present, however, she could not locate it. She could only speculate on its whereabouts. It was somewhere in the direction of the cupboard, and each time the stench came to her, the conviction that its origin was in the cupboard grew. At last, unable to sustain the suspense any longer, and urged on by an irresistible fascination, she got softly out of bed, and creeping stealthily forward, found her way with surprisingly little difficulty, considering it was pitch dark and the room was unfamiliar to her, to the cupboard. With every step she took, the stink increased, and by the time she had reached the cupboard, she was almost suffocated. For some seconds she toyed irresolutely with the door handle, longing to be back again in bed, but unable to tear herself away from the cupboard. At last, yielding to the demands of some pitilessly exacting unknown influence, she held her breath and swung open the door. The moment she did so, the room filled with the faint, phosphorescent glow of decay, and she saw, exactly opposite her, a head, a human head, floating in mid-air. Petrified with terror, she lost every atom of strength, and entirely bereft of the power to move or articulate a sound, she stood stock-still, staring at it. That it was the head of a man, she could only guess from the matted crop of short red hair that fell in a disordered entanglement over the upper part of the forehead and ears. All else was lost in a loathsome, disgusting mass of detestable decomposition, too utterly vile and foul to describe. On the abnormal thing beginning to move forward, the spell that bound Mrs. Murphy to the floor was broken, and with a cry of horror she fled to the bed and awoke her husband. The head was by this time close to them, and had not Mrs. Murphy dragged her husband forcibly out of its way, it would have touched him. His terror was even greater than hers, but for the moment neither could speak. They stood clutching one another in an awful silence. Mrs. Murphy at length gasped out, "Pray, John, pray. Command the thing in the name of God to depart." Mr. Murphy made a desperate effort to do so, but not a syllable would come. The head now veered round and was moving swiftly towards them, its awful stench causing them both to retch and vomit. Mr. Murphy, seizing his stick, lashed at it with all his might. The result was one they might well have expected. The stick met with no resistance, and the head continued to advance. Both Mr. and Mrs. Murphy then made a frantic attempt to find the door. The head, still pursuing them and tripping over something in their wild haste, fell together on the floor. There was now no hope. The head had caught them up. It hovered immediately above them, and descending lower, lower, and lower, finally passed right through them, through the floor and out of sight. It was long ere either of them could sufficiently recover to stir from the floor, and when they did move, it was only to totter to their bed, and to lie with the bedclothes well over their heads, quivering and quaking till the morning. The hot morning sun dissipating their fears, they got up, and hurrying downstairs demanded an interview with their landlord. It was in vain. The latter argued it was all a nightmare. They showed the absurdity of such a theory by vehemently attesting they had both simultaneously experienced the phenomena. They were about to take their departure when the landlord, retracting all he had said, offered them another room and any terms they liked, if only they would stay and hold their tongues. "I know every word of what you say is true," he said, in such submissive tones that the tender hearts of Mr. and Mrs. Murphy instantly relented, and they promised to remain. "But what am I to do? I cannot shut up a house which I have taken on a 20 years' lease, because one room in it is haunted, and after all, there is only one visitor in 20 who is disturbed by the apparition. What is the history of the head? Why, it is said to be that of a pedlar who was murdered here over 100 years ago. The body was hidden behind the wainscoting, and his head under the cupboard floor. The miscreants were never caught. They are supposed to have gone down in a ship that sailed from this port just about that time, and was never heard of again." This is the gist of the story the clergyman told me, and, believing it as I undoubtedly do to be true, there is every reason to suppose that the inn, to which I have of course given a fictitious name, is still in existence, is still haunted. End of The Floating Head of the Ben Ratchett Inn, near the Perth Road, Dundee, by Elliot O'Donnell. Read by Grant Love.
The Ghost Monk by Rosa Prade. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Newgate Novelist. The Ghost Monk by Rosa Prade. Aunt Felicia used often to tell the story of her friend, Father Canalese, and the ghost monk of Gontran, and it is given here as she related it. I never knew a more delightful person than Father Canalese. Dr. Canalese, I always called him, because, not being myself of the Catholic communion, I prefer when it is permissible to use the more secular mode of address. Besides, there was a certain savour of the world about Dr. Canalese. He was in some respects the typical priest of society, well-bred, highly cultivated, dignified, courteous, and with much knowledge of men and women. He was indeed a frequent and ever welcome guest in the houses of many of the great Catholic nobility. Though of foreign extraction, he was to all intents an Englishman, and was for a long time, till his health broke, the head of an important Catholic seminary in London. This position gave him a greater freedom than is usual with the clergy of the Church of Rome. He was a Jesuit, which fact had perhaps something to say to his extreme charm of manner, his exquisite tact, and his varied social gifts. There was nothing of the ascetic about Dr. Canalese, but he in no sense realized the conventional notion of the Jesuit priest. If there ever lived an earnest, pure-minded, and truly religious man, it was my friend Father Canalese. I call him my friend, though I am not as a rule fond of priests, and as my husband belongs to the Roman persuasion, I have had some opportunities of observing the class. Fortunately, Gaston is liberal in his views, robust as well as scholarly in his tastes, and has a keen sense of humour. Thus the priests who are his intimate friends are generally men of culture, and are interesting apart from their calling. Dr. Canalese had the reputation of being a proselytist, and it was said that he had made many a convert among a particular order of women, that which is essentially of London society, the kind of woman who gravitates by temperament towards the Mother Church. I am not that kind of woman, and Dr. Canalese, after one or two conversations, in which I frankly stated my objections to his creed, gave up any proselytizing notions he might have entertained, and accepted my friendship on another basis. It was these candid talks which made me know and appreciate the man, his real sincerity, his almost feminine power of sympathy, his toleration of other opinions than his own, and his practical common sense. I met him more than once as a guest during his vacation at the house of a Catholic relatives of Gaston's, and so charmed was I with the first sermon I heard him preach in our relative's chapel, that afterwards I often went to hear him at the Pro-Cathedral when in London, where his extraordinary eloquence, and the poetic grace of his diction, caused him to be frequently chosen for the courses of sermons delivered there by popular Catholic divines. It was, therefore, with the greatest satisfaction that I found he was staying at Cannes one winter when my husband and I went out for 6 weeks' sunshine, a 6 weeks made memorable ever afterwards by the companionship of Dr. Canalese. He had been granted leave of absence on account of lung delicacy. He looked worn and transparent, but no serious symptoms had shown themselves, and it was not supposed that he was in real danger. He told us that his doctor's prescription was to live out of doors, to drive as much as possible, to nourish himself with food, and to give up work and study for a time. Dr. Canalese was not rich. What good Catholic priest has ever more than suffices for the necessaries of existence? We saw that he denied himself the drives, which were his greatest pleasure, and we, therefore, always made a point of asking him to accompany us on the different expeditions we made in the neighbourhood of Cannes. One day we begged him to go with us on a rather long excursion to a queer little old-world place in the hills behind Grasse, a place which is almost unknown to the ordinary tourist on the Riviera, and which yet has a history that goes back to the Saracens, for it was once the stronghold of the most ancient and almost the greatest of the Provençal families. This place is called Saint-Xavier de Gontran. I noticed that an excited look came over the priest's face, and he smiled with almost a boyish eagerness. "You are doing me a greater kindness than you could have imagined," he said. "I accept joyfully. I know Saint-Xavier de Gontran," he went on. "I have the most strange and solemn association with the place, which I have not visited for many years. I had an immense longing to go there again. But it is a long expedition, and I cannot now walk over the hills as I used, and, in short, there are difficulties in the way." We knew what the difficulties were. Father Canalese would have considered it sinful selfishness to waste 30 francs on carriage hire for the gratification of a sentimental desire of his own. I jumped to the conclusion that his association with the place was a sentimental one. He had spoken of it with a hushed drop of his voice, and now I ventured to ask him what the story was. The hesitation of his manner made me feel convicted of an impertinent curiosity. "I have hardly ever spoken of it," he answered. "I don't think I could do so here," and he glanced round the crowded drawing-room of the hotel. "Perhaps when we are there I shall be able to tell it you. That experience made a great impression on me. It has to a certain extent influenced my life." He did tell us the story when we were sitting on a little stone terrace, an abutment of the fortified wall of the old chateau of Gontran. After we had gone over the church, had talked to the curé, had inspected the ancient portraits, and had taken photographs, Gaston and I, of the principal features of interest in this strange human eyrie perched on the Grasse hills. Father Canalese had left us to this occupation. He had seemed curiously subdued, the hectic in his cheeks glowed. He and the curé had gone off together. Afterwards, as I left Gaston to develop his negatives and strolled through the narrow streets of the village, gleaning such information as I might from the patois of a picturesque crone who sat spinning at the doorway of a ruined house, by and by I found the church and went in. There I beheld Father Canalese prostrate before the high altar, absorbed in an ecstasy of spiritual devotion. I softly closed the door, for I did not want to disturb him. Gaston was waiting for me in front of the chateau. We went down some crumbling steps, and came upon a tiny terrace garden, closed in by a grey, lichen-grown parapet. Below us stretched the beautiful valley of the Sion, and beyond the Mediterranean, misty on the horizon. A zigzag path led down the precipitous face of the rock on which the chateau was built. To our right was the church, a rather imposing structure, with a tower and a Gothic doorway, and 2 finely carved images let into niches on each side of the great oak door. The church and the ruins of the chateau, and the houses near it, showed that Gontran had once been a place of some importance. Gaston and I were speculating on its previous history when the priest joined us. There was upon his face a curious, far-away look. He seated himself on a bench in the angle of the parapet and began abruptly. I said I would tell you the thing which happened to me here, and which made so great an impression upon me. It was in this very church. We begged him to let us hear his story. I warn you, he said with a strange smile, that it is a ghost story, and you are now hearing it at first hand. As nearly as I can remember, Dr. Canalese told his story in these words. It was about 12 years ago, he said, before I was appointed to a seminary. I was doing an article on the ecclesiastical history of some of these old Provençal towns, and had come up here to study the inscriptions in the church. I had arranged to stay the night in the chateau, if my investigation should keep me too late for the walk to Grosse, and the curé being as I knew absent, he had as well the care of that village yonder. Dr. Canalese pointed across the valley of the Sion. I had gone into the church unnoticed. I had remained there interested in my work till the light failed, and then was suddenly roused from a meditation by the sound of the key turning in the door, and knew that I was locked in. I could make no one hear me, and after a while, reflecting that I might as well sleep in the church as in one of the bare rooms of the chateau, I wrapped my cloak round me, and being very tired, was soon fast asleep. It must have been after midnight when I awoke with a curious feeling of uneasiness. The moon was shining brightly through the windows, and as I lay, it seemed to me that the wall on the opposite side opened, and that the figure of a monk stepped forth and walked along the side aisle in the direction of the altar. The monk wrung his hands as he moved, and ejaculated in a tone of deep despair, "Is there no one who will say a mass for my wretched soul?" Then before reaching the altar he turned, walked slowly back to the wall, and disappeared. I told myself that the apparition was but the illusion of a dream, and once more slept. Again I was awakened by the same feeling of uneasiness, and again the monk stepped forth from the wall, and again wrung his hands, and repeated his mournful plaint. This time I knew that it was no dream. I got up and kneeled before the altar in prayer and adoration, and then once more laid down and waited till the spectre should for the third time come forth. As the clock struck the third hour, the stone melted, as it were, behind the ghost, and it seemed as if the unhappy being were directly addressing his petition to me, as he wailed, "Oh, who will say a mass for my wretched soul?" I got up and went towards him. "Had you no fear?" asked Gaston. "None," replied Dr. Canalese, "and I am telling you an absolutely true story. I do not believe that one has any fear of the supernatural, provided that he is conscious of pure motive. At any rate, I felt none then. I will pray for your soul if it be any comfort to you," I said, and then I went into the sacristy, of which the door was open, and robed myself, while the ghost monk waited at the steps of the high altar, and the ghost served me as I performed this strange and solemn requiem mass. Dr. Canalese paused. "Then?" exclaimed Gaston. "The point of the story has yet to come," answered the priest dreamily. As the monk stood by that part of the wall from which he had appeared, he paused for a moment, and before he disappeared, said in solemn tones, "I thank you for having given me peace. There is only one way in which I can show my gratitude. 3 days before your death, you will see me again." "Don't think me morbidly superstitious," Father Canalese added, "but as I prayed just now at that same spot, the presentiment was borne in upon me that I shall soon receive that promised visit." He got up as he spoke. "Did you notice," he said, That space in the wall of the church where the masonry appears to have been lately disturbed? I have been inquiring of the attendant here, and he tells me that a portion of the wall fell away a year or two ago, and that in repairing the place it was discovered to be hollow. A skeleton was found in the recess, and also a cup and a platter. It is certain that the ghost monk who served me at the mass was the spectre of one walled up alive, perhaps centuries ago. There was a delay in our getting away from Saint Xavier de Gontre. The drive was long and the way stony, and one of the horses went lame. A mistral had risen, and we reached the hotel long after sunset, chilled to the bone. No one was surprised to learn next day that Dr. Canalis was laid up with an attack of congestion of the lungs. I went to see him a few days later, and I was struck by the change in his appearance, and the wonderfully spiritualized expression of his always refined and thoughtful face. "I am glad that you have come," he said quite cheerfully, "for I shall not see you again. I am glad too that I told you the story of the ghost monk at Gontra the other day. You know I told you also of the presentiment which came over me that I should soon meet my spectral visitant again. He came last night. I shall die the day after tomorrow." No reasoning could persuade Father Canalis out of this fixed idea, though the doctors assured him there was nothing in his condition to give rise to any serious apprehension. Indeed, after an interview with the doctor, I felt sure that my friend was labouring under a morbid impression. Nothing could, however, have been less morbid than the way in which he set about arranging his worldly affairs, if, indeed, that term could be applied to the interests of one who was, as regards sordid matters, so unworldly. His presentiment, however, was verified. On the third night after the ghost monk had appeared to him, he died as quietly as if he had been going to sleep. The doctors could not understand the case, nor can I. I only know that the ghost story must be true, for Dr. Canalis was incapable of even self-deception. End of The Ghost Monk by Rosa Prade.
The Golgotha Dancers by Manly Wade Wellman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rick Ridpath. The Golgotha Dancers by Manly Wade Wellman. I had come to the Art Museum to see the special show of Goya prints, but the particular gallery was so crowded that I could hardly get in, much less see or savor anything. Wherefore, I walked out again. I wandered through the other wings, with their rows and rows of oils, their Greek and Roman sculptures, their stern ranks of medieval armors, their oriental porcelains, their Egyptian gods. At length, by chance and not by design, I came to the head of a certain rear stairway. Other habitués of the museum will know the one I mean, when I remind them that Arnold Buckland's The Isle of the Dead hangs on the wall of the landing. I started down, relishing in advance the impression Buckland's picture would make with its high brown rocks and black poplars, its midnight sky and gloomy film of sea, its single white figure erect in the bow of the beach-nosing skiff. But, as I descended, I saw that the Isle of the Dead was not in its accustomed position on the wall. In that space, arresting, even in the bad light and from the up angle of the stairs, hung a gilt-framed painting I had never seen or heard of in all my museum-haunting years. I gazed at it, one would imagine, all the way down to the landing. Then I had a close, searching look, and a final appraising stare from the lip of the landing above the lower half of the flight. So far as I can learn, and I have been diligent in my research, the thing is unknown, even to the best informed of art experts. Perhaps it is well that I describe it in detail. It seemed to represent action upon a small plateau or table rock, drab and bare. With the twilight sky deepening into the starless evening, this setting, restrainedly worked up in blue grays and blue blacks, was not the first thing to catch the eye, however. The front of the picture was filled with lively dancing creatures, as pink, plump, and naked as cherubs, and patently evil as the meditations of Satan in his rare idle moments. I counted those dancers. There were 12 of them, ranged in a half circle, and they were cavorting in evident glee around a central object, a prone cross, which appeared to be made of 2 stout logs with some of the bark still upon them. To this cross, a pair of pink things, that makes 14, kneeling and swinging blocky-looking hammers or mauls, spiked a human figure. I say human when I speak of that figure, and I withhold the word in describing the dancers and their hammer-wielding fellows. There is a reason. The supine victim on the cross was a beautifully represented male body, as clear and anatomically correct as an illustration in a surgical textbook. The head was writhed around as if in pain, and I could not see the face or its expression, but in the tortured tenseness of the muscles, in the slaty white sheen of the skin with jagged streaks of vivid gore upon it, agonized nature was plain and doubly plain. I could almost see the painted limbs writhe against the transfixing nails. By the same token, the dancers and the hammerers were so dynamically done as to seem half in motion before my eyes. So much for the sound skill of the painter. Yet, where the crucified prisoner was all clarity, these others were all fog. No lines, no angles, no muscles. Their features could not be seen or sensed. I was not even sure if they had hair or not. It was as if each was picked out with a ray of light in that surrounding dusk, light that revealed and yet shimmered indistinctly, light, too, that had absolutely nothing of comfort or honesty in it. "Hold on there," came a sharp challenge from the stairs behind and below me. "What are you doing? And what's that picture doing?" I started so that I almost lost my footing and fell upon the speaker, one of the museum guards. He was a slight old fellow, and his thin hair was gray, but he advanced upon me with all the righteous, angry pluck of a beefy policeman. His attitude surprised and nettled me. "I was going to ask somebody that same question," I told him, as austerely as I could manage. "What about this picture? I thought there was a Bachlan hanging here." The guard relaxed his forbidding attitude at first sound of my voice. "Oh, I beg your pardon, sir. I thought you were somebody else. The man that brought that thing." He nodded at the picture, and the hostile glare came back into his eyes. "It so happened that he talked to me first, then to the curator. Said it was art, great art, and the museum must have it." He lifted his shoulders in a shrug or a shudder. "Personally, I think it's plain beastly." So it was, I grew aware as I looked at it again. "And the museum has accepted it at last?" I prompted. He shook his head. "Oh, no, sir. An hour ago he was at the back door, with that nasty daub there under his arm. I heard part of the argument. He got insulting, and he was told to clear out of here and take his picture with him. But he must have got in here somehow and hung it himself." Walking close to the painting, as gingerly as though he expected the pink dancers to leap out at him, he pointed to the lower edge of the frame. "If it was a real museum piece, we'd have a plate right there, with the name of the painter and the title." I too came close. There was no plate, just as the guard had said. But in the lower left-hand corner of the canvas were the sprawling capitals, pale paint on the dark, spelling out the word Golgotha. Beneath these, in small, barely readable script, I sold my soul that I might paint a living picture. No signature or other clue to the artist's identity. The guard had discovered a great framed rectangle against the wall to one side. "Here's the picture he took down," he informed me, highly relieved. "Help me put it back, will you, sir? And do you suppose," here he grew almost wistful, "that we could get rid of this other thing before someone finds I let the crazy fool slip past me?" I took one edge of the Isle of the Dead and lifted it to help him hang it once more. "Tell you what," I offered on a sudden impulse. "I'll take this Golgotha piece home with me, if you like." "Would you do that?" he almost yelled out in his joy at the suggestion. "Would you? To oblige me?" "To oblige myself," I returned. "I need another picture at my place." And the upshot of it was, he smuggled me and the unwanted painting out of the museum. Never mind how. I've done quite enough as it is to jeopardize his job and my own welcome up there. It was not until I had paid off my taxi and lugged the unwielding parallelogram of canvas and wood upstairs to my bachelor apartment that I bothered to wonder if it might be valuable. I never did find out, but from the first I was deeply impressed. Hung over my own fireplace, it looked as large and living as a scene glimpsed through a window, or, perhaps, on a stage in a theater. The capering pink bodies caught new light from my lamp, lights that glossed and intensified their shape and color, but did not reveal any new detail. I pored once more over the cryptic legend. I sold my soul that I might paint a living picture. A living picture? What is that? I could not answer. For all my honest delight in such things, I cannot be called expert, or even knowing as regards art. Did I even like the Golgotha painting? I could not be sure of that either. And the rest of the inscription, about selling a soul, I was considerably intrigued by that, and let my thoughts ramble on the subject of Satanist complexes and the vagaries of half-crazed painters. As I read, that evening, I glanced up again and again at my new possession. Sometimes it seemed ridiculous, sometimes sinister. Shortly after midnight, I rose, gazed once more, and then turned out the parlor lamp. For a moment, or so it seemed, I could see those dancers, so many dim pink silhouettes in the sudden darkness. I went to the kitchen for a bit of whiskey and water, and thence to my bedroom. I had dreams. In them, I was a boy again, and my mother and sister were leaving the house to go to a theater where, think of it, Richard Mansfield would play Beau Brummel. I, the youngest, was told to stay at home and mind the troublesome furnace. I wept copiously in my disappointed loneliness, and then Mansfield himself stalked in full Brummel regalia. He laughed goldenly and stretched out his hand in warm greeting. I, the lad of my dreams, put out my own hand, and then was frightened when he would not loosen his grasp. I tugged, and he laughed again. The gold of his laughter turned suddenly hard, cold. I tugged with all my strength and woke. Something held me tight by the wrist. In my first half moment of wakefulness, I was aware that the room was filled with the pink dancers of the picture in nimble, fierce, happy motion. They were man-sized, too, or nearly so, visible in the dark with the dim radiance of foxfire. On the small scale of the painting, they had seemed no more than babyishly plump. Now they were gross, like huge erect toads, and as I awakened fully, they were closing in, a menacing ring of them around my bed. One stood at my right side, and its grip, clumsy and rubbery hard like that of a monkey, was closed upon my arm. I saw and sensed all this as I lay in a single moment. With the sensing came the realization of peril, so great that I did not stop to wonder at the uncanniness of my visitors. I tried frantically to jerk loose. For the moment, I did not succeed, and as I thrashed about, throwing my body nearly across the bed, a second dancer dashed in from the left. It seized and clamped my other arm. I felt, rather than heard, a wave of soft, wordless merriment from them all. My heart and sinews seemed to fail, and briefly I lay still in a daze of horror, pinned down, crucifix fashion, between my two captors. Was that a hammer raised above me as I sprawled? There rushed and swelled into me the sudden startled strength that sometimes favors the desperate. I screamed like any wild thing caught in a trap, rolled somehow out of the bed and to my feet. One of the beings I shook off, and the other I dashed against the bureau. Freed, I made for the bedroom door in the front of the apartment, stumbling and staggering on fear-weakened legs. One of the dim, shining pink things barred my way at the very threshold, and the others were closing in behind, as if for a sudden rush. I flung my right fist with all my strength and weight. The being bobbed back unrestingly before my smash, like a rubber toy floating through water. I plunged past, reached the entry, and fumbled for the knob of the outer door. They were all about me then, their rubbery palms fumbling at my shoulders, my elbows, my pajama jacket. They would have dragged me down before I could negotiate the lock. A racking shudder possessed me and seemed to flick them clear. Then I stumbled against a stand, and purely by good luck, my hand fell upon a bamboo walking stick. I yelled again, in truly hysterical fierceness, and laid about me as with a whip. My blows did little or no damage to those unearthly assailants, but they shrank back, teetering and dancing to a safe distance. Again, I had the sense that they were laughing, mocking. For the moment, I had beaten them off, but they were sure of me in the end. Just then, my groping free hand pressed the switch. The entry sprang into light. On the instant, they were not there. Somebody was knocking outside, and with trembling fingers, I turned the knob of the door. In came a tall, slender girl, with a blue lounging robe caught hurriedly around her. Her bright hair was disordered as though she had just sprung from her bed. "Is someone sick?" she asked me in a breathless voice. "I live down the hall. I heard cries." Her round blue eyes were studying my face, which must have been ghastly pale. "You see, I'm a trained nurse, and perhaps—" "Thank God you did come," I broke in unceremoniously but honestly, and went before her to turn on every lamp in the parlor. It was she who, without guidance, searched out my whiskey and siphon and mixed for me a highball of grateful strength. My teeth rang nervously on the edge of the glass as I gulped it down. After that, I got my own robe, a becoming one with satin facings, and sat with her on the divan to tell of all my adventure. When I had finished, she gazed long at the painting of the dancers, then back at me. Her eyes, like two chips of the April sky, were full of concern, and she held her rosy lower lip between her teeth. I thought that she was wonderfully pretty. "What a perfectly terrible nightmare," she said. "It was no nightmare," I protested. She smiled and argued the point, telling me all manner of comforting things about mental associations and their reflections in vivid dreams. To clinch her point, she turned to the painting. "This line about a living picture is the peg on which your slumbering mind hung the whole fabric," she suggested, her slender fingertip touching the painted scribble. "Your very literal subconscious self didn't understand that the artist meant his picture would live only figuratively. "Are you sure that's what the artist meant?" I asked. But finally, I let her convince me. One could imagine how badly I wanted to be convinced. She mixed me another highball, and a short one for herself. Over it, she told me her name, Miss Dolby. And finally, she left me with a last comforting assurance. But, nightmare or no, I did not sleep again that night. I sat in the parlor among the lamps, smoking and dipping into book after book. Countless times I felt my gaze drawn back to the painting over the fireplace, with the cross and the nail-pierced wretch and the shimmering pink dancers. After the rising sun had filled the apartment with its honest light and cheer, I felt considerably calmer. I slept all morning, and in the afternoon was disposed to agree with Miss Dolby that the whole business had been a bad dream, nothing more. Dressing, I went down the hall, knocked on her door, and invited her to dinner with me. It was a good dinner. Afterward, we went to an amusing motion picture, with Charles Butterworth in it, as I remember. After bidding her good night, I went to my own place. Undressed and in bed, I lay awake. My late morning slumber made my eyes slow to close. Thus it was that I heard the faint shuffle of feet, and sitting up against my pillows, saw the glowing silhouettes of the Golgotha dancers, alive and magnified. They were creeping into my bedroom. I did not hesitate or shrink this time. I sprang up, tense and defiant. "No, you don't!" I yelled at them. As they seemed to hesitate before the impact of my wild voice, I charged frantically. For a moment, I scattered them and got through the bedroom door, as on the previous night. There was another shindy in the entry. This time, they all got a hold of me, like a pack of hounds, and wrestled me back against the wall. I writhe even now when I think of the unearthly hardness of their little gripping paws. 2 on each arm were spread eagling me upon the plaster. The cruciform position again. I swore, yelled, and kicked. One of them was in the way of my foot. He floated back, unhurt. That was their strength and horror, their ability to go flabby and non-resistant under smashing, flattering blows. Something tickled my palm, pricked it, the point of a spike. "Miss Dolby!" I shrieked, as a child might call for his mother. "Help, Miss..." The door flew open. I must not have locked it. "Here I am," came her unafraid reply. She was outlined against the rectangle of light from the hall. My assailants let go of me to dance toward her. She gasped, but did not scream. I staggered along the wall, touched a light switch, and the parlor just beyond us flared into visibility. Miss Dolby and I ran into the lamp, rallying there as Stone Age folk must have rallied at their fire to face the monsters of the night. I looked at her. She was still fully dressed, as I had left her, apparently had been sitting up. Her rouge made flat patches on her pale cheeks, but her eyes were level. This time, the dancers did not retreat or vanish. They lurked in the comparative gloom of the entry, jigging and trembling as if mustering their powers and resolutions for another rush at us. "You see," I chattered out to her, "it wasn't a nightmare." She spoke, not in reply, but as if to herself. "They have no faces," she whispered. "No faces." In the half-light that was diffused upon them from our lamp, they presented the featurelessness of so many huge gingerbread boys covered with pink icing. One of them, some kind of leader, pressed forward within the circle of light. It daunted him a bit. He hesitated, but did not retreat. From my center table, Miss Dolby had picked up a bright paper cutter. She poised it with the assurance of one who knows how to handle cutting instruments. "When they come," she said steadily, "let's stand close together. We'll be harder to drag down that way." I wanted to shout my admiration for her fearless front toward the dreadful beings, my thankfulness for her quick run to my rescue. All I could mumble was, "You're mighty brave." She turned for a moment to look at the picture above my dying fire. My eyes followed hers. I think I expected to see a blank canvas, find that the painted dancers had vanished from it and had grown into the living ones. But they were still in the picture, and the cross and the victim were there too. Miss Dolby read aloud the inscription. A living picture. The artist knew what he was talking about, after all. Couldn't a living picture be killed, I wondered? It sounded uncertain, and a childish quibble to boot, but Miss Dolby explained triumphantly, as at an inspiration. "Killed, yes!" she shouted. She sprang at the picture, darting out with the paper cutter. The point ripped into one of the central figures in the dancing semicircle. All the crowd in the entry seemed to give a concerted throb, as of startled protest. I swung, heart racing, to the front of them again. What had happened? Something had changed, I saw. The intrepid leader had vanished. No, he had not drawn back into the group. He had vanished. Miss Dolby, too, had seen. She struck again, gashed the painted representation of another dancer, and this time the vanishing happened before my eyes. A creature at the rear of the group went out of existence as suddenly and completely as though a light had blinked out. The others, driven by their danger, rushed. I met them, feet planted. I tried to embrace them all at once, went over backward under them. I struck, wrenched, tore. I think I even bit something gristly and bloodless, like fungoid tissue, but I refused to remember for certain. One or two of the forms struggled past me and grappled Miss Dolby. I struggled to my feet and pulled them back from her. There were not so many swarming after me now. I fought hard before they got me down again, and Miss Dolby kept tearing and stabbing at the canvas. Again. Clutches melted from my throat, my arms. There were only 2 dancers left. I flung them back in rows. Only one left. Then none. They were gone. Gone into nowhere. "That did it," said Miss Dolby breathlessly. She had pulled the picture down. It was only a frame now, with ragged ribbons of canvas dangling from it. I snatched it out of her hands and threw it upon the coals of the fire. "Look," I urged her joyfully. "It's burning. That's the end, do you see?" "Yes, I see," she answered slowly. "Some fiend-ridden artist. His evil genius brought it to life. The inscription is the literal truth, then," I supplied. "Truth no more." She bent to watch the burning. "As the painted figures were destroyed, their incarnations faded." We said nothing further, but sat down together and gazed as the flames ate the last thread of fabric, the last splinter of wood. Finally, we looked up again and smiled at each other. All at once, I knew that I loved her. End of The Golgotha Dancers. Recording by Rick Ridpath, Warminster, Pennsylvania.
The Hypnotist by Ambrose Bierce. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Louise J. Bell. The Hypnotist by Ambrose Bierce. By those of my friends who happen to know that I sometimes amuse myself with hypnotism, mind reading, and kindred phenomena, I am frequently asked if I have a clear conception of the nature of whatever principle underlies them. To this question, I always reply that I neither have nor desire to have. I am no investigator with an ear at the keyhole of nature's workshop, trying with vulgar curiosity to steal the secrets of her trade. The interests of science are as little to me as mine seem to have been to science. Doubtless, the phenomena in question are simple enough, and in no way transcend our powers of comprehension, if only we could find the clue. But, for my part, I prefer not to find it, for I am of a singularly romantic disposition, deriving more gratification from mystery than from knowledge. It was commonly remarked of me, when I was a child, that my big blue eyes appeared to have been made rather to look into than look out of. Such was their dreamful beauty, and, in my frequent periods of abstraction, their indifference to what was going on. In those peculiarities, they resembled, I venture to think, the soul which lies behind them, always more intent upon some lovely conception which it has created in its own image, than concerned about the laws of nature and the material frame of things. All this, irrelevant and egotistic as it may seem, is related by way of accounting for the meagerness of the light that I am able to throw upon a subject that has engaged so much of my attention, and concerning which there is so keen and general a curiosity. With my powers and opportunities, another person might doubtless have an explanation for much of what I present simply as narrative. My first knowledge that I possessed unusual powers came to me in my 14th year, when at school. Happening one day to have forgotten to bring my noonday luncheon, I gazed longingly at that of a small girl who was preparing to eat hers. Looking up, her eyes met mine, and she seemed unable to withdraw them. After a moment of hesitancy, she came forward in an absent kind of way, and, without a word, surrendered her little basket with its tempting contents, and walked away. Inexpressibly pleased, I relieved my hunger and destroyed the basket. After that, I had not the trouble to bring a luncheon for myself. That little girl was my daily purveyor, and, not infrequently, in satisfying my simple need from her frugal store, I combined pleasure and profit by constraining her attendance at the feast, and making misleading proffer of the viands, which eventually I consumed to the last fragment. The girl was always persuaded that she had eaten all herself, and later in the day, her tearful complaints of hunger surprised the teacher, entertained the pupils, earned for her the sobriquet of Greedy Gut, and filled me with a peace past understanding. A disagreeable feature of this otherwise satisfactory condition of things was the necessary secrecy. The transfer of the luncheon, for example, had to be made at some distance from the madding crowd, in a wood. And I blush to think of the many other unworthy subterfuges entailed by the situation. As I was, and am, naturally of a frank and open disposition, these became more and more irksome, and, but for the reluctance of my parents to renounce the obvious advantages of the new regime, I would gladly have reverted to the old. The plan that I finally adopted to free myself from the consequences of my own powers excited a wide and keen interest at the time, and that part of it which consisted in the death of the girl was severely condemned, but it is hardly pertinent to the scope of this narrative. For some years afterward, I had little opportunity to practice hypnotism. Such small essays as I made at it were commonly barren of other recognition than solitary confinement on a bread-and-water diet. Sometimes, indeed, they elicited nothing better than the cat-o'-nine tails. It was when I was about to leave the scene of these small disappointments that my one really important feat was performed. I had been called into the warden's office and given a suit of civilian's clothing, a trifling sum of money, and a great deal of advice, which, I am bound to confess, was of a much better quality than the clothing. As I was passing out of the gate into the light of freedom, I suddenly turned, and, looking the warden gravely in the eye, soon had him in control. "You are an ostrich," I said. At the post-mortem examination, the stomach was found to contain a great quantity of indigestible articles, mostly of wood or metal. Stuck fast in the esophagus, and constituting, according to the coroner's jury, the immediate cause of death, one doorknob. I was, by nature, a good and affectionate son, but as I took my way into the great world from which I had been so long secluded, I could not help remembering that all my misfortunes had flowed like a stream from the niggard economy of my parents in the matter of school luncheons, and I knew of no reason to think they had reformed. On the road between Succotash Hill and South Asphyxia is a little open field, which once contained a shanty known as Pete Gilstrap's place, where that gentleman used to murder travelers for a living. The death of Mr. Gilstrap, and the diversion of nearly all the travel to another road, occurred so nearly at the same time that no one has ever been able to say which was cause and which effect. Anyhow, the field was now a desolation, and the place had long been burned. It was while going afoot to South Asphyxia, the home of my childhood, that I found both my parents on their way to the hill. They had hitched their team and were eating luncheon under an oak tree in the center of the field. The sight of the luncheon called up painful memories of my school days and roused the sleeping lion in my breast. Approaching the guilty couple, who at once recognized me, I ventured to suggest that I share their hospitality. "Of this cheer, my son," said the author of my being, with characteristic pomposity, which age had not withered, there is sufficient for but two. I am not, I hope, insensible to the hunger light in your eyes, but—" My father has never completed that sentence. What he mistook for hunger light was simply the earnest gaze of the hypnotist. In a few seconds he was at my service. A few more sufficed for the lady, and the dictates of a just resentment could be carried into effect. "My former father," I said, "I presume that it is known to you that you and this lady are no longer what you were." "I have observed a certain subtle change," was the rather dubious reply of the old gentleman. "It is, perhaps, attributable to age." "It is more than that," I explained. "It goes to character, to species. You and the lady here are, in truth, two broncos, wild stallions both, and unfriendly." "Why, John," exclaimed my dear mother, "you don't mean to say that I am—" "Madam," I replied solemnly, fixing my eyes again upon hers, "you are." Scarcely had the words fallen from my lips when she dropped upon her hands and knees, and backing up to the old man, squealed like a demon and delivered a vicious kick upon his shin. An instant later, he was himself down on all fours, headed away from her, and flinging his feet at her simultaneously and successively. With equal earnestness, but inferior agility because of her hampering body gear, she plied her own. Their flying legs crossed and mingled in the most bewildering way, their feet sometimes meeting squarely in mid-air, their bodies thrust forward, falling flat upon the ground, and, for a moment, helpless. On recovering themselves, they would resume the combat, uttering their frenzy in the nameless sounds of the furious brutes which they believed themselves to be. The whole region rang with their clamor. Round and round they wheeled, the blows of their feet falling like lightnings from the mountain cloud. They plunged and reared backward upon their knees, struck savagely at each other with awkward descending blows of both fists at once, and dropped again upon their hands, as if unable to maintain the upright position of the body. Grass and pebbles were torn from the soil by hands and feet. Clothing, hair, faces inexpressibly defiled with dust and blood. Wild, inarticulate screams of rage attested the delivery of the blows. Groans, grunts, and gasps, their receipt. Nothing more truly military was ever seen at Gettysburg or Waterloo. The valor of my dear parents in the hour of danger can never cease to be, to me, a source of pride and gratification. At the end of it all, two battered, tattered, bloody, and fragmentary vestiges of mortality attested the solemn fact that the author of the strife was an orphan. Arrested for provoking a breach of the peace, I was, and have ever since been, tried in the Court of Technicalities and Continuances, whence, after 15 years of proceedings, my attorney is moving heaven and earth to get the case taken to the Court of Remandment for new trials. Such are a few of my principal experiments in the mysterious force or agency known as hypnotic suggestion. Whether or not it could be employed by a bad man for an unworthy purpose, I am unable to say. End of The Hypnotist by Ambrose Bierce. Recording by Louise J. Bell. Sebastopol, California.
Jim Dickinson's Head by Harold Ward. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Jim Dickinson's Head by Harold Ward. Jim Dickinson's head, pickled in a jar of alcohol, reposes in the dishonored fastness of a dusty closet in Dr. Wright's office. It has been all of a half-century since I assisted the doctor's father, old Doc Wright, in separating it from its trunk, that dark, stormy night out in the weed-grown potter's field. Yet last night, when I looked at the grisly relic, the face wore the same wolfish grin that it had borne in life. The fangs were skinned back ferociously, like the tusks of an angry boar, and the one good eye, the other had been gouged out in a fight years before, glared malevolently, insolently, leeringly, as if, even in death, the owner found a certain grim pleasure in cheating the law which had declared that head and body must remain intact. Jim Dickinson's body has, in the natural course of events, long been incorporated with the black earth slime from which it came. Over it, the loathsome worms have long since ceased to hold their ghoulish revelry. His filthy soul is without doubt in the hell it created for itself. As for his head, the head he lost to Doc Wright in a poker game, and which the whiskey-sodden old physic dispenser claimed from the grave, rather than brave the unspeakable wrath of the dead outlaw, that is another story. Doc wanted the head because of the thickness of the skull, which had withstood, without cracking, a tattoo from the butt end of a revolver in the hands of a frenzied man. And Dickinson wanted him to have it, because it had been fairly won, and the only point of honor he ever observed was the payment of his gambling debts. It is of Jim Dickinson's malformed head, and the black cat with the devil's temper, and Creole May, the outcast, that this story is written. 1. Where Jim Dickinson was spawned, or whelped, or whatever the inception of an anomaly like him can be called, is a question. My personal opinion is that he was never born, that he was created from the slimy green frog spit that gathers in a scum on stagnant muck. But the preachers will probably take issue with me on that point. At any rate, I know of my own knowledge that there were more maggots of deviltry squirming inside the blackness of his skull than could ever exist in the same space in hell. Jim Dickinson made his first bid for our attention by appearing in Black Peter's saloon one dark stormy night, a big hulking figure of a man, with a broken hooked nose and a black tangled thatch of whiskers. His huge misshapen head stuck out, turtle-wise, on a thick bull neck. His thin cruel lips were drawn back in a snarl of vindictive hatred of the world in general, over yellowed fangs so large as to almost appear artificial. One socket was empty. From the other blazed an orb, so badly twisted out of shape by the scar from the wound that had destroyed the other, that it looked to be almost in the center of his forehead, giving him a horrible ogre-like appearance. There was nothing human about him. He was an animal. Black Peter's den was crowded that night. Finding no open space at the bar, Dickinson made one for himself by shooting in cold blood a poor Swede whose place he coveted. Before the murmur of anger and astonishment had fairly started, he stepped across his victim's twitching body to the blood-bespattered bar and down to the liquor which the latter had just poured out. His baleful eye gleamed from under his mop of hair, challenging the world to dispute his right. The Swede was a stranger in the camp, and the ferocious cruelty and simian-like appearance of the slayer was such as to make the average man think twice before taking up a dead man's quarrel. Where he had come from no one knew, nor did his attitude towards the world at large tend to encourage familiarity. By that one venomous deed he became the bully of the camp. From then until his death he held his sway over the scum of the earth that had gathered there by sheer devilishness and wanton cruelties. He was a thief, a crook, a gambler, and a red-handed killer, a beast, a thing of evil. The only sense of decency he had was in the payment of his gambling debts. He would murder a man in cold blood without a pang of remorse in order to filch from his pocket the money with which to pay a debt of honor. His philosophy of life was as warped and crooked as his twisted soul, and yet we allowed him to live because we feared him. Take the affair with the gang from Devil's Gulch. Originally there had been 6 of them pitted against him as a result of some mix-up with one of the partners. By shooting straight, Dickinson whittled the number down to 3 before they caught him at the edge of camp with a bullet through his leg and a horse that dropped dead in its tracks. He had no friends. He expected no assistance. Those of us who were at leisure gathered around to enjoy the spectacle and to see that the strangers handled the affair in a strictly ethical manner. The only tree in that part of the state was a stunted cottonwood, the lower limbs of which were but a few feet above his head as he stood erect. His gun was empty, and he was apparently exhausted. Hence, they attempted to send him into the presence of his Maker without going to the trouble of binding him, thinking no doubt that he would die game and save them any unnecessary trouble. They were not as well informed on the general cussedness of the man, however, as they should have been, a fact which resulted disastrously for the visitors. For Dickinson, instead of giving up the ghost without a fight, made a mighty leap and seized the lower limb with both hands, taking the strain off his neck. Doc Wright, drunker and more vitriolic than usual, was among the spectators. The dissipated old reprobate chuckled gleefully and hammered the outlaw smartly over the knuckles with his cane. "Leggo that tree," he yelled. "Why the hell can't you die like a man, you yellow dog? You're trying to cheat me out of your head." With the speed of a panther, Dickinson hung by one hand, slipped the noose over his head with the other, kicked one of his captors in the face as he hung there, and vanquished the other 2 in a fair fight, fists against gun. And when he had completed the job, he humbly apologized to Doc Wright for not allowing them to hang him so that the bone setter could claim his honest winnings. 2. To cavemen like Jim Dickinson, love comes but once, and in ways that are peculiar and dark. That he loved Creole May in his own fashion, there is not a doubt, and, like his aboriginal ancestors, he demonstrated his affection by beating the lady of his choice whenever opportunity offered. And she, recognizing in the subtle way that women have, that his display of brutality was only a cover for the flame of love that smoldered in his heart, took her beatings, whimpering but uncomplainingly, and, seeking an outlet for her feelings, lavished her affections on Michael. Michael was an ugly brute of a cat, black of fur and short of temper. In short, a feline double of Dickinson. Dickinson hated him with a deep, jealous hatred. Hated him because Creole May loved him. With the peculiarity of a woman, she treated her lord with humbleness and humility, fighting his battles and cooking his meals in a true wifely way, until he laid hands on the cat. That she would not allow. And Dickinson, loving the swarthy strumpet who shared his bed and board, feared to vent his feelings on the animal, lest he drive the female creature from his side. Cheetah, the squaw, who was reputed to be a witch, had warned him against black cats, warned him as she cursed him for the killing of her husband. Dickinson sought to close her mouth by knocking her down, but she refused to be silenced. "It'll get you, curse ya! It'll get ya!" she howled, shaking her skinny fist at the one-eyed man. "A black cat'll be the death of ye. A black cat'll send you to hell, and spit at you while you're roasting. Damn ye, you spawn of the devil!" In self-defense, he was compelled to choke her into unconsciousness, but her screams still echoed in his ears. Nor could he drown them in drink, for the maggots in his head were the kind that alcohol stimulates rather than deadens. We had our priest, Father O'Loughlin, a warm-hearted little chap who sought, with every means at his command, to regenerate the place and bring its inhabitants into the fold. He met with scant success, to say the most. But he persisted, and because he was a man among men, measured by men's standards, he gained our respect and love, even though we refused to follow the cross. In some mysterious manner, Father O'Loughlin learned that Creole May had once been baptized in his faith. Immediately, he set about seeking a way to win her back to the church. But she had slipped too far down the scale of righteousness and virtue. She gave no heed to the messages the good padre sent her, time after time, begging her presence at the little church in the valley, with its cross of spotless white. Of two evils, she had been taught to fear Jim Dickinson worse than the threat of hell. And Dickinson, his soul already forfeited to the devil, and his head honestly lost in a poker game, waiting only his death to be claimed, forbade her responding to the priest's appeal. But to the latter, she was a brand to be plucked from the burning, and after several weeks had elapsed, he determined to visit her in person and appeal to her better nature. For Father O'Loughlin loved humanity, and to him none had dropped so low that he could not be saved. On the evening selected by Father O'Loughlin for his visit, Dickinson, who was violently jealous, having been called away on some expedition outside the law, had taken precautions tending to keep any of May's admirers away from the cabin by planting a bear trap in the dirt just outside the door. To this May submitted dumbly and without bitterness. She was a woman, and her philosophy taught her that a woman is the rightful prey of the man strong enough to take her. The method of taking did not enter into her thoughts. They lived in a tumble-down shack far up the mountainside and approached by a single narrow path, nicked high in the cliff. For Dickinson was a bit of a strategist, and in building looked forward to a possible siege following some new outrage. When she saw the little priest slowly puffing up the path, she realized for the first time that something of evil might result from Dickinson's efficient though brutal attempt to capture his rivals. She was willing to stand his abuse, but sight of the priest brought remembrances of her better days, and over her swept a sense of shame. She rebelled against the man of God seeing her in her squalor and misery. There was no way to flee, for the path over which he was approaching was the only way from the place, and that path would bring him directly into the jaws of the trap. Creole May, for the first time in her long career of shame and sorrow, was panic-stricken. There was but one door to the shack. To dodge out of it, even in the dusk of the swiftly falling twilight, would betray her presence to the visitor. Nor was there a bush or a rock in the vicinity, behind which she could take refuge. Yet she could not remain. She was not given to analyzing her sentiments. She had a vague feeling that she was not fit to meet the man who represented, in that wild territory, the church of her innocent youth, not for the punishment he might bring, for she knew that he brought only a message of love, but as an erring child fears the parent who governs by kindness, Physical pain she could endure, but she knew that Father O'Loughlin ruled his flock by love, and love, except the love she lavished on Michael, was missing from her strange life. So, like a child caught in some mischievous prank, she peeped around the doorway and watched the head of the priest just appearing over the little knoll. Her foot rested on the chain, which, fastened to the bed and dragging across the floor, was attached to the bear trap. To leave the snare in its present location meant injury to the priest. Even if the jaws did not break his leg, Dickinson might return ere she could free him, and Dickinson, in a jealous rage, cared nothing for God, man, or devil. He might even kill the good father. In spite of her fear of Dickinson's vengeance over the removal of his snare, the religion of her girlhood surged forward in her thoughts. Father O'Loughlin must be saved. To think was to act. Hastily grasping the chain, she gave a mighty heave and pulled the trap out of the dirt and dragged it into the house. Pulling down the blanket on the battered bed, she laid the trap on the mattress and laid the covering over it again. Then she dived hastily under the bed, just as she heard the priest's step outside the door. Father O'Loughlin, receiving no answer to his repeated rappings, turned sadly and wended his way back again down the mountain path. With fear and trembling, Creole May listened to the padre's retreating footsteps. Then, as they died away in the distance, she arose, and seating herself in one of the 2 broken chairs the cabin afforded, she gave way to meditation and tears, sharing her troubles with Black Michael, her only friend. Dickinson, returning earlier than usual, found the cabin in darkness and May in tears. The moon, shining brightly on the front of the shack, showed him that the trap had been removed ere he reached the spot. With a bellow of rage, he leaped through the open doorway. He stood for a second, his single bloodshot eye accustoming itself to the darkness of the interior. Then, with a snarl, he turned upon the woman. "Where is he?" he demanded, shaking her as a terrier shakes a rat. "Damn you, tell me, where's the man you had in here?" She attempted to answer, to explain. He refused to listen. The words were choked off in her throat by the pressure of his huge muscular fingers. Then, holding her at arm's length with his left hand, he smashed blow after blow into her face with his right, until, tiring, he hurled her into the corner, a dying, battered, unconscious heap. The cat, true to its nature, spit angrily at the invader. Roaring like a maddened bull, Dickinson aimed a kick at the animal. Michael, attempting to dodge out of the crazed man's way, became tangled between his legs. In the darkness, Dickinson stumbled and fell, sprawling across the bed. His huge head struck the trigger of the bear trap hidden beneath the blanket, squarely and with the force of a battering ram. The jaws flew together with a snap, closing about the thick neck with a grip that had been made to hold a grisly king. Dickinson threshed about spasmodically for a second, his eye bulging out of its socket. His finger worked convulsively, then, twitching slightly, he lay quiet. On the foot of the bed, Michael, his greenish-yellow eyes gleaming like twin fires, humped his back and spit, in accordance with the prophecy of Cheetah, while Jim Dickinson's worthless soul entered into hell. 2 nights later, I helped Doc Wright claim the head he had won, and which Jim Dickinson was ready to pay. End of Jim Dickinson's Head by Harold Ward. Recording by Colleen McMahon.
The Lost Door by Dorothy Quick. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Edith Kesrick of Southern Ohio. The Lost Door by Dorothy Quick. I have often wondered whether I would have urged Rexler to come with me if I had known what Rougemont would do to him. I think, looking back, that even if I could have glimpsed the future, I would have acted in the same way, and that I would have brought him to Rougemont to fulfill his destiny. As the boat cut its swift way through the waters on its journey to France, I had no thought of this, nor had Rexler. He was happier than I had ever seen him. He had never been abroad before, and the boat was a source of wonder and enjoyment to him. I myself was full of an eager anticipation of happy months to come. It hardly seemed possible that only a week had elapsed since I received the cable that had made such a change in my fortunes. Your father died yesterday. You are sole heir, provided you comply with the conditions of his will, the principal one being that you spend 6 months of each year at Rougemont. If satisfactory, please come at once. It was signed by my father's lawyer. I had no sorrow over my father's passing, except a deep regret that we could not have known the true relationship of father and son. At the death of my mother, my father had grown bitter and refused to see the innocent cause of her untimely passing. As a baby, I had been brought up in the lodge of Rougemont, my father's magnificent chateau near Vichy. When I reached the age of 4, I had been sent away to boarding school. After that, my life had been a succession of schools, first in France, the adopted land of my father, then England, and finally St. Paul's in America. In all justice to my parent, I must admit he gave me every advantage except the affection I would have cherished. By his own wish, I had never seen him in life, nor would I see him in death, for a later cable advised me that the funeral was over and his body already at rest in the beautiful Gothic mausoleum he had had built in his lifetime, after the manner of the ancients. He had left me everything with only 2 injunctions, that a certain sum of money be set aside to keep the chateau always in its present condition, and that I should spend at least half my time in it, and my children after me, a condition I was only too pleased to accept. All my life I had longed for a home. I cabled at once that I would sail. A return cable brought me the news that I had unlimited funds to draw upon. It was then that I urged Rexler to come with me. Rexler and I had been friends since the day when 2 lonely boys had been put by chance into the same room at school. We were so utterly unalike, it was perhaps the difference between us that held us together through the years. At St. Paul's and later at Princeton, Gordon Rexler had always been at the head of his class, whereas I inevitably tagged along at the bottom. The contrast between us was expressed not only in the color of our hair and eyes, but also in our dispositions. My greatest gift from fate was a sense of humor, and I suppose it was this quality of mine that particularly appealed to Rexler. It seems as though I was the only one who could lift him out of the despondency into which he often plunged. As the years passed and his tendency to depression intensified, he came to depend more and more upon me, and we grew closer together. Strangely enough, the whiteness of his face and the gloom that exuded from him did not detract from his good looks. It only added to them. For the translucence of his skin made the thick black hair that lay close to his head all the darker, while at the same time it brought out the deep black of his eyes and the firm cut of his lips. The night before we landed, we were standing on the deck, at the rail, looking over the side, straining our eyes for the first glimpse of the lights of Cherbourg, and Rexler spoke of himself for the first time since we had left New York. You know, Jim, for perhaps the only time in my life I feel at peace, as though something that I should have done long ago has been at last accomplished. He was so solemn that I laughed a little. He stopped me suddenly. It's true. I've always felt an urge within me, a blinding force pushing me towards something that is waiting for me. Where, I do not know. What, I have no idea. For the first time it's gone, that nameless urge that I knew not how to satisfy, and I feel that the call's being answered. With the usual inanity of people at a loss for words, I said the first thing that came into my mind. Perhaps Rougemont has been calling you. You've no idea what a relief it is, he continued, not to feel constantly pulled with no way of knowing toward what or how to go about answering the summons. I have often thought that I should take my life, that was what was meant. His voice trailed off. This time I was not at a loss for words. I started to read him a lecture that would have done credit to Martin Luther or John Knox. At the end of my harangue, Rexler laughed, a rare thing for him, and put his arm through mine. All that's gone now. Didn't I tell you that at last in some strange way I am at peace? Rougemont's towers were visible long before we reached the great iron gates that had to be swung open to let us pass. For miles the great edifice dominated the landscape. The huge building had a soft, reddish tinge, from which I supposed it derived its name, Red Mountain. It was a fairy-tale palace perched on a mountain top. A great thrill went through me as I realized that this beautiful chateau was mine, and as we drove through the gates, up the winding road, through my own forest, the pride of possession swelled up in me, and for the first time I began to understand why my father had never put his foot outside the great gates and the high wall that enclosed the acres that now belonged to me. As we drove on, up the winding, narrow road, over the drawbridge that spanned the moat, into the courtyard, I understood more and more. Here was everything. Beauty such as I had never dreamed, forests stocked with game, running brooks full of fish, a lake, and farther off a farm. I could glimpse its thatched roofs, to supply our wants. Rougemont was a world in itself. The high carved door was swung open as Rexler and I got out of the car. Monsieur de Carrière, my father's lawyer, advanced to meet us, a friendly smile on his Santa Claus countenance. I shook hands, introduced Rexler as a very good friend who is going to stay with me. Monsieur Carrière's face fell. Clearly, Rexler's being with me was a disappointment. Nevertheless, he greeted him politely as he ushered us in. That moment, Rougemont took me to its heart and won me for its own. Imagine Amboise or any of the great French chateaux suddenly restored to itself as it was in the days of the Medici, and you have a small idea of Rougemont. For we had stepped out of the present into the past. Carrière, Wexler, and I were anachronisms. Everything else was in keeping with the dead centuries. Even the servants were in doublet and hose of a sort of cerulean blue, with great sashes puffed with crimson silk. I think I gasped. At any rate, Monsieur Carrière saw my astonishment. It is your father's will, my boy. He always kept it so, and wore the costume of former days himself. He greatly admired the first Francis. In your rooms you will find costumes prepared for you. For the last 6 months of his life he was making ready for his son. There was an odd sort of pride in Carrière's voice. I remembered now that my father had written for my measurements. I had thought he meant to make me a present, but when time passed and I heard nothing, the incident had slipped from my mind. I looked at Rexler, expecting to see some sign of amusement on his face, but he stood quietly looking at the tapestry that hung halfway up the grand stairway. There was a dreamy, far-away expression in his eyes. "May I speak before your friend?" Carrière asked. I nodded. The servants had already disappeared with our luggage. I threw myself down on a long, low bench, and Carrière sat opposite me. "You understood the terms of your father's will, of course," Carrière began, "that you must live here 6 months, but you did not know that you must live here, as he did, in the past. If you do not, then Rougemont goes to your father's steward, with the same conditions, to be kept always as it is, with only a small sum set aside for you." I said nothing. Driving along the road from Paris, it would have seemed fantastic, but here, under the spell of Rougemont, it seemed as though anything else would be impossible. Carrière went on. "You will be the grand seigneur, lord of the manor in the old style. You may have your guests if you like, but they too must conform with the rules." Here he glanced at Rexler, who stood still as though he were in a trance. "The other 6 months you are free to do as you please. Spend what you like of the money not needed for Rougemont. That is, if you want to go anywhere else." Evidently he had finished his speech. At the time I did not recognize the significance of his last words. "I am willing to submit to the conditions, only," a sudden thought struck me, "I don't want to lose all touch with the outside world. Can I go to Vichy to get papers and so forth? I don't suppose they had papers in Francis I's time." Monsieur de Carrière smiled. "My dear boy, your father didn't wish to make a prisoner of you. You may go to Vichy if you like, but you must not be away from Rougemont more than 24 consecutive hours during the 6 months you are in residence. So far as the papers, etc., are concerned, they will be at the lodge. There is also a telephone, and your own clothes will be kept there. After tonight, nothing of 1935 must come within these walls, but you are free to go to the lodge any time you want to. You can get in touch with me also if you desire further information. De Lacy, the steward, will look out for you. He knows your father's ways. Now, permit me to congratulate you and say au revoir, my young friend." Monsieur de Carrière got up on his stubby fat legs, made a little bow to me, another to Rexler, which went unheeded. I, too, arose. It will seem strange, but I'll do my best. One other thing. Monsieur de Carrière was all of a sudden very grave. In 2 weeks' time you will be given a key. It unlocks a casket you will find in the library. In it you will find a message from your father. Adieu, my boy. I wish you well. With a click of the heels and a friendly smile, he was gone. I turned to Rexler. "What do you think of it?" I asked. Rexler did not answer. He stood gazing up at the stairway. The wide marble stairs curved upwards. Along the sides, the intricate carving was beautiful in its lacy delicateness. At that moment, however, I was alarmed for my friend. His attitude was rigid, and his eyes were glassy. I put my hand on his shoulder. "Rexler." My action galvanized him to life. Another minute, and she would have reached the last step. Now she is gone. This was madness. There had been no one there. I said as much. Rexler turned and faced me. "But there was," he said eagerly. "The most beautiful girl I have ever seen, all done up in some old costume. Great wide skirts, little waist, and a high lace collar. She had bronze curl, great blue eyes, and the loveliest face. I saw her immediately we came in. She looked at both of us, but she smiled at me." I was in a quandary. Until now I had not given the staircase more than a perfunctory glance. For all I knew, she might have been one of the servants, peeping to see her new master. To Rexler, impressionable, strange creature that he was, one glance might have so registered on his mind that he kept on seeing her, for certainly she had not been there when I looked. It seemed best to make light of the whole matter. Anyway, she's gone now. At least I can explain the costume. I take it you didn't hear Carriere's announcements? Rexler shook his head. I proceeded to enlighten him. Instead of teasing me about the strange conditions my father's will had imposed on me, he was enthusiastic about the idea. "It's the one period in history that has always interested me. Jim, we're in luck. Imagine stepping back into Medici France for 6 months, shutting out the world. Who knows but that Catherine herself may have stayed here, or Marguerite de Valois, the Marguerite of Marguerites. Beautiful, but no more beautiful than that girl on the stairs. I can hardly wait to see her again." I heartily hoped that he would see her, and that she was not entirely a creature of his imagination. If she was real, I too was eager to meet her. Rexler interrupted my thoughts. "I feel as though I had come home," he said. "I'm crazy to explore. Let's shed these ugly things and begin to really live. Why, it's been this I've been waiting for. It's lucky we're the same size." Out of his irrelevance, I gathered the trend of his thought. "I wonder where we go," I began. Almost as though he had heard my words, a tall, commanding figure stepped into the hall. He was attired richly in damask of a lovely soft blue, with the same sashes of crimson that the servant livery had shown, but in this case of finer material. He was a handsome man of about 34. His beard was pointed, and he had a small moustache. His long legs were encased in silken hose, and he wore a dagger thrust through his belt. "De Lacy, at your service, my lord," he announced as he made a deep bow. I extended my hand, somewhat at a loss to know how to greet my father's steward, who was clearly a man of some importance and who, but for me, would be owner of Rougemont. Instead of shaking hands, he dropped on one knee and kissed my hand, a proceeding which embarrassed me very much. On motioning him to rise, he did so with a lithe grace. "I suppose you want to change your strange clothes, my lord, and see your quarters." I nodded and introduced Wexler. De Lacy bowed. "Monsieur Wexler would like to be near you?" Then he added, "We have some 30 or 40 suites, my lord." Wexler said he would prefer to be close at hand, and together we followed De Lacy up the marble stairway into a new world. Wexler was at ease immediately in his doublet and hose. The rich, embroidered garments seemed to suit him as modern clothes never did. He looked handsomer than ever. he also told me that the costume of the Medici was becoming to me, and truly when I caught a glimpse of myself, mirrored in the pond, for the chateau did not possess a large mirror, I was not ill pleased with the result, but by the end of the week I still felt strange in my new attire, whereas Rexler from the beginning wore his as if to the manner born. But I anticipate. That first night we donned two of the outfits which the valet whom de Lacy introduced me to had put out. Our own clothes disappeared, and, much to my annoyance, with them my cigarettes. We ate dinner in state upon a raised dais at one end of the great hall. At either side below us were long, narrow tables filled with people. Dressed also in keeping with the period, they made a wonderful picture and comprised, I supposed, my court or retinue. De Lacy presented me to them with a flourish, and they all filed by and kissed my hand, then went to their places. When Rexler and I were seated, they too sat down. When I began to talk, they filled the hall with gay chattering. From a minstrel gallery at the other end of the room came soft strains of music. De Lacy stood behind me pouring my wine. One thing I noticed was that in the whole room, and there must have been 200 people at least, there were no older men or women. In fact, de Lacy was the oldest of the lot. The others ranged from about 16 to 30. "How did my father get all these people together?" I asked de Lacy. "Most of them, my lord, were born at Rougemont. Still others were adopted and brought here almost as soon as they were born. None of us has ever been outside Rougemont gates." De Lacy was quite matter-of-fact as he made his statement. Rexler was searching the hall with his eyes as he listened to my steward. "And you?" I looked at de Lacy. "I, too, my lord, know nothing of your outside world, nor do I want to. Why should I, who am happy here? My family lived down at the farm, but His Highness your father became interested in me. He brought me into the chateau, had me educated, and looked after me himself. Eventually he made me steward of Rougemont. It is a great honor he conferred upon me, and I shall do my best to help you, my lord." Of a sudden I saw what my father's life work had been, to rear a court to people Rougemont. My father had been 25 at my mother's death. He had died at 58. He had had 33 years to make his dream come true. Where are the parents of the ones who were born at Rougemont? At their own places or the farms, my lord. Rougemont has over 1,000 acres and several manors upon it, where people whom His Highness your father advanced over others live. They all serve their ruler in some way in return for what is given them. Only the people of the lodge are in touch with the outside, which we have been taught to look upon with scorn. Here we have everything, and to be taken to the chateau itself is the ambition of everyone on the estate. I saw it all, not, of course, every intricacy of the elaborate system my father had evolved, but at least a glimmer of the truth, and I marveled at the character of a man who had taken children out of the world to make his own world, and then had the patience to wait for them to grow up, to form his court, the court he planned for me. Yes, in my egotism I thought it was for me. 2 weeks were to pass before I learned what his real reason had been. Into my reflections Rexler broke abruptly. "She is not here. Ask de Lacy about her. Her beauty haunts me. Already I'm in love with her." I was not surprised. Nothing, I felt, could at this point surprise me, so much had happened in the last few hours. If my father had arisen from the floor like Hamlet's ghost, I would have greeted him quite casually. "Is there a young girl here with bronze curls and blue eyes?" I asked obediently. A shadow crossed de Lacy's handsome face. For the first time he hesitated. "There is no one here that answers that description. May I ask why you—" "My friend saw her on the stairway." I caught a murmur from de Lacy's lips. So soon, it sounded like. But before I could question further, he said aloud, "I have leave to depart and join my lady?" And before I could answer, he bowed himself away to take a seat at one of the tables below. Rexler looked over his wine goblet. The man lied. I saw recognition of the description in his eyes. "We'll get the truth out of him later," I countered. "Isn't it fine to actually eat chicken with your fingers and not feel you are committing a social error?" We did not get any information out of de Lacy later. To Rexler's insistent questionings he was at first non-committal and, after a bit, downright curt. I poured oil on the troubled waters by suggesting that as it was late we would wait until morning to see the library in the left wing of the chateau. With a smile of relief, de Lacy ushered us to our chambers. My retiring was a kind of ceremony. It amused me, but I had a nagging little thought in the back of my mind that all this etiquette would become boring after a while. As the last man bowed himself out of my room, de Lacy bent low. "My lord, there are guards at your door. You have only to call if you require anything." I thanked him once more. Greatly to my embarrassment, he again kissed my hand. "Your servant to the death," he cried, and drew the curtains about my high canopied bed. I knew that outside the red damask 2 huge candles were burning, but the curtains shut out their light, and I was smothered in darkness. I made a mental note that I must arrange somehow for air in my room. The French idea of banishing night air did not coincide with my American habits. My thoughts were racing back and forth among the strange events of the day, but before I could focus them into any kind of order, sleep descended upon me. I had a strange dream. In it, the most beautiful woman I had ever seen came and parted the red damask curtains. Framed against the dark oak panels of my room, she stood looking down upon me. Her hair was red gold, and her eyes had all the sapphire tints of the world stored in their depths. Her pale white face was oval in shape and balanced perfectly upon a slender neck. Her lips were sweetly curved and her nose delicately shaped. As she bent over me, I could see the rounded curve of her bosom. One slim hand reached out and touched my cheek. It was like the touch of a falling rose petal. In my dream I lay asleep, yet I was conscious of this lovely creature. I watched her through closed eyelids and held my breath, hoping she would kiss me. It seemed as though I had never desired anything so much. A half smile hovered on her lips, but her eyes told me nothing. She leaned lower. A faint perfume pervaded my senses, and then I felt her lips upon my forehead. A great cold swept over me at her touch, swept me down into blackness, and I knew no more. When I awoke, the sun was pouring through the opened curtains. I reached for a cigarette, my first conscious thought upon awakening, and not finding my case under the pillow, suddenly realized my new surroundings. At the same time, I remembered my dream. Rexler and his talk of a red-haired beauty is responsible for that, I thought as I clapped my hands. De Lacy came in so quickly I knew he must have been waiting outside the door. He started when he saw the curtain of my bed had been opened. "Did you not pull them?" I asked. He shook his head. I said no more, and the ceremony of my arising began. When I had bathed in a great sunken tub, fortunately Diana de Poitiers had had her daily bath in the far-off time, I sought Rexler. Together we breakfasted, and then I announced to de Lacy that we wished to inspect the rest of the chateau. He led us to the left wing and took us through suite after suite. Beautifully furnished, the chateau was a veritable treasured house. An antiquarian would have gone mad with delight. I noticed that de Lacy avoided 2 heavily built doors opposite the ballroom. When we returned from our tour, I stopped before them. "And here?" I asked. "The picture gallery, my lord," he responded unwillingly, and swung the doors open. There was an unhappy expression on his face. The room was long and narrow, and the walls, except for the windows, were lined with portraits. We walked slowly down the length of the room, looking at the portraits of a dead and gone race. "The former owners of the chateau?" I asked. De Lacy nodded. Suddenly I looked at the part of the room facing the door which he had entered. At first we had been too far away to distinguish anything about it except that there was only one large painting hanging in the center. Now that I was nearer, I could see the painting, and I caught my breath in astonishment, for there was the portrait of the lady of my dream, smiling down on me. Rexler caught my arm. "That's the girl, the one I saw on the stairs." "That is the portrait of Hélène, Mademoiselle de Harcourt, daughter of the Lord of Harcourt, who owned this chateau," de Lacy's voice broke in. Rexler and I exclaimed simultaneously, "But and she is—" De Lacy looked at us strangely. "It is from her that the chateau got its new name, Rougemont, Red Mountain. Before that it was called Hôtel de Harcourt. Mademoiselle Hélène was very beautiful, as you can see, messieurs, and she had many suitors. At last, from among them, she chose an English lord. One of the discarded lovers, Black George, Le Georges Noir, vowed that she should not belong to the Englishmen, or ever leave Rougemont. She laughed. Mademoiselle Helene and her father, the Lord de Harcourt, laughed too, for he had many men-at-arms and was rich and powerful. Black George did not laugh. He only set his lips grimly. The wedding day came, and the beautiful Helene married the English lord in the great hall. But just as he took her in his arms for the nuptial kiss, there arose a great noise outside. It was Black George attacking the chateau. The English lord, with Helene's kiss still warm upon his lips, went forth to battle. There was a fight such as these peaceful lands had never seen, and the mountain ran red with blood. Black George was the victor. He slew the Englishman, he slew the Lord of Harcourt, and his men hacked to pieces the defenders of the chateau. Black George, followed by his men, their swords red with blood, came into the great hall where Helene de Harcourt sat on the throne, her face whiter than her wedding dress. Black George flung her lover's body at her feet, and the women of the household who were crouched about the throne cried aloud with terror. The fair Helene did not cry, nor did she moan. She only looked straight at Black George, and there was that in her gaze that silenced everyone in the great hall. Even Black George stepped back a pace. Then Helene de Harcourt rose and went down to her love, the English lord, who for a brief moment had been her husband. She knelt beside him and kissed his cold lips. Then she took her wedding veil and laid it over his body. All the while there was silence in the great hall, while men and women watched the slim girl say farewell to the man she loved. They watched almost as though they were under a spell. But as the veil fell into place, Black George laughed a long laugh that rang through the room. Then he turned to his followers and cried loudly, "The women are yours. Take them as you will, all but the one who belongs to me." He gestured toward Helene and laughed again. Helene de Harcourt stood erect and pointed her slender hand at Black George. "Wait," she cried, and there was a quality in her voice that made her listeners tremble. "I shall belong to no one until my lover comes for me. Until he comes, woe to you, Black George, who are well named. Woe to you and to all men, for I curse you with a mighty curse, the curse of a broken heart. And I curse all men for their black and bitter deeds. Year after year, century after century, I will take my vengeance for the wrongs I have suffered, and no man shall be free until my lover comes again and we find bliss together." And while the eyes of the whole hall were riveted upon her, she plunged the dagger she had taken from her lover's belt into her heart. For a second she stood swaying, then she crumpled and fell beside the English lord. Black George caught her and held her in his arms. "My curse upon you, Black George," she cried. Black George could also curse. "Never shall you leave Rougemont to find your lover, and never shall he come until—" And then his voice died away as her head fell backward over his arm. The fair Helene was beyond his reach. For a minute more the people in the great hall were paralyzed by the force of the terrible words that they had heard. But with the girl's death they were released from the spell, and a fury swept over the men. They rushed upon the women and dragged them forth. Black George took Helene's body and carried it away, but where he buried her no one knew, nor could any discover, for the next day he was found in the great hall, raving mad, and the people said that Helene's curse was a potent one, that already it had wreaked vengeance on the one who had wronged her most. From that day the chateau was called Rougemont. The de Harcourts were all dead, and the place fell into other hands. There grew up the rumor that the chateau was haunted, that the fair Helene roamed its halls, cut off from her lover, doomed to stay within these walls by Black George's curse. De Lacy silent, Rexler and I looked at the portrait. My own feelings were in a turmoil. It had been a ghost's lips that had touched me last night, yet surely no ghosts could have been so beautiful or seemed so real. Rexler turned to me. "It would be the curse that has always been upon me, that when I fell in love it would be with a ghost." His eyes were vivid, shining brightly in his pale face. I knew when I saw her on the stairway that I loved her. "There is a rumor," said De Lacy, "that the man who sees the fair Helene will meet with some misadventure, unless she gives him a kiss. Then he is protected from her wrath." I started. Rexler smiled. She kissed me with her eyes. I am not afraid. The fair Hélène makes men suffer to make up for the wrong Black George did her. For years she has not been seen at Rougemont. Last night, when you described her, I was afraid. My lord, de Lacy turned to me. Send your friend away. If she only looked at him and smiled, there is a grave and deadly danger for him, more deadly because it may be unexplainable. Men upon whom the fair Hélène has smiled have met strange deaths. As Rexler looked up at the portrait, an inward light illumined his countenance. I am not afraid, he repeated. There are many deaths. There is a death of the spirit as well as that of the body. I beg you to go while there is time, friend of my lord. There was real feeling in de Lacy's voice. I, too, felt afraid for Rexler. The strange, unworldly feeling he had always had, the pulling towards something he knew not what, made me doubly fearful. Had the fair Hélène been calling to him all this time across the world? For myself I had no fear. She had kissed me, and besides, even death at her hands would have been preferable to never seeing her again. In these last few minutes I had realized that I, too, was in love with Hélène, that I could hardly wait for the night in hopes that she might visit me again. Resolutely I put my own feelings in the background, for at the moment Rexler was of paramount importance. If there was anything in de Lacy's story, and from my own experience I was sure there was, Rexler was in danger. I turned to him. If anything happened to you, I could never forgive myself. Perhaps you'd better go. I could arrange a trip for you and later meet you. Somehow de Lacy seemed one of us. I had no hesitancy in speaking before him. He seemed a part of my new life. With the strange suddenness that comes on rare occasions, we were already friends. Rexler looked at me, then back at the portrait. Hélène de Harcourt, her red hair gleaming, smiled down upon us. Before he spoke, I knew what he would say, because in his place I would have said the same. Unless you kick me out, I want to stay. I put my hand on Rexler's shoulder. So be it. Come along, let's see the library, then we'll know all of Rougemont. We've seen everything else. Wrenching his eyes away from the portrait, Rexler followed us. The library was beautiful, with paneled walls that had rows and rows of books sunk in their depths. There was a long oaken table, and on the center of it stood a carved, gilded box, the casket which held my father's letter. I wished then that I could read it at once. I wish now that I could have, but perhaps it is better that I did not. At least things moved as fates ordained, and the responsibility for what occurred was not mine. The next 3 days were quiet, happy ones. Nothing occurred. I had no ghostly visitant, and Rexler saw nothing of Hélène. Under de Lacy's expert guidance, we rode over the estate, hunted with falcons, a pleasing sport which we both took to our hearts, mingled with my court, found the people charming and highly cultivated. We took lessons in the old dances, visited the manor houses. It was all very gay and amusing, and I had no longing for the outside world. I did not even go down to the lodge for news. There were many details of the estate management that I had to go into with de Lacy. We spent several hours each morning going over the affairs of Rougemont. It was virtually a small kingdom, and everything was referred to me. Necessarily, the time I spent with de Lacy on such matters, Rexler was alone. He had changed a great deal since we had come to Rougemont. He had come alive, and he threw himself into everything with a curious intensity. He was like a person who has been very ill, who, suddenly finding himself better and fearing it is only temporary, clutches life with both hands. He devoted long hours to reading the records of the de Harcourts until he knew the family history as well as his own. I did not mention Hélène, though there was seldom a moment when she was out of my thoughts. I found myself watching for her day and night, and I caught the same tension in Rexler's eyes as he searched the shadows. The third night she came again, not to me, but to Rexler, and although he was my friend, I almost hated him because he had seen her, and I had not. He told me the next morning as we walked along the lake shore. "Jim," he said suddenly, "I saw her last night. She came to my room. She drew aside the curtains of the bed and leaned over me. I can't describe my sensations. It was almost as though life were suspended in space, like a bridge over a timeless sea. I had nothing to say. I knew so well how he felt. She leaned closer and closer to me, Rexler went on. Then she smiled, and before I could find my breath to speak, she was gone. This is the second time she smiled at me. I felt a nameless fear, as though there was a threatening quality in those red lips. She looked at me as though I might have been Black George himself. In that moment, all my envy was swept away by anxiety for my friend. Indeed, I wished she had kissed him, for then he would have been safe. I started to speak, to beg Rexler to leave Rougemont, but before the words could leave my mouth, I saw her. She was standing in the path some distance away, directly in line with my eyes, and she was shaking her head impressively. I knew instantly what she meant. I was not to send Rexler away. He could not see her because at the moment he was facing me, his hand on my arm. His fingers touching me were not quite steady. It brought me back to reality. "Rexler," I cried, "you could leave Rougemont." Her eyes clouded with anger. She looked at me reproachfully, commandingly. As though I were dreaming, I heard my own voice. "I don't want you to go. I would be lonely without you. Perhaps there is no danger." Rexler looked at me curiously. "There is a risk, I know that. But I do not care. I am like a man who has eaten a strange and terrible drug, who knows the danger but cannot resist it. I will stay." Beyond him, Elaine smiled a satisfied smile as she looked at Rexler's broad back. It made me feel afraid. Then suddenly her gaze swept to me, and the smile changed into a languorous one that promised all things. My heart beat faster, and I forgot my fear. Rexler moved restlessly, turning so that we were side by side. Even in that second, Elaine had vanished. How, I do not know. 1 minute she was there, the next she was not. We walked along slowly. Finally, Rexler spoke. "No matter what happens, and I mean that widely, my friend, you are not to regret. For a little time I have been happy. I have come alive. I have loved, even though the woman I love is a wraith. I have felt a sensation I thought never to feel. If I could hold her in my arms and press my lips to hers, I would count the world well lost." I could say nothing, because, God pity me, I knew just how he felt. The days slipped away quickly. I did not see Elaine again, but Rexler did. Almost every day he met her in the rose garden, where they spent long hours. He told me that she was always elusive, but at the same time promising that someday she would be kinder. He said her voice was like golden honey, and that without her he could not face life. Once I saw them myself as I came from an interview with De Lacy. As I approached the rose garden through an opening in the arches, I saw them sitting side by side on the marble bench, and of the two, Elaine looked the more earthly, for Rexler had grown paler and more ethereal every day. His eyes were luminous as he looked at her adoringly. She saw me first, and her lips curved sweetly. She rose in a leisurely fashion, turned her back to me, and dropped a low curtsy to Rexler. Then, while I still watched, she extended one slender hand to him. He bent over it. His lips touched its soft whiteness. A little laugh like the tinkle of silver bells swept through the garden. Then she was gone. Rexler stood like a man in a trance. I came quickly forward. "You are playing with fire," I cried. Rexler roused. "You saw?" I nodded. "Have you ever seen anything more beautiful, more lovely?" I shook my head. "I'm not afraid any more. She has promised me—" But what Elaine had promised I was not to know, for Rexler's mouth shut with a snap. When I pressed him, he shook his head. Finally, he said, carefully choosing his words with a reluctance that was strange to him, "To me is to be granted something beyond the knowledge of mortal man. I can tell you no more, but some day you will know." There was an expression on his face that transcended earth. The next night I spoke to De Lacy and told him my fears. Rexler was spending more and more time in the rose garden. I hardly saw him, and he would not discuss anything with me. Even at the stately, elegantly served meals, he barely spoke. He always seemed to be listening, waiting. De Lacy shared my fears, but he suggested nothing to help. He has been marked, my lord, he said gravely. We can only pray, but even in prayers there is no refuge, for Elaine is beyond such things. Surely, I began to remonstrate, the power of evil is as strong as the power of good, or at least there is little between them. Elaine herself is bound fast by the hate of Black George. Curses live, I knew that. Witnessed the lasting quality of the curses and spells of the Egyptian priests. But Elaine was not evil. I said as much. De Lacy shook his head. She is cut off from her lover. She does not feel kindly toward men. Remember, she promised vengeance century after century that day in the great hall. That night, in the silence of my chamber, I called her name. Elaine, Elaine. I flung my agonized summons into the night, but there was no answer. I went over in my mind the tales De Lacy had told me of the havoc she had caused, how one man cast himself down from the highest turret, crying her name, how another had been found dead in the rose garden, horror frozen on his face. There were still others who had looked upon her, and death or madness came as the result. The more I thought of these tales of terror, the more I feared for Rexler. At last I could stand no more. I thrust my arms into the rich velvet robe that had taken the place of my bath gown, and went to Rexler's room. The guard stood back to let me pass. I did not mean to wake him, but some inner foreboding made me feel I must know that he was safe. As I drew aside the curtains of his bed, I could not entirely stifle the cry that came to my lips, for the bed was empty. But upon the pillow lay a small white rose. It was the kind they use in funeral wreaths in France. My heart almost stopped beating. The rose garden, or perhaps the library. A more normal thought struck me. Rexler might have wanted to read. I rushed into the hall to find De Lacy waiting for me, summoned by the guards. He held a silver candlestick in which a tall white candle burned. The library, I gasped. That was nearest. We should try it first. De Lacy knew my meaning. He had instantly grasped the situation, and his face was white and tense. Together we descended the curving stairway. Together we reached the library. Then, motioning De Lacy behind me, I swung open the door. The room was brightly illuminated, although not one of the candles had been lit. In the middle of it stood Rexler, with Elaine in his arms. Their lips were close locked. It was a picture that an artist would have delighted to paint. The stiff crimson skirts of Hélène de Harcourt's gown stood wide on either side, and Rexler's blue doublet and hose against them was in bold relief. His long oversleeves edged with fur hung gracefully. I could not speak. This mating of man with ghost was almost more than my poor mortal brain could bear, yet with every atom of my being I wished that I could have been in Rexler's place. I remembered the one chaste kiss I had had from her, and I almost fainted at the thought of possessing those lips for my own, as Rexler was doing. Strangely enough, mingled with this emotion was another, a feeling of fear and anxiety for my friend. Cold horror that froze my blood kept me rooted to the spot. Behind me, De Lacy had fallen to his knees. I could hear him repeating the Latin words of a prayer. All at once I saw where the light was coming from. The entire north wall, ordinarily lined with books, had gone. In its stead was a stone wall, and in the center of the wall was a low-hung Gothic door, carved and ornate. It was standing open, and beyond was a pale, luminous yellow mist. I could see nothing of what else was behind the door, for the yellow haze filled the entire space. It was like a golden fog, and its radiance lighted the library with a strange, unearthly glow. Its luminosity glowed upon Hélène and Rexler like a spotlight. For a moment I thought Rougemont, De Lacy, everything of the past weeks, must have been a dream that I was watching in a cinema of past days. All at once, before my astonished eyes, Hélène gently drew her lips away from Rexler's. She slipped from his arms and extended her hands to him. "Come," I heard her say. Rexler had been right. Her voice was like golden honey. It was like the music of willow trees in early spring. Rexler grasped her hands. For the first time I saw his face. Joy transfigured it, such joy as I have never seen before and never shall see again. Elaine moved backward, slowly but surely, drawing him toward the little Gothic door that stood open. With her lips half parted, she whispered, "Come." "Rexler," I cried suddenly. He could not hear me. As he looked into her eyes, he might have been a bird charmed by a snake. Nothing could break the spell that bound him. They were nearer the door. Each second brought them closer to it. Now Elaine was on the other side. The gold mist concentrated upon her until she looked like a goddess in its eerie light. "Rexler! Rexler!" The words tore through my throat. Rexler stepped over the threshold. Through the golden mist I saw him clasp Elaine in his arms again. I saw her smile triumphantly at me as she raised her lips to his. There was something in her eyes that filled me with horror. The mist swirled about them until I could barely discover the outlines of their figures through its gleaming haze. Then the door swung slowly shut. I awoke to feverish activity. "Rexler! Rexler!" I shouted and rushed forward to the door. I grasped the iron ring that hung in its center. I pulled on it with all my might. When I found that it resisted all my efforts, I began beating against the door itself. Presently, I felt myself being pulled away. "There is no use, my lord," de Lacy's voice was saying. "The door is gone." "Gone?" I ejaculated, and even as I spoke I saw what he meant. The north wall of the library was lined with books, as it had always been. I had been beating upon them impotently. I looked down at my hands. The knuckles were raw and bleeding, just as they would have been from pounding on a heavy, carved wooden door. De Lacy caught my meaning. "The door was there, my lord. It was the lost door, the door behind which Black George buried Elaine de Harcourt. It has been lost for centuries." I sank into a chair, weakly, for now the fact that I had lost Rexler, my friend, was paramount. "I will tear down the walls until I find it." "That has been done, my lord, and it has never been found. It will never be found again. Only for a brief moment you and I have been granted a glimpse of something we cannot understand." "And Rexler?" I groaned. "He was happy," de Lacy comforted. "No matter what happened after, he has had happiness such as I have never seen before." My head pitched forward, and I knew no more. 3 days later, I was escorted to the library by de Lacy, to whom, since Rexler's loss, I was more devoted than ever. With great ceremony, I was given the key to the gilded casket, then left alone. Seated in the great chair before the oaken table, I unlocked the casket. It contained many pages closely written in my father's hand. In them were instructions as to my future conduct, my care of Rougemont, what he had done and what he expected me to do. But the lines that interested me most were these: "I bought Rougemont for your mother, shortly after your birth, because when riding through this country she saw and loved it. It was a purchase that cost me dear, for Rougemont held a curse and an avenging spirit in the form of a beautiful young girl who could not bear to see others' happiness. So my wife died. 2 months after your mother's death, I first saw La Belle Helene. We fought a long battle, she and I, but I was strong, my son, because I loved your mother. No other woman's charms could lure me to my doom. Finally, I made a bargain with the ghost. She hated modern things and longed for Rougemont to be great again. I promised to restore the chateau to its former splendor, to make it just as it had been in her days, and in return she promised immunity to me, and afterward to you, and to all my court when I should have established it. I restored Rougemont. I repeopled it. With her help and advice, I have made it as it was in her own day. She showed me the hidden treasure vaults of the de Harcourts, so that I would have enough money to purchase the things she wanted. She, too, has kept her bargain, for I and my court have lived happily here unmolested. Only when an outsider came, or someone disobeyed, or longed for the outside world, has she wreaked vengeance. She has sworn to give you the kiss that promises immunity, the night you come. Only beware, my son, whom you bring here from the world you know, and beware of the lovely Elaine. Old man as I am, devoted to your mother's memory as I am, she can still make my pulses leap. Above all things, if she shows you the lost door, do not be tempted to cross its threshold. For that way, unless you are the reincarnation of the Englishman, annihilation lies. There was more, pages more, of other matters, but I left them for another day. Alone there in the library, I let my eyes wander to where the little Gothic door had been. Had Rexler been the Englishman, come back to earth to claim his bride? Could that account for the strange, unsatisfied longings he had always had, his unearthly feelings, his unlikeness to other people? Or was he Black George, lured back to Rougemont for Elaine's vengeance? I hope for his sake that was not the explanation, that he and Elaine would find bliss waiting for them behind the lost door, and I would never see Elaine again. The days pass. I do what my father set out for me to do. I keep his bargain with the ghost of the fair Elaine. I never leave Rougemont. I have no desire to, for I am always hoping that some day I shall again find the lost door. End of The Lost Door by Dorothy Quick. This has been a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain.
Lost Hearts by M.R. James. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Manalakis. Lost Hearts by M.R. James. It was, as far as I can ascertain, in September of the year 1811 that a post-chaise drew up before the door of Aswarby Hall in the heart of Lincolnshire. The little boy, who was the only passenger in the chaise, and who jumped out as soon as it had stopped, looked about him with the keenest curiosity during the short interval that elapsed between the ringing of the bell and the opening of the hall door. He saw a tall, square, red brick house, built in the reign of Anne. A stone-pillared porch had been added in the pure classical style of 1790. The windows of the house were many, tall and narrow, with small panes and thick white woodwork. A pediment, pierced with a round window, crowned the front. There were wings to the right and left, connected by curious glazed galleries, supported by colonnades with the central block. These wings plainly contained the stables and offices of the house. Each was surmounted by an ornamental cupola with a gilded vane. An evening light shone on the building, making the window panes glow like so many fires. Away from the hall in front stretched a flat park studded with oaks and fringed with firs, which stood out against the sky. The clock in the church tower, buried in trees on the edge of the park, only its golden weathercock catching the light, was striking 6, and the sound came gently beating down the wind. It was altogether a pleasant impression, though tinged with a sort of melancholy appropriate to an evening in early autumn, that was conveyed to the mind of the boy who was standing in the porch waiting for the door to open to him. The post-chaise had brought him from Warwickshire, where some 6 months before he had been left an orphan. Now, owing to the generous offer of his elderly cousin, Mr. Abney, he had come to live at Aswarby. The offer was unexpected, because all who knew anything of Mr. Abney looked upon him as a somewhat austere recluse, into whose steady-going household the advent of a small boy would import a new and, it seemed, incongruous element. The truth is that very little was known of Mr. Abney's pursuits or temper. The professor of Greek at Cambridge had been heard to say that no one knew more of the religious beliefs of the later pagans than did the owner of Aswarby. Certainly his library contained all the then available books bearing on the mysteries, the Orphic poems, the worship of Mithras, and the Neoplatonists. In the marble-paved hall stood a fine group of Mithras slaying a bull, which had been imported from the Levant at great expense by the owner. He had contributed a description of it to the Gentleman's Magazine, and he had written a remarkable series of articles in the Critical Museum on the superstitions of the Romans of the Lower Empire. He was looked upon, in fine, as a man wrapped up in his books, and it was a matter of great surprise among his neighbors that he should ever have heard of his orphan cousin, Stephen Elliott, much more than he should have volunteered to make him an inmate of Eswarby Hall. Whatever may have been expected by his neighbors, it was certain that Mr. Abney, the tall, the thin, the austere, seemed inclined to give his young cousin a kindly reception. The moment the front door was opened, he darted out of his study, rubbing his hands with delight. "How are you, my boy? How are you? How old are you?" said he. "That is, you are not too much tired, I hope, by your journey to eat your supper?" "No, thank you, sir," said Master Elliot. "I am pretty well." "That's a good lad," said Mr. Abney. "And how old are you, my boy?" It seemed a little odd that he should have asked the question twice in the first 2 minutes of their acquaintance. "I'm 12 years old next birthday, sir," said Stephen. "And when is your birthday, my dear boy? 11th of September, eh? That's well, that's very well. Nearly a year hence, isn't it? I like to get these things down in my book. Sure it's 12? Certain?" "Yes, quite sure, sir." "Well, well, take him to Mrs. Bunch's room, Parks, and let him have his tea, supper, whatever it is." "Yes, sir," answered the staid Mr. Parks, and conducted Stephen to the lower regions. Mrs. Bunch was the most comfortable and human person whom Stephen had as yet met at Oswarby. She made him completely at home. They were great friends in a quarter of an hour, and great friends they remained. Mrs. Bunch had been born in the neighborhood some 55 years before the date of Stephen's arrival, and her residence at the Hall was of 20 years' standing. Consequently, if anyone knew the ins and outs of the house and the district, Mrs. Bunch knew them, and she was by no means disinclined to communicate her information. Certainly there were plenty of things about the Hall and the Hall gardens which Stephen, who was of an adventurous and inquiring turn, was anxious to have explained to him. Who built the temple at the end of the Laurel Walk? Who was the old man whose picture hung on the staircase, sitting at a table with a skull under his hand? These and many similar points were cleared up by the resources of Mrs. Bunch's powerful intellect. There were others, however, of which the explanations furnished were less satisfactory. One November evening Stephen was sitting by the fire in the housekeeper's room, reflecting on his surroundings. "Is Mr. Abney a good man? And will he go to heaven?" he suddenly asked, with the peculiar confidence which children possess in the ability of their elders to settle these questions, the decision of which is believed to be reserved for other tribunals. "Good? Bless the child," said Mrs. Bunch. "Master's as kind a soul as ever I did see. Didn't I never tell you of the little boy as he took in out of the street, as you may say, this 7 years back? And the little girl, 2 years after I first come here?" "No, do tell me all about it, Mrs. Bunch, now, this minute." "Well," said Mrs. Bunch, "the little girl I don't seem to recollect so much about. I know master brought her back with him from his walk one day, and give orders to Mrs. Ellis, as was housekeeper then, as she should be took every care with. And the poor child had no one belonging to her. She telled me so her own self. And here she lived with us a matter of 3 weeks, it might be, and then whether she were something of a gypsy in her blood or what not, but one morning she out of her bed afore any of us had opened an eye, and neither track nor yet trace of her have I set eyes on since. Master was wonderful put about, and had all the ponds dragged, but it's my belief she was had away by them gypsies, for there was singing round the house for as much as an hour the night she went. And Parks, he declare as he heard them a-calling in the woods all that afternoon. Dear, dear, a hard child she was, so silent in her ways and all, but I was wonderful taken up with her, so domesticated she was, surprising." "And what about the little boy?" said Stephen. "Oh, that poor boy," sighed Mrs. Bunch. "He were a foreigner. Giovanni, he called himself, and he come a-tweaking his hurdy-gurdy round and round the drive one winter day, and master at him in that minute, and asked all about where he came from, and how old he was, and how he made his way, and where was his relatives, and all as kind as heart could wish. but it went the same way with him. They're an unruly lot, them foreign nations, I do suppose, and he was off one fine morning just the same as the girl. Why he went and what he done was our question for as much as a year after, for he never took his urdy-gurdy, and there it lays on the shelf. The remainder of the evening was spent by Stephen in miscellaneous cross-examination of Mrs. Bunch and in efforts to extract a tune from the hurdy-gurdy. That night he had a curious dream. At the end of the passage at the top of the house in which his bedroom was situated, there was an old disused bathroom. It was kept locked, but the upper half of the door was glazed, and since the muslin curtains which used to hang there had long been gone, you could look in and see the lead-lined bath affixed to the wall on the right hand, with its head towards the window. On the night of which I am speaking, Stephen Elliott found himself, as he thought, looking through the glazed door. The moon was shining through the window, and he was gazing at a figure which lay in the bath. His description of what he saw reminds me of what I once beheld myself in the famous vaults of St. Michan's Church in Dublin, which possesses the horrid property of preserving corpses from decay for centuries. A figure inexpressibly thin and pathetic, of a dusty leaden color, enveloped in a shroud-like garment, the thin lips crooked into a faint and dreadful smile, the hands pressed tightly over the region of the heart. As he looked upon it, a distant, almost inaudible moan seemed to issue from its lips, and the arms began to stir. The terror of the sight forced Stephen backwards, and he awoke to the fact that he was indeed standing on the cold boarded floor of the passage in the full light of the moon. With a courage which I do not think can be common among boys of his age, he went to the door of the bathroom to ascertain if the figure of his dreams were really there. It was not, and he went back to bed. Mrs. Bunch was much impressed next morning by his story, and went so far as to replace the muslin curtain over the glazed door of the bathroom. Mr. Abney, moreover, to whom he confided his experiences at breakfast, was greatly interested, and made notes of the matter in what he called his book. The spring equinox was approaching, as Mr. Abney frequently reminded his cousin, adding that this had been always considered by the ancients to be a critical time for the young, that Stephen would do well to take care of himself, and to shut his bedroom window at night, and that Censorinus had some valuable remarks on the subject. Two incidents that occurred about this time made an impression upon Stephen's mind. The first was after an unusually uneasy and oppressed night that he had passed, though he could not recall any particular dream that he had had. The following evening Mrs. Bunch was occupying herself in mending his nightgown. "Gracious me, Master Stephen," she broke forth rather irritably, "how do you manage to tear your night-dress all to flinders this way? Look here, sir, what trouble you do give to poor servants that have to darn and mend after you." There was indeed a most destructive and apparently wanton series of slits or scorings in the garment, which would undoubtedly require a skilful needle to make good. They were confined to the left side of the chest, long parallel slits about 6 inches in length, some of them not quite piercing the texture of the linen. Stephen could only express his entire ignorance of their origin. He was sure they were not there the night before. "But," he said, "Mrs. Bunch, they are just the same as the scratches on the outside of my bedroom door, and I'm sure I never had anything to do with making them." Mrs. Bunch gazed at him open-mouthed, then snatched up a candle, departed hastily from the room, and was heard making her way upstairs. In a few minutes she came down. "Well," she said, "Master Stephen, it's a funny thing to me how them marks and scratches can have come there. Too high up for any cat or dog to have made 'em, much less a rat. For all the world like a Chinaman's fingernails, as my uncle in the tea trade used to tell us of when we was girls together. I wouldn't say nothing to master, not if I were you, Master Stephen, my dear, and just turn the key of the door when you go to your bed." "I always do, Mrs. Bunch, as soon as I've said my prayers." "Ah, that's a good child. Always say your prayers, and then no one can't hurt you." Herewith Mrs. Bunch addressed herself to mending the injured nightgown, with intervals of meditation, until bedtime. This was on a Friday night in March, 1812. On the following evening the usual duet of Stephen and Mrs. Bunch was augmented by the sudden arrival of Mr. Parkes, the butler, who as a rule kept himself rather to himself in his own pantry. He did not see that Stephen was there. He was, moreover, flustered, and less slow of speech than was his wont. "Master may get up his own wine if he likes of an evening," was his first remark. "Either I do it in the daytime or not at all, Mrs. Bunch. I don't know what it may be. Very like it's the rats, or the wind got into the cellars. But I'm not so young as I was, and I can't go through with it as I have done." "Well, Mr. Pox, you know it's a surprising place for the rats, is the hall." "I'm not denying that, Mrs. Bunch, and to be sure, many a time I've heard the tale from the men in the shipyards about the rat that could speak. I never laid no confidence in that before. But tonight, if I'd been myself to lay my ear to the door of the further bin, I could pretty much have heard what they were saying." "Oh, there, Mr. Pox, I've no patience with your fancies. Rats talking in the wine cellar, indeed." "Well, Mrs. Bunch, I've no wish to argue with you. All I say is, if you choose to go to the far bin, and lay your ear to the door, you may prove my words this minute." "What nonsense do you talk, Mr. Parkes? Not fit for children to listen to. Why, you'll be frightening Master Stephen there out of his wits." "What, Master Stephen?" said Parkes, awaking to the consciousness of the boy's presence. "Master Stephen knows well enough when I'm playing a joke with you, Mrs. Bunch." In fact, Master Stephen knew much too well to suppose that Mr. Parkes had, in the first instance, intended a joke. He was interested, not altogether pleasantly, in the situation, but all his questions were unsuccessful in inducing the butler to give any more detailed account of his experiences in the wine cellar. We have now arrived at March 24th, 1812. It was a day of curious experiences for Stephen, a windy, noisy day which filled the house and the gardens with a restless impression. As Stephen stood by the fence of the grounds and looked out into the park, he felt as if an endless procession of unseen people were sweeping past him on the wind, borne on resistlessly and aimlessly, vainly striving to stop themselves, to catch at something that might arrest their flight and bring them once again into contact with the living world of which they had formed a part. After luncheon that day, Mr. Abney said, "Stephen, my boy, do you think you could manage to come to me tonight as late as 11 o'clock in my study? I shall be busy until that time, and I wish to show you something connected with your future life, which it is most important that you should know. You are not to mention this matter to Mrs. Bunch, nor to anyone else in the house, and you had better go to your room at the usual time." Here was a new excitement added to life. Stephen eagerly grasped at the opportunity of sitting up till 11 o'clock. He looked in at the library door on his way upstairs that evening, and saw a brazier, which he had often noticed in the corner of the room, moved out before the fire. An old silver-gilt cup stood on the table, filled with red wine, and some written sheets of paper lay near it. Mr. Abney was sprinkling some incense on the brazier from a round silver box as Stephen passed, but did not seem to notice his step. The wind had fallen, and there was a still night and a full moon. At about 10 o'clock Stephen was standing at the open window of his bedroom, looking out over the country. Still as the night was, the mysterious population of the distant, moonlit woods was not yet lulled to rest. From time to time, strange cries as of lost and despairing wanderers sounded from across the mirror. They might be the notes of owls or water birds, yet they did not quite resemble either sound. Were not they coming nearer? Now they sounded from the nearer side of the water, and in a few moments they seemed to be floating about among the shrubberies. Then they ceased, but just as Stephen was thinking of shutting the window and resuming his reading of Robinson Crusoe, he caught sight of two figures standing on the gravelled terrace that ran along the garden side of the hall, the figures of a boy and girl, as it seemed. They stood side by side, looking up at the windows. Something in the form of the girl recalled irresistibly his dream of the figure in the bath. The boy inspired him with more acute fear. Whilst the girl stood still, half smiling, with her hands clasped over her heart, the boy, a thin shape, with black hair and ragged clothing, raised his arms in the air with an appearance of menace and of unappeasable hunger and longing. The moon shone upon his almost transparent hands, and Stephen saw that the nails were fearfully long, and that the light shone through them. As he stood with his arms thus raised, he disclosed a terrifying spectacle. On the left side of his chest there opened a black and gaping rent, and there fell upon Stephen's brain, rather than upon his ear, the impression of one of those hungry and desolate cries that he had heard resounding over the woods of Aswarby all that evening. In another moment this dreadful pair had moved swiftly and noiselessly over the dry gravel, and he saw them no more. Inexpressibly frightened as he was, he determined to take his candle and go down to Mr. Abney's study, for the hour appointed for their meeting was near at hand. The study, or library, opened out of the front hall on one side, and Stephen, urged on by his terrors, did not take long in getting there. To effect an entrance was not so easy. It was not locked, he felt sure, for the key was on the outside of the door as usual. His repeated knocks produced no answer. Mr. Abney was engaged. He was speaking. What? Why did he try to cry out? And why was the cry choked in his throat? Had he too seen the mysterious children? But now everything was quiet, and the door yielded to Stephen's terrified and frantic pushing. On the table in Mr. Abney's study, certain papers were found which explained the situation to Stephen Elliott when he was of an age to understand them. The most important sentences were as follows. It was a belief very strongly and generally held by the ancients, of whose wisdom in these matters I have had such experience as induces me to place confidence in their assertions, that by enacting certain processes, which to us moderns have something of a barbaric complexion, a very remarkable enlightenment of the spiritual faculties in man may be attained, that, for example, by absorbing the personalities of a certain number of his fellow creatures, an individual may gain a complete ascendancy over those orders of spiritual beings which control the elemental forces of our universe. It is recorded of Simon Magus that he was able to fly in the air, to become invisible, or to assume any form he pleased, by the agency of the soul of a boy whom, to use the libelous phrase employed by the author of the Clementine Recognitions, he had murdered. I find it set down, moreover, with considerable detail in the writings of Hermes Trismegistus, that similar happy results may be produced by the absorption of the hearts of not less than 3 human beings below the age of 21 years. To the testing of this truth of this receipt I have devoted the greater part of the last 20 years, selecting as the corpora vilia of my experiment such persons as could conveniently be removed without occasioning a sensible gap in society. The first step I effected by the removal of one Phoebe Stanley, a girl of gypsy extraction, on March 24th, 1792. The second by the removal of a wandering Italian lad named Giovanni Paoli on the night of March 23rd, 1805. The final victim, to employ a word repugnant in the highest degree to my feelings, must be my cousin, Stephen Elliott. His day must be this March 24th, 1812. The best means of effecting the required absorption is to remove the heart from the living subject, to reduce it to ashes, and to mingle them with about a pint of some red wine, preferably port. The remains of the first 2 subjects, at least, it will be well to conceal. A disused bathroom or wine cellar will be found convenient for such a purpose. Some annoyance may be experienced from the psychic portion of the subjects, which popular language dignifies with the name of ghosts. But the man of philosophic temperament, to whom alone the experiment is appropriate, will be little prone to attach importance to the feeble efforts of these beings to wreak their vengeance on him. I contemplate with the liveliest satisfaction the enlarged and emancipated existence which the experiment, if successful, will confer on me, not only placing me beyond the reach of human justice, so called, but eliminating to a great extent the prospect of death itself. Mr. Abney was found in his chair, his head thrown back, his face stamped with an expression of rage, fright, and mortal pain. In his left side was a terrible lacerated wound, exposing the heart. There was no blood on his hands, and a long knife that lay on the table was perfectly clean. A savage wildcat might have inflicted the injuries. The window of the study was open, and it was the opinion of the coroner that Mr. Abney had met his death by the agency of some wild creature. But Stephen Elliott's study of the papers I have quoted, led him to a very different conclusion. End of Lost Hearts.
The Masque of the Red Death by Edgar Allan Poe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Masque of the Red Death by Edgar Allan Poe. The Red Death had long devastated the country. No pestilence had ever been so fatal or so hideous. Blood was its avatar and its seal, the redness and the horror of blood. There were sharp pains and sudden dizziness, and then profuse bleeding at the pores with dissolution. The scarlet stains upon the body, and especially upon the face of the victim, were the pest ban which shut him out from the aid and from the sympathy of his fellow men. And the whole seizure, progress, and termination of the disease were the incidents of half an hour. But the Prince Prospero was happy and dauntless and sagacious. When his dominions were half depopulated, he summoned to his presence 1,000 hale and light-hearted friends from among the knights and dames of his court, and with these retired to the deep seclusion of one of his castellated abbeys. This was an extensive and magnificent structure, the creation of the prince's own eccentric yet august taste. A strong and lofty wall girdled it in. This wall had gates of iron. The courtiers, having entered, brought furnaces and massy hammers and welded the bolts. They resolved to leave means neither of ingress nor egress to the sudden impulses of despair or of frenzy from within. The abbey was amply provisioned. With such precautions the courtiers might bid defiance to contagion. The external world would take care of itself. In the meantime, it was folly to grieve or to think. The prince had provided all the appliances of pleasure. There were buffoons, there were improvisatori, there were ballet dancers, there were musicians, there was beauty, there was wine. All these and security were within. Without was the Red Death. It was towards the close of the 5th or 6th month of his seclusion, and while the pestilence raged most furiously abroad, that the Prince Prospero entertained his 1,000 friends at a masked ball of the most unusual magnificence. It was a voluptuous scene, that masquerade. But first let me tell of the rooms in which it was held. These were 7, an imperial suite. In many palaces, however, such suites form a long and straight vista, while the folding doors slide back nearly to the walls on either hand, so that the view of the whole extent is scarcely impeded. Here the case was very different, as might have been expected from the Duke's love of the bizarre. The apartments were so irregularly disposed that the vision embraced but little more than one at a time. There was a sharp turn every 20 or 30 yards, and at each turn a novel effect. To the right and left, in the middle of each wall, a tall and narrow Gothic window looked out upon a closed corridor which pursued the windings of the suite. These windows were of stained glass whose colour varied in accordance with the prevailing hue of the decorations of the chamber into which it opened. That at the eastern extremity was hung, for example, in blue, and vividly blue were its windows. The second chamber was purple in its ornaments and tapestries, and here the panes were purple. The third was green throughout, and so were the casements. The fourth was furnished and lighted with orange, the fifth with white, the sixth with violet. The 7th apartment was closely shrouded in black velvet tapestries that hung all over the ceiling and down the walls, falling into heavy folds upon a carpet of the same material and hue. But in this chamber only the colour of the windows failed to correspond with the decorations. The panes here were scarlet, a deep blood colour. Now in no one of these 7 apartments was there any lamp or candelabrum, amid the profusion of gold ornaments that lay scattered to and fro or depended from the roof. There was no light of any kind emanating from lamp or candle within the suite of chambers. But in the corridors that followed the suite, There stood opposite to each window a heavy tripod, bearing a brazier of fire that projected its rays through the tinted glass and so glaringly illumined the room. And thus were produced a multitude of gaudy and fantastic appearances. But in the western or black chamber, the effect of the firelight that streamed upon the dark hangings through the blood-tinted panes was ghastly in the extreme, and produced so wild a look upon the countenances of those who entered, that there were few of the company bold enough to set foot within its precincts at all. It was in this apartment also that there stood against the western wall a gigantic clock of ebony. Its pendulum swung to and fro with a dull, heavy, monotonous clang, and when the minute-hand made the circuit of the face, and the hour was to be stricken, there came from the brazen lungs of the clock a sound which was clear and loud and deep and exceedingly musical, but of so peculiar a note and emphasis that, at each lapse of an hour, the musicians of the orchestra were constrained to pause momentarily in their performance, to hearken to the sound, and thus the waltzes perforce ceased their evolutions, and there was a brief disconcert of the whole gay company, and while the chimes of the clock yet rang, it was observed that the giddiest grew pale, and the more aged and sedate passed their hands over their brows as if in confused reverie or meditation. But when the echoes had fully ceased, a light laughter at once pervaded the assembly. The musicians looked at each other and smiled as if at their own nervousness and folly, and made whispering vows each to the other that the next chiming of the clock should produce in them no similar emotion. And then, after the lapse of 60 minutes, which embrace 3,600 seconds of the time that flies, there came yet another chiming of the clock, and then with the same disconcert and tremulousness and meditation as before. But in spite of these things, it was a gay and magnificent revel. The tastes of the Duke were peculiar. He had a fine eye for colours and effects. He disregarded the decora of mere fashion. His plans were bold and fiery, and his conceptions glowed with barbaric lustre. There are some who would have thought him mad. His followers felt that he was not. It was necessary to hear and see and touch him to be sure that he was not. He had directed in great part the movable embellishments of the 7 chambers upon occasion of this grand fete, and it was his own guiding taste which had given character to the masqueraders. Be sure they were grotesque. There were much glare and glitter and piquancy and phantasm, much of what has been since seen in Hernani. There were arabesque figures with unsuited limbs and appointments. There were delirious fancies such as the madman fashions. There were much of the beautiful, much of the wanton, much of the bizarre, something of the terrible, and not a little of that which might have excited disgust. To and fro in the 7 chambers there stalked, in fact, a multitude of dreams, and these, the dreams, writhed in and about, taking hue from the rooms, and causing the wild music of the orchestra to seem as the echoes of their steps. And anon there strikes the ebony clock which stands in the hall of the velvet, and then, for a moment, all is still, and all is silent save the voice of the clock. The dreams are stiff frozen as they stand. But the echoes of the chime die away. They have endured but an instant, and a light half-subdued laughter floats after them as they depart. And now again the music swells, and the dreams live and writhe to and fro more merrily than ever, taking hue from the many-tinted windows through which stream the rays from the tripods. But to the chamber which lies most westwardly of the 7, there are now none of the maskers who venture, for the night is waning away, and there flows a ruddier light through the blood-coloured panes, and the blackness of the sable drapery appalls, and to him whose foot falls upon the sable carpet, there comes from the near clock of ebony a muffled peal more solemnly emphatic than any which reaches their ears who indulged in the more remote gaieties of the other apartments. But these other apartments were densely crowded, and in them beat feverishly the heart of life, and the revel went whirringly on until at length there commenced the sounding of midnight upon the clock. And then the music ceased, as I have told, and the evolutions of the waltzers were quieted, and there was an uneasy cessation of all things as before. But now there were 12 strokes to be sounded by the bell of the clock, and thus it happened, perhaps, that more of thought crept, with more of time, into the meditations of the thoughtful among those who revelled, and thus too it happened, perhaps, that before the last echoes of the last chime had utterly sunk into silence, there were many individuals in the crowd who had found leisure to become aware of the presence of a masked figure which had arrested the attention of no single individual before. And the rumour of this new presence having spread itself whisperingly around, there arose at length from the whole company a buzz or murmur expressive of disapprobation and surprise, then finally of terror, of horror, and of disgust. In an assembly of phantasms such as I have painted, it may well be supposed that no ordinary appearance could have excited such sensation. In truth, the masquerade licence of the night was nearly unlimited, but the figure in question had out-Heroded Herod, and gone beyond the bounds of even the prince's indefinite decorum. There are chords in the hearts of the most reckless which cannot be touched without emotion. Even with the utterly lost, to whom life and death are equally jests, there are matters of which no jest can be made. The whole company, indeed, seemed now deeply to feel that in the costume and bearing of the stranger neither wit nor propriety existed. The figure was tall and gaunt, and shrouded from head to foot in the habiliments of the grave. The mask which concealed the visage was made so nearly to resemble the countenance of a stiffened corpse, that the closest scrutiny must have had difficulty in detecting the cheat. And yet all this might have been endured, if not approved, by the mad revellers around. But the mummer had gone so far as to assume the type of the Red Death. His vesture was dabbled in blood, and his broad brow, with all the features of the face, was besprinkled with the scarlet horror. When the eyes of the Prince Prospero fell upon this spectral image, which, with a slow and solemn movement, as if more fully to sustain its rôle, stalked to and fro among the waltzers, he was seen to be convulsed, in the first moment with a strong shudder either of terror or distaste, but in the next his brow reddened with rage. "Who dares," he demanded coarsely of the courtiers who stood near him, "who dares insult us with this blasphemous mockery? Seize him and unmask him, that we may know whom we have to hang at sunrise from the battlements." It was in the blue room where stood the prince, with a group of pale courtiers by his side. At first, as he spoke, there was a slight rushing movement of this group in the direction of the intruder, who at the moment was also near at hand, and now, with deliberate and stately step, made closer approach to the speaker. But from a certain nameless awe with which the mad assumptions of the mummer had inspired the whole party, there were found none who put forth hand to seize him, so that, unimpeded, he passed within a yard of the prince's person, and, while the vast assembly, as if with one impulse, shrank from the centres of the rooms to the walls, he made his way uninterruptedly, but with the same solemn and measured step which had distinguished him from the first, through the blue chamber to the purple, through the purple to the green, through the green to the orange, through this again to the white, and even thence to the violet, ere a decided movement had been made to arrest him. It was then, however, that the Prince Prospero, maddening with rage and the shame of his own momentary cowardice, rushed hurriedly through the 6 chambers, while none followed him on account of a deadly terror that had seized upon all. He bore aloft a drawn dagger, and had approached, in rapid impetuosity, to within 3 or 4 feet of the retreating figure, when the latter, having attained the extremity of the velvet apartment, turned suddenly and confronted his pursuer. There was a sharp cry, and the dagger dropped gleaming upon the sable carpet. upon which, instantly afterwards, fell prostrate in death the Prince Prospero. Then, summoning the wild courage of despair, a throng of the revellers at once threw themselves into the black apartment, and seizing the mummer, whose tall figure stood erect and motionless within the shadow of the ebony clock, gasped in unutterable horror at finding the grave cerements and corpse-like mask, which they handled with so violent a rudeness, untenanted by any tangible form. And now was acknowledged the presence of the Red Death. He had come like a thief in the night, and one by one dropped the revellers in the blood-bedewed halls of their revel, and died each in the despairing posture of his fall. And the life of the ebony clock went out with that of the last of the gay, and the flames of the tripods expired, and darkness and decay and the Red Death held illimitable dominion over all. End of The Mask of the Red Death by Edgar Allan Poe.
The Return by Robert Murray Gilchrist. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Newgate Novelist. The Return by Robert Murray Gilchrist. 5 minutes ago I drew the window curtain aside, and let the mellow sunset light contend with the glare from the girandoles. Below lay the orchard of Vernon Garth, rich in heavily flowered fruit trees. Yonder a medlar, here a pear, next a quince. As my eyes, unaccustomed to the day, blinked rapidly, the recollection came of a scene 45 years past, and once more beneath the oldest tree stood the girl I loved, mischievously plucking yarrow, and, despite its evil omen, twining the snowy clusters in her black hair. Again her coquettish words rang in my ears. "Make me thy lady, make me the richest woman in England, and I promise thee, Brian, we shall be the happiest of God's creatures." And I remembered how the mad thirst for gold filled me, how I trusted in her fidelity, and without reasoning, or even telling her that I would conquer fortune for her sake, I kissed her sadly and passed into the world. Then followed a complete silence until the Star of Europe, the greatest diamond discovered in modern times, lay in my hand, a rough, unpolished stone, not unlike the lumps of spar I had often seen lying on the sandy lanes of my native county. This should be Rose's own, and all the others that clanked so melodiously in their leather bulse should go towards fulfilling her ambition. Rich and happy I should be soon, and should I not marry an untitled gentlewoman, sweet in her prime? The 20 years' interval of work and sleep was like a fading dream, for I was going home. The knowledge thrilled me so that my nerves were strung tight as iron ropes, and I laughed like a young boy. And it was all because my home was to be in Rose Pascal's arms. I crossed the sea and posted straight for Hawkton village. The old hostelry was crowded. Jane Hopgarth, whom I remembered a ruddy-faced child, stood on the box-edged terrace, courtesying in matronly fashion to the departing mail-coach. A change in the signboard drew my eye. The white lilies had been painted over with a mitre, and the name changed from the Pascal Arms to the Lord Bishop. Angrily aghast at this disloyalty, I cross-questioned the ostlers, who hurried to and fro, but failing to obtain any coherent reply, I was fain to content myself with a mental denunciation of the times. At last I saw bow-legged Jeffreys, now bent double with age, sunning himself at his favourite place, the side of the horse trough. As of old, he was chewing a straw. No sign of recognition came over his face as he gazed at me, and I was shocked, because I wished to impart some of my gladness to a fellow creature. I went to him, and after trying in vain to make him speak, held forth a gold coin. He rose instantly, grasped it with palsied fingers, and, muttering that the hounds were starting, hurried from my presence. Feeling half sad, I crossed to the churchyard, and gazed through the grated window of the Pascal burial chapel at the recumbent and undisturbed effigies of Geoffrey Pascal, gentleman, of Breton Hall, and Margot Maltraveux, his wife, with their quaint epitaph about a perfect marriage enduring forever. Then, after noting the rankness of the docks and nettles, I crossed the worn stile, and with footsteps surprising fleet, passed towards the stretch of moorland at whose further end stands Breton Hall. Twilight had fallen ere I reached the cottage at the entrance of the park. This was in a ruinous condition. Here and there sheaves in the thatched roof had parted, and formed crevices through which smoke filtered. Some of the tiny windows had been walled up, and even where the glass remained, snake-like ivy hindered any light from falling into their thick recesses. The door stood open, although the evening was chill. As I approached, the heavy autumnal dew shook down from the firs and fell upon my shoulders. A bat, swooping in an undulation, struck between my eyes and fell to the grass, moaning querulously. I entered. A withered woman sat beside the peat fire. She held a pair of steel knitting needles, which she moved without cessation. There was no thread upon them, and when they clicked, her lips twitched as if she had counted. Some time passed before I recognized Rose's foster-mother, Elizabeth Carless. The russet colour of her cheeks had faded and left a sickly grey. Those sunken, dimmed eyes were utterly unlike the bright black orbs that had danced so mirthfully. Her stature, too, had shrunk. I was struck with wonder. Elizabeth could not be more than 56 years old. I had been away 20 years. Rose was 15 when I left her, and I had heard Elizabeth say that she was only 21 at the time of her darling's weaning. But what a change! She had such an air of weary grief that my heart grew sick. Advancing to her side, I touched her arm. She turned, but neither spoke nor seemed aware of my presence. Soon, however, she rose, and helping herself along by grasping the scanty furniture, tottered to a window and peered out. Her right hand crept to her throat. She untied the string of her gown and took from her bosom a pomander set in a battered silver case. I cried out. Rose had loved that toy in her childhood. Thousands of times had we played ball with it. Elizabeth held it to her mouth and mumbled it as if it were a baby's hand. Maddened with impatience, I caught her shoulder and roughly bade her say where I should find Rose. But something awoke in her eyes, and she shrank away to the other side of the house-place. I followed. She cowered on the floor, looking at me with a strange horror. Her lips began to move, but they made no sound. Only when I crossed to the threshold did she rise, and then her head moved wildly from side to side, and her hands pressed close to her breast, as if the pain there were too great to endure. I ran from the place, not daring to look back. In a few minutes I reached the balustraded wall of the whole garden. The vegetation there was wonderfully luxuriant. As of old, the great blue and white Canterbury bells grew thickly, and those curious flowers, to which tradition has given the name of Marie's heart, still spread their creamy tendrils and blood-coloured bloom on every hand. But Pascal's dribble, the tiny spring whose water pulsed so fiercely as it emerged from the earth, had long since burst its bounds, and converted the winter garden into a swamp, where a miniature forest of Queen of the Meadow filled the air with melancholy sweetness. The house looked as if no careful hand had touched it for years. The elements had played havoc with its oriels, and many of the latticed frames hung on single hinges. The curtain of the blue parlour hung outside, draggled and faded, and half hidden by a thick growth of bindweed. With an almost savage force I raised my arm high above my head and brought my fist down upon the central panel of the door. There was no need for such violence, for the decayed fastenings made no resistance, and some of the rotten boards fell to the ground. As I entered the hall and saw the ancient furniture, once so fondly kept, now mildewed and crumbling to dust, quick sobs burst from my throat. Rose's spinet stood beside the door of the withdrawing room. How many carols had we sung to its music! As I passed, my foot struck one of the legs, and the rickety structure groaned as if it were coming to pieces. I thrust out my hand to steady it, but at my touch the velvet covering of the lid came off, and the tiny gilt ornaments rattled downwards. The moon was just rising, and only half her disk was visible over the distant edge of the Hell Garden. The light in the room was very uncertain, yet I could see that the keys of the instrument were stained brown, and bound together with thick cobwebs. While I stood beside it, I felt an overpowering desire to play a country ballad with an overword of "Willow Browbound." The words, in strict accordance with the melody, are merry and sad by turns, at one time filled with light happiness, at another bitter as the voice of one bereaved for ever of joy. So I cleared off the spiders and began to strike the keys with my forefinger. Many were dumb, and when I struck them gave forth no sound save a peculiar sigh. But still the melody rhythmed as distinctly as if a low voice crooned it out of the darkness. Wearied with the bitterness, I turned away. By now the full moonlight pierced the window and quivered on the floor. As I gazed on the tremulous pattern, it changed into quaint devices of hearts, daggers, rings, and 1,000 tokens more. All suddenly another object glided amongst them so quickly that I wondered whether my eyes had been at fault. A tiny satin shoe, stained crimson across the lappets. A revulsion of feeling came to my soul and drove away all my fear. I had seen that self-same shoe white and unsoiled 20 years before, when vain Rose danced amongst her reapers at the harvest home. And my voice cried out in ecstasy, "Rose, heart of mine, delight of all the world's delights!" She stood before me, wondering, amazed. Alas, so changed! The red and yellow silk shawl still covered her shoulders. Her hair still hung in those eldritch curls. But the beautiful face had grown wan and tired, and across the forehead lines were drawn like silver threads. She threw her arms around my neck and, pressing her bosom heavily on mine, sobbed so piteously that I grew afraid for her, and drew back the long masses of hair which had fallen forward, and kissed again and again those lips that were too lovely for simile. Never came a word of chiding from them. "Love," she said, when she had regained her breath, "the past struggle was sharp and torturing. The future struggle will be crueler still. what a great love yours was, to wait and trust for so long! Would that mine had been as powerful! Poor weak heart that could not endure! The tones of a wild fear throbbed through all her speech, strongly, yet with insufficient power to prevent her feeling the tenderness of those moments. Often, timorously raising her head from my shoulder, she looked about and then turned with a soft, inarticulate, and glad murmur to hide her face on my bosom. I spoke fervently, told of the years spent away from her, how, when working in the diamond fields, she had ever been present in my fancy, how at night her name had fallen from my lips in my only prayer, how I had dreamed of her, amongst the greatest in the land, the richest, and, I dare swear, the loveliest woman in the world. I grew warmer still. All the gladness which had been constrained for so long now burst wildly from my lips. A myriad of rich ideas resolved into words, which, being spoken, wove one long and delicious fit of passion. As we stood together, the moon brightened, and filled the chamber with a light like the day's. The ridges of the surrounding moorland stood out in sharp relief. Rose drank in my declarations thirstily, but soon interrupted me with a heavy sigh. "Come away," she said softly. "I no longer live in this house. You must stay with me tonight. This place is so wretched now, for time, that in you and me has only strengthened love, has wrought much ruin here." Half leaning on me, she led me from the precincts of Bretton Hall. We walked in silence over the waste that crowns the valley of the Whitelands, and, being near the verge of the rocks, saw the great pine wood sloping downwards, lighted near us by the moon, but soon lost in density. Along the mysterious line where the light changed into gloom, intricate shadows of withered summer bracken struck and receded in a mimic pattern. Before us lay the priest's cliff. The moon was veiled by a grove of elms, whose ever-swaying branches alternately increased and lessened her brightness. This was a place of notoriety, a veritable Golgotha, a haunt fit only for demons. Murder and theft had been punished here, and to this day fireside stories are told of evil women dancing round that druid's circle, carrying hearts plucked from gibbeted bodies. "Rose," I whispered, "why have you brought me here?" She made no reply, but pressed her head more closely to my shoulder. Scarce had my lips closed, ere a sound like the hiss of a half-strangled snake vibrated amongst the trees. It grew louder and louder. A monstrous shadow hovered above. Rose from my bosom murmured, "Love is strong as death. Love is strong as death." I locked her in my arms so tightly that she grew breathless. "Hold me," she panted. "You are strong." A cold hand touched our foreheads so that, benumbed, we sank together to the ground, to fall instantly into a dreamless slumber. When I awoke, the clear grey light of the early morning had spread over the country. Beyond the Hell Garden the sun was just bursting through the clouds, and had already spread a long golden haze along the horizon. The babbling of the streamlet that runs down to Hawkton was so distinct that it seemed almost at my side. How sweetly the wild thyme smelt! Filled with the tender recollections of the night, without turning, I called Rose Pascal from her sleep. "Sweetheart, sweetheart, waken, waken, waken! See how glad the world looks! See the omens of a happy future. No answer came. I sat up, and looking round me saw that I was alone. A square stone lay near. When the sun was high, I crept to read the inscription carved thereon. Here, at 4 cross paths, lieth, with a stake through the bosom, the body of Rose Pascal, who in her 16th year wilfully cast away the life God gave. End of The Return by Robert Murray Gilchrist.
Sir Dominic's Bargain by Sheridan Le Fanu. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Manolakis. Sir Dominic's Bargain by Sheridan Le Fanu. A Legend of Dunoran. In the early autumn of the year 1838, business called me to the south of Ireland. The weather was delightful, the scenery and people were new to me, and sending my luggage on by the mail coach route in charge of a servant, I hired a serviceable nag at a posting house, and, full of the curiosity of an explorer, I commenced a leisurely journey of 25 miles on horseback, by sequestered crossroads, to my place of destination. By bog and hill, by plain and ruined castle, and many a winding stream, my picturesque road led me. I had started late, and having made little more than half my journey, I was thinking of making a short halt at the next convenient place, and letting my horse have a rest and a feed, and making some provision also for the comforts of his rider. It was about 4 o'clock when the road, ascending a gradual steep, found a passage through a rocky gorge between the abrupt termination of a range of mountain to my left and a rocky hill that rose dark and sudden at my right. Below me lay a little thatched village, under a long line of gigantic beech trees, through the boughs of which the lowly chimneys sent up their thin turf smoke. To my left stretched away for miles, ascending the mountain range I have mentioned, a wild park, through whose sward and ferns the rock broke, time-worn and lichen-stained. This park was studded with straggling wood, which thickened to something like a forest, behind and beyond the little village I was approaching, clothing the irregular ascent of the hillsides with beautiful and in some places discolored foliage. As you descend, the road winds slightly, with the gray park wall, built of loose stone and mantled here and there with ivy, at its left, and crosses a shallow ford, and as I approached the village, through breaks in the woodlands, I caught glimpses of the long front of an old ruined house, placed among the trees, about halfway up the picturesque mountainside. The solitude and melancholy of this ruin piqued my curiosity, and when I had reached the rude thatched public house, with the sign of St. Columkill, with robes, mitre, and crozier, displayed over its lintel, having seen to my horse and made a good meal myself on a rasher and eggs, I began to think again of the wooded park and the ruinous house, and resolved on a ramble of half an hour among its sylvan solitudes. The name of the place, I found, was Dunoran, and beside the gate a stile admitted to the grounds, through which, with a pensive enjoyment, I began to saunter towards the dilapidated mansion. A long grass-grown road, with many turns and windings, led up to the old house under the shadow of the wood. The road, as it approached the house, skirted the edge of a precipitous glen, clothed with hazel, dwarf oak, and thorn, and the silent house stood with its wide-open hall door facing this dark ravine, the further edge of which was crowned with towering forest, and great trees stood about the house and its deserted courtyard and stables. I walked in and looked about me, through passages overgrown with nettles and weeds, from room to room with ceilings rotted, and here and there a great beam dark and worn, with tendrils of ivy trailing over it. The tall walls with rotten plaster were stained and moldy, and in some rooms the remains of decayed wainscoting crazily swung to and fro. The almost sashless windows were darkened also with ivy, and about the tall chimneys the jackdaws were wheeling, while from the huge trees that overhung the glen in somber masses at the other side, the rooks kept up a ceaseless cawing. As I walked through these melancholy passages, peeping only into some of the rooms, for the flooring was quite gone in the middle, and bowed down toward the center, and the house was very nearly unroofed, a state of things which made the exploration a little critical, I began to wonder why so grand a house, in the midst of scenery so picturesque, had been permitted to go to decay. I dreamed of the hospitalities of which it had long ago been the rallying place, and I thought what a scene of red gauntlet revelries it might disclose at midnight. The great staircase was of oak, which had stood the weather wonderfully, and I sat down upon its steps, musing vaguely on the transitoriness of all things under the sun. Except for the hoarse and distant clamor of the rooks, hardly audible where I sat, no sound broke the profound stillness of the spot. Such a sense of solitude I have seldom experienced before. The air was stirless, there was not even the rustle of a withered leaf along the passage. It was oppressive. The tall trees that had stood close about the building darkened it, and added something of awe to the melancholy of the scene. In this mood I heard, with an unpleasant surprise, close to me, a voice that was drawling, and, I fancied, sneering, repeat the words, "Food for worms, dead and rotten, God over all." There was a small window in the wall, here very thick, which had been built up, and in the dark recess of this, deep in the shadow, I now saw a sharp-featured man, sitting with his feet dangling. His keen eyes were fixed on me, and he was smiling cynically, and before I had well recovered my surprise, he repeated the distich. "If death was a thing that money could buy, the rich they would live, and the poor they would die." "It was a grand house in its day, sir," he continued. "The Norrin House, and the Sarsfields. Sir Dominick Sarsfield was the last of the old stock. He lost his life not 6 foot away from where you are sitting." As he thus spoke, he let himself down, with a little jump, onto the ground. He was a dark-faced, sharp-featured little hunchback, and he had a walking-stick in his hand, with the end of which he pointed to a rusty stain in the plaster of the wall. "Do you mind that mark, sir?" he asked. "Yes," I said, standing up and looking at it with a curious anticipation of something worth hearing. "That's about 7 or 8 feet from the ground, sir, and you'll not guess what it is." "I dare say not," said I, "unless it is a stain from the weather." "'Tis nothing so lucky, sir," he answered, with the same cynical smile and a wag of his head, still pointing at the mark with his stick. "That's a splash of brains and blood. It's there this 100 years, and it will never leave it while the wall stands." "He was murdered, then?" "Worse than that, sir," he answered. "He killed himself, perhaps?" "Worse than that itself, this cross between us and harm. I'm older than I look, sir. You wouldn't guess my years." He became silent, and he looked at me, evidently inviting a guess. "Well, I should guess you to about 55. He laughed and took a pinch of snuff and said, "I'm that, your honor, and something to the back of it. I was 70 last Candlemas. You would not have thought that, to look at me." "Upon my word, I should not. I can hardly believe it even now. Still, you don't remember Sir Dominick Sarsfield's death," I said, glancing up the ominous stain on the wall. "No, sir. That was a long while before I was born. But my grandfather was butler here long ago, and many a time I heard tell how Sir Dominick came by his death. There was no matter in the great house ever since that happened, but there was 2 servants in charge of it, and my aunt was one of them, and she kept me here with her till I was 9 year old, and she was leaving the place to go to Dublin, and from that time it was let to go down. The wind stripped the roof, and the rain rotted the timber, and little by little, in 60 years' time, it came to what you see. But I have a liking for it still, for the sake of old times, and I never come this way but I take a look in. I don't think it's many more times I'll be turning to see the old place, for I'll be under the sod myself before long." "You'll outlive younger people," I said. and quitting that trite subject, I ran on. I don't wonder that you like this old place. It is a beautiful spot, such noble trees. I wish you seen the glen when the nuts is ripe. They're the sweetest nuts in all Ireland, I think, he rejoined, with a practical sense of the picturesque. You'd fill your pockets while you'd be looking about you. These are very fine old woods, I remarked. I have not seen any in Ireland I thought so beautiful. Heh, your honour, the woods about here is nothing to what they were. All the mountains around here was wood when my father was a gossoon, and Moora Wood was the grandest of them all. All oak mostly, and all cut down as bare as the road. Not one left here that's fit to compare with them. Which way did your honour come hither? From Limerick? No, Killaloe. Well, then, you passed the ground where Moora Wood was in former times. You come under Linsafora, the steep nod of a hill about a mile above the village here. 'Twas near that Moora Wood was, and 'twas there Sir Dominic Sarsfield first met the devil, the Lord between us and harm, and a bad meeting it was for him and his. I had become interested in the adventure which had occurred in this very scenery which had so greatly attracted me, and my new acquaintance, the little hunchback, was easily entreated to tell me the story, and spoke thus so soon as we had each resumed his seat. It was a fine estate when Sir Dominic came into it, and grand doings there was entirely, feasting and fiddling, free quarters for all the pipes in the country round, and a welcome for every one that liked to come. There was wine by the hogshead for the quality, and poteen enough to set a town afire, and beer and cider enough to float a navy. For the boys and girls and the likes of me, it was kept up the best part of a month, till the weather broke, and the rain spoiled the sod for the Moneen jigs, and the fair of Allybally coming on, they were obliged to give over the diversion and attend to the pigs. But Sir Dominic was only beginning when they were laving off. There was no way of getting rid of his money in the States. He did not try, what with drinking, dicing, racing, cards, and all sorts. It was not many years before the estates were in debt, and Sir Dominic a distressed man. He showed a bold front to the world as long as he could, and then he sold off his dogs and most of his horses, and gave out he was going to travel in France and the like, and so off with him for a while, and no one in these parts heard tale or tidings of him for 2 or 3 years, till at last, quite unexpected, one night there comes a rapping at the big kitchen window. It was past 10 o'clock, and old Connor Hanlon, the butler, my grandfather, was sitting by the fire alone, warming his shins over it. There was keen east wind blowing along the mountains that night, and whistling cold enough through the tops of the trees, and sounding lonesome through the long chimneys. And the storyteller glanced up at the nearest stack visible from his seat. So he wasn't quite sure of the knocking at the window, and up he gets, and sees his master's face. My grandfather was glad to see him safe, for it was a long time since there was any news of him. But he was sorry too, for it was a changed place, and only himself and old Juggy Broderick in charge of the house, and the man in the stables, and it was a poor thing to see him coming back to his own like that. He shook Con by the hand, and says he, I came here to say a word to you. I left my horse with Dick in the stable. I may want him again before morning, or I may never want him. And with that he turns into the big kitchen, and draws a stool, and sits down to take an air of the fire. Sit down, Connor, opposite to me, and listen to what I tell you, and don't be afraid to say what you think. He spoke all the time looking into the fire, with his hand stretched over it, and a tired man he looked. And why should I be afeard, Master Dominic, says my grandfather. Yourself was a good master to me, and so was your father, rest his soul, before you, and I'll say the truth and dare the devil, and more than that for any Sarsfield or the Ronan, much less yourself, and a good right I'd have. It's all over with me, Con, says Sir Dominic. Heaven forbid, says my grandfather. 'Tis past praying for, says Sir Dominic. The last guinea's gone, the old place will follow it. It must be sold, and I'm come here, I don't know why, like a ghost to have a last look round me, and go off in the dark again. And with that he told him to be sure, in case he should hear of his death, to give the oak box in the closet of his room to his cousin, Pat Sarsfield, in Dublin, and the sword and pistols his grandfather carried in Aughrim, and 2 or 3 trifling things of the kind. And says he, Con, they say if the devil gives you money overnight, you'll find nothing but a bag full of pebbles and chips and nutshells in the morning. If I thought he played fair, I'm in the humour to make a bargain with him tonight." "Lord forbid," says my grandfather, standing up with a start and crossing himself. "They say the country's full of men, listing soldiers for the King of France. If I light on one of them, I'll not refuse his offer. How contrary things goes. How long it is since me and Captain Waller fought the duel at Newcastle?" "6 years, Master Dominic, and ye broke his thigh with a bullet the first shot." "I did, Con," says he, "and I wish instead he had shot me through the heart. Have you any whiskey?" My grandfather took it out of the buffet, and the master pours out some into a bowl and drank it off. "I'll go out and have a look at my horse," says he, standing up. There was a sort of stare in his eyes as he pulled his riding cloak about him, as if there was something bad in his thoughts. "Sure, I won't be a minute running out myself to the stable, and looking after the horse for you myself," says my grandfather. "I'm not going to the stable," says Sir Dominick. "I may as well tell you, for I see you found it out already. I'm going across the deer park. If I come back, you'll see me in an hour's time. But anyhow, you'd better not follow me, for if you do, I'll shoot you, and that'd be a bad ending to our friendship." And with that, he walks down this passage here, and turns the key in the side door at that end of it, and out with him on the sod into the moonlight and the cold wind. And my grandfather see him walking hard toward the park wall, and then he comes in and closes the door with a heavy heart. Sir Dominick stopped to think that when he got to the middle of the deer park, for he had not made up his mind when he left the house, and the whiskey did not clear his head, only it gave him courage. He did not fear the cold wind now, nor fear death, nor think much of anything but the shame and the fall of the old family. And he made up his mind, if no better thought came to him between that and there, so soon as he came to Murrow Wood, he'd hang himself from one of the oak branches with his cravat. It was a bright moonlight night. There was just a bit of cloud driving across the moon now and then, but only for that, as light almost as day. Down he goes, right for the wood of Murrow. It seemed to him every step he took was as long as 3, and it was no time till he was among the big oak trees with their roots spreading from one to another, and the branches stretching overhead like the timbers of a naked roof, and the moon shining down through them, and casting their shadows thick and twist abroad on the ground as black as my shoe. He was sobering a bit by this time, and he slacked his pace, and he thought 'twould be better to list in the French king's army, and try what that might do for him, for he knew a man might take his own life any time, but it would puzzle him to take it back again when he liked. Just as he made up his mind not to make away with himself, what should he hear but a step clinking along the dry ground under the trees, and soon he sees a grand gentleman right before him coming up to meet him. He was a handsome young man like himself, and he wore a cocked hat with gold lace round it, such as officers wear on their coats, and he had on a dress the same as French officers wore in them times. He stopped opposite Sir Dominick, and he come to a standstill also. The two gentlemen took off their hats to one another, and says the stranger, "I am recruiting, sir," says he, "for my sovereign, and you'll find my money won't turn into pebbles, chips, and nutshells by tomorrow." At the same time he pulls out a big purse full of gold. The minute he set eyes on that gentleman, Sir Dominick had his own opinion of him, and at those words he felt the very hair standing up on his head. "Don't be afraid," says he. "The money won't burn you. If it proves honest gold, and if it prospers with you, I'm willing to make a bargain. This is the last day of February," says he. "I'll serve you 7 years, and at the end of that time you shall serve me, and I'll come for you when the 7 years is over, when the clock turns the minute between February and March, and the 1st of March you'll come away with me or never. You'll not find me a bad master any more than a bad servant. I love my own, and I command all the pleasures and the glory of the world. The bargain dates from this day, and the lease is out at midnight on the last day I told you, and in the year," he told him the year, it was easily reckoned, but I forget it, "and if you'd rather wait," he says, "for 8 months and 28 days before you sign the writing, you may, if you meet me here, but I can't do a great deal for you in the meantime, and if you don't sign it then, all you get from me up to that time will vanish away, and you'll be just as you are tonight, and ready to hang yourself on the first tree you meet. Well, the end of it was, Sir Dominic chose to wait, and he came back to the house with a big bag full of money, as round as your hat a'most. My grandfather was glad enough, you may be sure, to see the master safe and sound again so soon. Into the kitchen he bangs again, and swings the bag of money on the table, and he stands up straight, and heaves up his shoulders like a man that has just got shut of a load, and he looks at the bag, and my grandfather looks at him, and from it to it, and back again. Sir Dominic looked as white as a sheet, and says he, "I don't know, Con, what's in it. It's the heaviest load I ever carried." He seemed shy of opening the bag, and he made my grandfather heap up a roaring fire of turf and wood, and then at last he opens it, and sure enough, 'twas stuffed full of gold guineas, bright and new, as if they were only that minute out of the mint. Sir Dominic made my grandfather sit at his elbow while he counted every guinea in the bag. When he was done counting, and it wasn't far from daylight when that time came, Sir Dominic made my grandfather swear not to tell a word about it, and a close secret it was for many a day after. When the 8 months and 28 days were pretty near spent and ended, Sir Dominic returned to the house here with a troubled mind, in doubt what was best to be done, and no one alive but my grandfather knew anything about the matter, and he not half what had happened. As the day drew near, toward the end of October, Sir Dominic grew only more and more troubled in mind. One time he made up his mind to have no more to say to such things, nor to speak again with the like of them he met with in the wood of Murrow. Then again his heart failed him when he thought of his debts, and he not knowing where to turn. Then, only a week before the day, everything began to go wrong with him. One man wrote from London to say that Sir Dominic paid £3,000 to the wrong man, and must pay it over again. Another demanded a debt he never heard of before, and another in Dublin denied the payment of a thundering big bill, and Sir Dominic could nowhere find the receipt, and so on, with 50 other things as bad. Well, by the time the night of the 28th of October came round, he was almost ready to lose his senses with all the demands that was rising up again on all sides, and nothing to meet them but the help of the one dreadful friend he had to depend on at night in the oak wood down there below. So there was nothing for it but to go through with the business that was begun already, and about the same hour he went last, he takes off the little crucifix he wore around his neck, for he was a Catholic, in his gospel, and his bit of the true cross that he had in the locket, for since he took the money from the evil one, he was growing frightful in himself, and got all he could to guard him from the power of the devil. But tonight, for his life, he daren't take them with him, so he gives them into my grandfather's hands without a word, only he looked as white as a sheet of paper, and he takes his hand and sword, and telling my grandfather to watch for him, away he goes to try what would come of it. It was a fine still night, and the moon, not so bright though, now as the first time, was shining over heath and rock, and down in a lonesome oak wood below him. His heart beat thick as he drew near it. There was not a sound, not even the distant bark of a dog from the village behind him. There was not a lonesomer spot in the country round, and if it wasn't for his debts and losses that was driving him on half mad, in spite of his fears for his soul and his hopes of paradise, and all his good angel was whispering in his ear, he would have turned back and sent for his clergy, and made his confession and his penance, and changed his ways and led a good life, for he was frightened enough to have done a great deal. Softer and slower he stepped as he got, once more, in under the big branches of the oak trees, and when he got in a bit, near where he had met with the bad spirit before, he stopped and looked round him, and felt himself every bit turning as cold as a dead man, and you may be sure he did not feel much better when he seen the same man stepping from behind the big tree that was touching his elbow almost. "You found the money good," says he, "but it was not enough. No matter, you shall have enough and to spare. I'll see after your luck, and I'll give you a hint whenever it can serve you. And any time you want to see me, you only have to come down here, and call my face to mind, and wish me present. You shan't owe a shilling by the end of the year, and you shall never miss the right card, the best throw, and the winning horse. Are you willing?" The young gentleman's voice almost stuck in his throat, and his hair was rising on his head, but he did get out a word or two to signify that he consented, and with that the evil one handed him a needle, and bid him give him 3 drops of blood from his arm, and he took them in the cup of an acorn, and gave him a pen, and bid him write some words that he repeated, and that Sir Dominick did not understand, on two thin slips of parchment. He took one himself, and the other he sunk in Sir Dominick's arm, at the place where he drew the blood, and he closed the flesh over it. And that's as true as you're sitting there. Well, Sir Dominick went home. He was a frightened man, and well he might be. But in a little time he began to grow easier in his mind. Anyhow, he got out of debt very quick, and money came tumbling in to make him richer, and everything he took in hand prospered, and he never made a wager or played a game but he won. And for all that, there was not a poor man on the estate that was not happier than Sir Dominick. So he took again to his old ways, for when the money came back, all came back, and there were hounds and horses and wine galore, and no end of company, and grand doings and diversion up here at the great house. And some said Sir Dominick was thinking of getting married, and more said he wasn't. But anyhow, there was something troubling him more than common, and so one night, unknowns to all, away he goes to the lonesome oak wood. It was something maybe my grandfather thought was troubling him about a beautiful young lady he was jealous of, and mad in love with her. But that was only guess. Well, when Sir Dominick got into the wood this time, he grew more in dread than ever, and he was on the point of turning and leaving the place, when who should he see close behind him but my gentleman, seated on a big stone under one of the trees. In place of looking the fine young gentleman in gold lace and grand clothes he appeared before, he was now in rags. He looked twice the size he had been, and his face smutted with soot, and he had a murthering big steel hammer, as heavy as a 100, with a handle a yard long across his knees. It was so dark under the tree he did not see him quite clear for some time. He stood up, and he looked awful tall entirely, and what passed between them in that discourse my grandfather never heard. But Sir Dominick was as black as night afterwards, and hadn't a laugh for anything nor a word almost for anyone, and he only grew worse and worse and darker and darker. And now this thing, whatever it was, used to come to him of its own accord, whether he wanted it or no, sometimes in one shape and sometimes in another, in lonesome places, and sometimes at his side by night when he'd be riding home alone, till at last he lost heart altogether and sent for the priest. The priest was with him a long time, and when he heard the whole story, he rode off all the way for the bishop, and the bishop came here to the great house next day, and give Sir Dominick a good advice. He told him he must give over dicing and swearing and drinking and all bad company, and live a virtuous, steady life until the 7-year bargain was out. And if the devil didn't come for him the minute after the stroke of 12, the first morning of the month of March, he was safe out of the bargain. There was not more than 8 or 10 months to run now before the 7-year wore out, and he lived all the time according to the bishop's advice, as strict as if he was in retreat. Well, you may guess he felt queer enough when the morning of the 28th of February came. The priest came up by appointment, and Sir Dominick and his reverence wore together in the room you see there, and kept up their prayers together till the clock struck 12, and a good hour after, and not a sign of a disturbance or nothing came near them, and the priest slept at night in the house in the room next Sir Dominick's, and all went over as comfortable as could be, and they shook hands and kissed like two comrades after winning a battle. So now Sir Dominick thought he might as well have a pleasant evening after all his fasting and praying, and he sent round to 6 of the neighbouring gentlemen to come and dine with him, and his reverence stayed and dined also, and a roaring bowl of punch they had, and no end of wine, and the swearing and dice and cards and guineas changing hands, and songs and stories that wouldn't do anyone good to hear. And the priest slipped away when he seen the turn things was taken, and it was not far from the stroke of 12 when Sir Dominick, sitting at the head of his table, swears, "This is the best 1st of March I ever sat down to with my friends." "It ain't the 1st of March," says Mr. Heffernan of Ballyvareen. He was a scholard, and always kept an almanac. "What is it then?" says Sir Dominick, starting up and dropping the ladle into the bowl, and staring at him as if he had 2 heads. "'Tis the 29th of February, leap year," says he, and just as they were talking, the clock strikes 12, and my grandfather, who was half asleep in a chair by the fire in the hall, opening his eyes, sees a short square fellow with a cloak on, and long black hair, pushing out from under his hat, standing just there where you see the bit of light shining against the wall. My hunchback friend pointed with his stick to a little patch of red sunset light that relieved the deepening shadow of the passage. "Tell you, master," says he, in an awful voice like the growl of a beast, that I'm here by appointment, and expect him downstairs this minute. Up goes my grandfather by these very steps you are sitting on. Tell him I can't come down yet, says Sir Dominick, and he turns to the company in the room, and says he, with the cold sweat shining on his face, For God's sake, gentlemen, will any of you jump from the window and bring the priest here? One looked at another, and no one knew what to make of it, and in the meantime up comes my grandfather again, and he says, trembling, He says, sir, unless you go down to him, he'll come up to you. I don't understand this, gentlemen. I'll see what it means, says Sir Dominick, trying to put a face on it, and walking out of the room like a man through the press room, with the hangman waiting for him outside. Down the stairs he comes, and 2 or 3 of the gentlemen peeping over the banisters to see. My grandfather was walking 6 or 8 steps behind him, and he seen the stranger take a stride out to meet Sir Dominick, and catch him up in his arms, and whirl his head against the wall, and with that the hall door flies open, and out goes the candles, and the turf and wood ashes flying with the wind out of the hall fire ran in a drift of sparks along the floor by his feet. Down runs the gentleman. Bang goes the hall door. Some comes running up, and more running down with lights. It was all over with Sir Dominick. They lifted up the corpse, and put its shoulders against the wall, but there was not a gasp left in him. He was cold and stiffening already. Pat Donovan was coming up to the great house late that night, and after he passed a little brook that the carriage track up to the house crosses, and about 50 steps to this side of it, his dog, that was by his side, makes a sudden wheel, and springs over the wall, and sets up a yowling inside you'd hear a mile away. And that minute 2 men passed him by in silence, going down from the house, one of them short and square, and the other like Sir Dominick in shape. But there was little light under the trees where he was, and they looked only like shadows, and as they passed him by, he could not hear the sound of their feet, and he drew back to the wall frightened. And when he got up to the great house, he found all in confusion, and the master's body with the head smashed to pieces, lying just on that spot. The narrator stood up and indicated with the point of his stick the exact site of the body, and as I looked, the shadow deepened, the red stain of sunlight vanished from the wall, and the sun had gone down behind the distant hill of Newcastle, leaving the haunted scene in the deep gray of darkening twilight. So I and the storyteller parted, not without good wishes on both sides, and a little tip which seemed not unwelcome from me. It was dusk and the moon up by the time I reached the village, remounted my nag, and looked my last on the scene of the terrible legend of Dunoran. End of Sir Dominick's Bargain.
The Skeleton by the Rabindranath Tagore. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anamika. The Skeleton by the Rabindranath Tagore. In the room next to the one in which we boys used to sleep, there hung a human skeleton. In the night it would rattle in the breeze which played about its bones. In the day these bones were rattled by us. We were taking lessons in osteology from a student in the Campbell Medical School, for our guardians were determined to make us masters of all the sciences. How far they succeeded we need not tell those who know us, and it is better hidden from those who do not. Many years have passed since then. In the meantime, the skeleton has vanished from the room, and the science of osteology from our brains, leaving no trace behind. The other day, our house was crowded with guests, and I had to pass the night in the same old room. In these now unfamiliar surroundings, sleep refused to come, and as I tossed from side to side, I heard all the hours of the night chimed, one after another, by the church clock nearby. At length the lamp in the corner of the room, after some minutes of choking and spluttering, went out altogether. 1 or 2 bereavements had recently happened in the family, so the going out of the lamp naturally led me to thoughts of death. In the great arena of nature, I thought, the light of a lamp losing itself in eternal darkness, and the going out of the light of our little human lives, by day or by night, were much the same thing. My train of thought recalled to my mind the skeleton. While I was trying to imagine what the body which had cloaked it could have been like, It suddenly seemed to me that something was walking round and round my bed, groping along the walls of the room. I could hear its rapid breathing. It seemed as if it was searching for something which it could not find, and pacing round the room with ever hastier steps. I felt quite sure that this was a mere fancy of my sleepless, excited brain, and that the throbbing of the veins in my temples was really the sound which seemed like running footsteps. Nevertheless, a cold shiver ran all over me. To help to get rid of this hallucination, I called out aloud, "Who is there?" The footsteps seemed to stop at my bedside, and the reply came, "It is I. I have come to look for that skeleton of mine." It seemed absurd to show any fear before the creature of my own imagination, so, clutching my pillow a little more tightly, I said in a casual sort of way, "A nice business for this time of night. Of what use will that skeleton be to you now?" The reply seemed to come almost from my mosquito curtain itself. What a question! In that skeleton were the bones that encircled my heart. The youthful charm of my 26 years bloomed about it. Should I not desire to see it once more? "Of course," said I, "a perfectly reasonable desire. Well, go on with your search, while I try to get a little sleep." Said the voice, "But I fancy you are lonely." "All right, I'll sit down a while, and we will have a little chat. Years ago I used to sit by men and talk to them, but during the last 35 years I have only moaned in the wind in the burning places of the dead. I would talk once more with a man as in the old times." I felt that someone sat down just near my curtain. Resigning myself to the situation, I replied with as much cordiality as I could summon, "That will be very nice indeed. Let us talk of something cheerful." "The funniest thing I can think of is my own life story. Let me tell you that." The church clock chimed the hour of 2. When I was in the land of the living and young, I feared one thing like death itself, and that was my husband. My feelings can be likened only to those of a fish caught with a hook, for it was as if a stranger had snatched me away with the sharpest of hooks from the peaceful calm of my childhood's home, and from him I had no means of escape. My husband died 2 months after my marriage, and my friends and relations moaned pathetically on my behalf. My husband's father, after scrutinizing my face with great care, said to my mother-in-law, "Do you not see? She has the evil eye." Well, are you listening? I hope you are enjoying the story. "Very much indeed," said I. "The beginning is extremely humorous." "Let me proceed then. I came back to my father's house in great glee. People tried to conceal it from me, but I knew well that I was endowed with a rare and radiant beauty. What is your opinion?" "Very likely," I murmured, "but you must remember that I never saw you." "What? Not seen me? What about that skeleton of mine?" "Ha ha ha! Never mind. I was only joking. How can I ever make you believe that those 2 cavernous hollows contain the brightest of dark, languishing eyes, and that the smile which was revealed by those ruby lips had no resemblance whatever to the grinning teeth which you used to see? The mere attempt to convey to you some idea of the grace, the charm, the soft, firm, dimpled curves, which in the fullness of youth were growing and blossoming over those dry old bones, makes me smile. It also makes me angry. The most eminent doctors of my time could not have dreamed of the bones of that body of mine as materials for teaching osteology. Do you know, one young doctor that I knew of actually compared me to a golden champak blossom. It meant that to him the rest of humankind was fit only to illustrate the science of physiology, that I was a flower of beauty. Does anyone think of the skeleton of a champak flower? When I walked, I felt that, like a diamond scattering splendor, my every movement set waves of beauty radiating on every side. I used to spend hours gazing on my hands which could gracefully have reigned the liveliest of male creatures. But that stark and staring old skeleton of mine has borne false witness to you against me, while I was unable to refute the shameless libel. That is why of all men I hate you most. I feel I would like once for all to banish sleep from your eyes with a vision of that warm, rosy loveliness of mine, to sweep out with it all the wretched osteological stuff of which your brain is full. I could have sworn by your body, cried I, if you had it still, that no vestige of osteology has remained in my head, and that the only thing that it is now full of is a radiant vision of perfect loveliness, glowing against the black background of night. I cannot say more than that. I had no girl companions, went on the voice. My only brother had made up his mind not to marry. In the zenana I was alone. Alone I used to sit in the garden under the shade of trees, and dream that the whole world was in love with me, that the stars with sleepless gaze were drinking in my beauty, that the wind was languishing in sighs as on some pretext or other it brushed past me, and that the lawn on which my feet rested, had it been conscious, would have lost consciousness again at their touch. It seemed to me that all the young men in the world were as blades of grass at my feet, and my heart, I know not why, used to grow sad. When my brother's friend, Shekhar, had passed out of the medical college, he became our family doctor. I had already often seen him from behind a curtain. My brother was a strange man, and did not care to look on the world with open eyes. It was not quite empty enough for his taste, so he gradually moved away from it until he was quite lost in an obscure corner. Shekhar was his one friend, so he was the only young man I could ever get to see. And when I held my evening court in my garden, then the host of imaginary young men whom I had at my feet were each one a Shekhar. Are you listening? What are you thinking of? I sighed as I replied, I was wishing I was Shekhar. Wait a bit. Hear the whole story first. One day, in the rains, I was feverish. The doctor came to see me. That was our first meeting. I was reclining opposite the window, so that the blush of the evening sky might temper the pallor of my complexion. When the doctor, coming in, looked up into my face, I put myself into his place and gazed at myself in imagination. I saw in the glorious evening light the delicate, wan face laid like a drooping flower against the soft white pillow, with the unrestrained curls playing over the forehead, and the bashfully lowered eyelids casting a pathetic shade over the whole countenance. The doctor, in a tone bashfully low, asked my brother, might I feel her pulse? I put out a tired, well-rounded wrist from beneath the coverlet. Ah, thought I, as I looked on it, if only there had been a sapphire bracelet. I have never before seen a doctor so awkward about feeling a patient's pulse. His fingers trembled as they felt my wrist. He measured the heat of my fever. I gauged the pulse of his heart. Don't you believe me? Very easily, said I. The human heartbeat tells its tale. After I had been taken ill and restored to health several times, I found that the number of the courtiers who attended my imaginary evening reception began to dwindle till they were reduced to only one, and at last in my little world there remained only one doctor and one patient. In these evenings I used to dress myself secretly in a canary-colored sari, twine about the braided knot into which I did my hair a garland of white jasmine blossoms, and with the little mirror in my hand betake myself to my usual seat under the trees. Well, are you perhaps thinking that the sight of one's own beauty would soon grow wearisome? Ah, no, for I did not see myself with my own eyes. I was then one and also two. I used to see myself as though I were the doctor. I gazed, I was charmed, I fell madly in love. But, in spite of all the caresses I lavished on myself, a sigh would wander about my heart, moaning like the evening breeze. Anyhow, from that time I was never alone. When I walked, I watched with downcast eyes the play of my dainty little toes on the earth, and wondered what the doctor would have felt had he been there to see. At midday the sky would fill with the glare of the sun, without a sound, save now and then the distant cry of a passing kite. Outside our garden walls the hawker would pass with his musical cry of "Bangles for sale, crystal bangles," and I, spreading a snow-white sheet on the lawn, would lie on it with my head on my arm. With studied carelessness the other arm would rest lightly on the soft sheet, and I would imagine to myself that someone had caught sight of the wonderful pose of my hand, that someone had clasped it in both of his and imprinted a kiss on its rosy palm, and was slowly walking away. What if I ended the story here? How would it do?
Not half a bad ending, I replied thoughtfully. It would no doubt remain a little incomplete, but I could easily spend the rest of the night putting in the finishing touches.
But that would make the story too serious. Where would the laugh come in? Where would be the skeleton with its grinning teeth? So let me go on. As soon as the doctor had got a little practice, he took a room on the ground floor of our house for a consulting chamber. I used then sometimes to ask him jokingly about medicines and poisons, and how much of this drug or that would kill a man. The subject was congenial, and he would wax eloquent. These talks familiarized me with the idea of death, and so love and death were the only two things that filled my little world. My story is now nearly ended. There is not much left.
Not much of the night is left either, I muttered.
After a time I noticed that the doctor had grown strangely absent-minded, and it seemed as if he were ashamed of something which he was trying to keep from me. One day he came in, somewhat smartly dressed, and borrowed my brother's carriage for the evening. My curiosity became too much for me, and I went up to my brother for information. After some talk beside the point, I at last asked him, "By the way, Dada, where is the doctor going this evening in your carriage?" My brother briefly replied, "To his death." "Oh, do tell me," I importuned. "Where is he really going?" "To be married," he said, a little more explicitly. "Oh, indeed," said I, as I laughed long and loudly. I gradually learnt that the bride was an heiress, who would bring the doctor a large sum of money. But why did he insult me by hiding all this from me? Had I ever begged and prayed him not to marry, because it would break my heart? Men are not to be trusted. I have known only one man in all my life, and in a moment I made this discovery. When the doctor came in after his work and was ready to start, I said to him, rippling with laughter the while, "Well, doctor, so you are to be married tonight." My gaiety not only made the doctor lose countenance, it thoroughly irritated him. "How is it," I went on, "that there is no illumination, no band of music?" With a sigh he replied, "Is marriage then such a joyful occasion?" I burst out into renewed laughter. "No, no," said I, "this will never do. Who ever heard of a wedding without lights and music?" I bothered my brother about it so much that he at once ordered all the trappings of a gay wedding. All the time I kept on gaily talking of the bride, of what would happen, of what I would do when the bride came home. "And, doctor," I asked, "will you still go on feeling pulses?" Ha ha ha! Though the inner workings of people's, especially men's, minds are not visible, still I can take my oath that these words were piercing the doctor's bosom like deadly darts. The marriage was to be celebrated late at night. Before starting, the doctor and my brother were having a glass of wine together on the terrace, as was their daily habit. The moon had just risen. I went up smiling and said, "Have you forgotten your wedding, doctor? It is time to start." I must here tell you one little thing. I had meanwhile gone down to the dispensary and got a little powder, which at a convenient opportunity I had dropped unobserved into the doctor's glass. The doctor, draining his glass at a gulp, in a voice thick with emotion, and with a look that pierced me to the heart, said, "Then I must go." The music struck up. I went into my room and dressed myself in my bridal robes of silk and gold. I took out my jewelry and ornaments from the safe and put them all on. I put the red mark of wifehood on the parting in my hair. And then, under the tree in the garden, I prepared my bed. It was a beautiful night. The gentle south wind was kissing away the weariness of the world. The scent of jasmine and bella filled the garden with rejoicing. When the sound of the music began to grow fainter and fainter, the light of the moon to get dimmer and dimmer, the world, with its lifelong associations of home and kin, to fade away from my perceptions like some illusion, then I closed my eyes and smiled. I fancied that when people came and found me,
they would see that smile of mine lingering on my lips like a trace of rose-colored wine, that when I thus slowly entered my eternal bridal chamber, I should carry with me this smile, illuminating my face. But alas for the bridal chamber! Alas for the bridal robes of silk and gold! When I woke at the sound of a rattling within me, I found 3 urchins learning osteology from my skeleton. Where in my bosom my joys and griefs used to throb, and the petals of youth to open one by one, there the master with his pointer was busy naming my bones. And as to that last smile, which I had so carefully rehearsed, did you see any sign of that? Well, how did you like the story? It has been delightful, said I. At this point the first crow began to caw. Are you there? I asked. There was no reply. The morning light entered the room. End of the skeleton.
The Soldier and the Vampire by W.R.S. Ralston. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Grant Love. The Soldier and the Vampire by W.R.S. Ralston. A certain soldier was allowed to go home on furlough. Well, he walked and walked, and after a time he began to draw near to his native village. Not far off from that village lived a miller in his mill. In old times the soldier had been very intimate with him. Why shouldn't he go and see his friend? He went. The miller received him cordially, and at once brought out liquor, and the two began drinking and chattering about their ways and doings. All this took place towards nightfall, and the soldier stopped so long at the miller's that it grew quite dark. When he proposed to start for his village, his host exclaimed, "Spend the night here, trooper. It's very late now, and perhaps you might run into mischief." "How so?" "God is punishing us. A terrible warlock has died among us, and by night he rises from his grave, wanders through the village, and does such things as bring fear upon the very boldest. How could even you help being afraid of him?" "Not a bit of it. A soldier is a man who belongs to the crown, and crown property cannot be drowned in water nor burnt in fire. I'll be off. I'm tremendously anxious to see my people as soon as possible." Off he set. His road lay in front of a graveyard. On one of the graves he saw a great fire blazing. "What's that?" thinks he. "Let's have a look." When he drew near, he saw that the warlock was sitting by the fire, sewing boots. "Hail, brother," calls out the soldier. The warlock looked up and said, "What have you come here for?" "Why, I wanted to see what you're doing." The warlock threw his work aside and invited the soldier to a wedding. "Come along, brother," says he. "Let's enjoy ourselves. There's a wedding going on in the village." "Come along," says the soldier. They came to where the wedding was. There they were, given drink, and treated with the utmost hospitality. The warlock drank and drank, revelled and revelled, and then grew angry. He chased all the guests and relatives out of the house, threw the wedded pair into a slumber, took out 2 files and an awl, pierced the hands of the bride and bridegroom with the awl, and began drawing off their blood. Having done this, he said to the soldier, "Now, let's be off." Well, they went off. On the way the soldier said, "Tell me, why did you draw off their blood in those files?" "Why, in order that the bride and bridegroom might die. Tomorrow morning no one will be able to wake them. I alone know how to bring them back to life." "How's that managed?" "The bride and bridegroom must have cuts made in their heels, and some of their own blood must then be poured back into those wounds. I've got the bridegroom's blood stowed away in my right-hand pocket, and the bride's in my left." The soldier listened to this without letting a single word escape him. Then the warlock began boasting again. "Whatever I wish," says he, "that I can do." "I suppose it's quite impossible to get the better of you," says the soldier. "Why impossible? If anyone were to make a pyre of aspen boughs, 100 loads of them, and were to burn me on that pyre, then he'd be able to get the better of me. Only he'd have to look out sharp in burning me, for snakes and worms and different kinds of reptiles would creep out of my inside, and crows and magpies and jackdaws would come flying up. All these must be caught and flung on the pyre. If so much as a single maggot were to escape, then there'd be no help for it. In that maggot I should slip away. The soldier listened to all this and did not forget it. He and the warlock talked and talked, and at last they arrived at the grave. "Well, brother," said the warlock, "now I'll tear you to pieces. Otherwise you'd be telling all this." "What are you talking about? Don't you deceive yourself. I serve God and the Emperor." The warlock gnashed his teeth, howled aloud, and sprang at the soldier, who drew his sword and began laying about him with sweeping blows. They struggled and struggled. The soldier was all but at the end of his strength. "Ah," thinks he, "I'm a lost man, and all for nothing." Suddenly the cocks began to crow. The warlock fell lifeless to the ground. The soldier took the phials of blood out of the warlock's pockets and went on to the house of his own people. When he had got there and had exchanged greetings with his relatives, they said, "Did you see any disturbance, soldier?" "No, I saw none. There now. Why, we've a terrible piece of work going on in the village. Our old warlock has taken to haunting it." After talking a while, they lay down to sleep. Next morning the soldier awoke and began asking, "I'm told you've got a wedding going on somewhere here." "There was a wedding in the house of a rich mujik," replied his relatives, "but the bride and bridegroom have died this very night. What from, nobody knows." "Where does this mujik live?" They showed him the house. Thither he went without speaking a word. When he got there, he found the whole family in tears. "What are you mourning about?" says he. "Such and such is the state of things, soldier," say they. "I can bring your young people to life again. What will you give me if I do? Take what you like, even were it half of what we've got." The soldier did as the warlock had instructed him, and brought the young people back to life. Instead of weeping, there began to be happiness and rejoicing. The soldier was hospitably treated and well rewarded. Then left about face. Off he marched to the starosta and told him to call the peasants together and to get ready 100 loads of aspen wood. Well, they took the wood into the graveyard, dragged the warlock out of his grave, placed him on the pyre, and set it alight, the people all standing round in a circle with brooms, shovels, and fire irons. The pyre became wrapped in flames. The warlock began to burn. His corpse burst, and out of it crept snakes, worms, and all sorts of reptiles, and up came flying crows, magpies, and jackdaws. The peasants knocked them down and flung them into the fire, not allowing so much as a single maggot to creep away. And so the warlock was thoroughly consumed, and the soldier collected his ashes and strewed them to the winds. From that time forth there was peace in the village. The soldier received the thanks of the whole community. He stayed at home some time, enjoying himself thoroughly. Then he went back to the Tsar's service with money in his pocket. When he had served his time, he retired from the army and began to live at his ease. End of The Soldier and the Vampire by W.R.S. Ralston. Read to you by Grant Love.
The Spook House by Ambrose Bierce. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Austin Kelly. The Spook House by Ambrose Bierce. On the road leading north from Manchester in eastern Kentucky to Boonville, 20 miles away, stood, in 1862, a wooden plantation house of somewhat better quality than most of the dwellings in that region. The house was destroyed by fire in the year following, probably by some stragglers from the retreating column of General George W. Morgan when he was driven from Cumberland Gap to the Ohio River by General Kirby Smith. At the time of its destruction, it had for 4 or 5 years been vacant. The fields about it were overgrown with brambles, the fences gone, even the few Negro quarters and outhouses generally fallen partly into ruin by neglect and pillage. For the Negroes and poor whites of the vicinity found in the building and fences an abundant supply of fuel, of which they availed themselves without hesitation, openly, and by daylight. By daylight alone, after nightfall, no human being except passing strangers ever went near the place. It was known as the Spook House. That it was tenanted by evil spirits, visible, audible, and active, no one in all that region doubted, any more than he doubted what he was told of Sundays by the traveling preacher. Its owner's opinion of the matter was unknown. He and his family had disappeared one night, and no trace of them had ever been found. They left everything: household goods, clothing, provisions, the horses in the stable, the cows in the field, the negroes in the quarters, all as it stood. Nothing was missing, except a man, a woman, 3 girls, a boy, and a babe. It was not altogether surprising that a plantation where 7 human beings could be simultaneously effaced, and nobody the wiser, should be under some suspicion. One night in June 1859, 2 citizens of Frankfort, Colonel J.C. McCardle, a lawyer, and Judge Myron Vey of the state militia, were driving from Boonville to Manchester. Their business was so important that they decided to press on despite the darkness and the mutterings of an approaching storm, which eventually broke upon them just as they arrived opposite the Spook House. The lightning was so incessant that they easily found their way through the gateway and into a shed, where they hitched and unharnessed their team. They then went to the house through the rain and knocked at all the doors without getting any response. Attributing this to the continuous uproar of the thunder, they pushed at one of the doors, which yielded. They entered without further ceremony and closed the door. That instant they were in darkness and silence. Not a gleam of the lightning's unceasing blaze penetrated the windows or crevices. Not a whisper of the awful tumult without reached them there. It was as if they had suddenly been stricken blind and deaf, and McCardle afterward said that for a moment he believed himself to have been killed by a stroke of lightning as he crossed the threshold. The rest of this adventure can as well be related in his own words from the Frankfurt Advocate of August 6th, 1876. When I had somewhat recovered from the dazing effect of the transition from uproar to silence, my first impulse was to reopen the door which I had closed, and from the knob of which I was not conscious of having removed my hand. I felt it distinctly, still in the clasp of my fingers. My notion was to ascertain by stepping again into the storm whether I had been deprived of sight and hearing. I turned the doorknob and pulled open the door. It led into another room. This apartment was suffused with a faint greenish light, the source of which I could not determine, making everything distinctly visible, though nothing was sharply defined. Everything, I say, but in truth the only objects within the blank stone walls of that room were human corpses. In number they were perhaps 8 or 10. It may well be understood that I did not truly count them. They were of different ages, or rather sizes, from infancy up, and of both sexes. All were prostrate on the floor, excepting one, apparently a young woman, who sat up, her back supported by an angle of the wall. A babe was clasped in the arms of another and older woman. A half-grown lad lay face downward across the legs of a full-bearded man. 1 or 2 were nearly naked, and the hand of a young girl held the fragment of a gown which she had torn open at the breast. The bodies were in various stages of decay, all greatly shrunken in face and figure. Some were but little more than skeletons. While I stood stupefied with horror at this ghastly spectacle, and still holding open the door, by some unaccountable perversity my attention was diverted from the shocking scene, and concerned itself with trifles and details. Perhaps my mind, with an instinct of self-preservation, sought relief in matters which would relax its dangerous tension. Among other things, I observed that the door that I was holding open was of heavy iron plates, riveted, equidistant from one another, and from the top and bottom 3 strong bolts protruded from the beveled edge. I turned the knob, and they were retracted flush with the edge, released it, and they shot out. It was a spring lock. On the inside there was no knob, nor any kind of projection. A smooth surface of iron. While noting these things with an interest and attention which it now astonishes me to recall, I felt myself thrust aside, and Judge Veigh, whom in the intensity and vicissitudes of my feelings I had altogether forgotten, pushed by me into the room. "For God's sake," I cried, "do not go in there. Let us get out of this dreadful place." He gave no heed to my entreaties, but, as fearless a gentleman as lived in all the South, walked quickly to the center of the room, knelt beside one of the bodies for a closer examination, and tenderly raised its blackened and shriveled head in his hands. A strong, disagreeable odor came through the doorway, completely overpowering me. My senses reeled. I felt myself falling, and in clutching at the edge of the door for support, pushed it shut with a sharp click. I remember no more. 6 weeks later I recovered my reason in a hotel at Manchester, whither I had been taken by strangers the next day. For all these weeks I had suffered from a nervous fever attended with constant delirium. I had been found lying in the road, several miles away from the house, but how I had escaped from it to get there, I never knew. On recovery, or as soon as my physicians permitted me to talk, I inquired the fate of Judge Veigh, whom, to quiet me as I now know, they represented as well and at home. No one believed a word of my story, and who can wonder? And who can imagine my grief when, arriving at my home in Frankfurt 2 months later, I learned that Judge Veigh had never been heard of since that night. I then regretted bitterly the pride which, since the first few days after the recovery of my reason, had forbidden me to repeat my discredited story and insist upon its truth. With all that afterward occurred, the examination of the house, the failure to find any room corresponding to that which I have described, the attempt to have me adjudged insane, and my triumph over my accusers, the readers of The Advocate are familiar. After all these years, I am still confident that excavations which I have neither the legal right to undertake nor the wealth to make would disclose the secret of the disappearance of my unhappy friend, and possibly of the former occupants and owners of the deserted and now destroyed house. I do not despair of yet bringing about such a search, and it is a source of deep grief to me that it has been delayed by the undeserved hostility and unwise incredulity of the family and friends of the late Judge Veigh. Colonel McArdle died in Frankfurt on the 13th day of December, in the year 1879. End of The Spook House. Recording by Paul Austin Kelly, Lewis, East Sussex, UK.
The Triumph of Night by Edith Wharton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Triumph of Night by Edith Wharton. Chapter 1. It was clear that the sleigh from Waymore had not come, and the shivering young traveler from Boston, who had so confidently counted on jumping into it when he left the train at Northridge Junction, found himself standing alone on the open platform, exposed to the full assault of nightfall and winter. The blast that swept him came off New Hampshire snowfields and ice-hung forests. It seemed to have traversed interminable leagues of frozen silence, filling them with the same cold roar and sharpening its edge against the same bitter black and white landscape. Dark, searching, and sword-like, it alternately muffled and harried its victim, like a bullfighter now whirling his cloak and now planting his darts. This analogy brought home to the young man the fact that he himself had no cloak, and that the overcoat in which he had faced the relatively temperate airs of Boston seemed no thicker than a sheet of paper on the bleak heights of Northridge. George Faxon said to himself that the place was uncommonly well named. It clung to an exposed ledge over the valley from which the train had lifted him, and the wind combed it with teeth of steel that he seemed actually to hear scraping against the wooden sides of the station. Other building there was none. The village lay far down the road, and thither, since the Waymore sleigh had not come, Faxon saw himself under the immediate necessity of plodding through several feet of snow. He understood well enough what had happened at Waymore. His hostess had forgotten that he was coming. Young as Faxon was, this sad lucidity of soul had been acquired as the result of long experience, and he knew that the visitors who can least afford to hire a carriage are almost always those whom their hosts forget to send for. Yet to say Mrs. Colm had forgotten him was perhaps too crude a way of putting it. Similar incidents led him to think that she had probably told her maid to tell the butler to telephone the coachman, to tell one of the grooms, if no one else needed him, to drive over to Northridge to fetch the new secretary. But on a night like this, what groom who respected his rights would fail to forget the order? Faxon's obvious course was to struggle through the drifts to the village, and there rout out a sleigh to convey him to Waymore. But what if, on his arrival at Mrs. Colm's, no one remembered to ask him what this devotion to duty had cost? That, again, was one of the contingencies he had expensively learned to look out for, and the perspicacity so acquired told him it would be cheaper to spend the night at the Northridge Inn and advise Mrs. Colm of his presence there by telephone. He had reached this decision, and was about to entrust his luggage to a vague man with a lantern who seemed to have some loose connection with the railway company, when his hopes were raised by the sound of sleigh bells. Two vehicles were just dashing up to the station, and from the foremost there sprang a young man swathed in furs. "Waymore? No, these are not the Waymore sleighs." The voice was that of the youth who had jumped to the platform, a voice so agreeable that in spite of the words it fell reassuringly on Faxon's ears. At the same moment the wandering station lantern, casting a transient light on the speaker, showed his features to be in the pleasantest harmony with his voice. He was very fair and very young, hardly in the 20s, Faxon thought, but his face, though full of a morning freshness, was a trifle too thin and fine-drawn, as though a vivid spirit contended in him with a strain of physical weakness. Faxon was perhaps the quicker to notice such delicacies of balance because his own temperament hung on lightly vibrating nerves, which yet, as he believed, would never quite swing him beyond the arc of a normal sensibility. "You expected a sleigh from Waymore," the youth continued, standing beside Faxon like a slender column of fur. Mrs. Colm's secretary explained his difficulty, and the newcomer brushed it aside with a contemptuous "Oh, Mrs. Colm," that carried both speakers a long way toward reciprocal understanding. "But then you must be," the youth broke off with a smile of interrogation. "The new secretary? Yes, but apparently there are no notes to be answered this evening." Faxon's laugh deepened the sense of solidarity which had so promptly established itself between the two. The newcomer laughed also. "Mrs. Colm," he explained, "was lunching at my uncle's today, and she said you were due this evening. But 7 hours is a long time for Mrs. Colm to remember anything." "Well," said Faxon philosophically, "I suppose that's one of the reasons why she needs a secretary, and I've always the inn at Northridge," he concluded. The youth laughed again. He was at the age when predicaments are food for gaiety. "Oh, but you haven't, though. It burned down last week." "The deuce it did," said Faxon, but the humor of the situation struck him also before its inconvenience. His life, for years past, had been mainly a succession of resigned adaptations, and he had learned, before dealing practically with his embarrassments, to extract from most of them a small tribute of amusement. "Oh, well, there's sure to be somebody in the place who can put me up." "No one you could put up with. Besides, Northridge is 3 miles off, and our place, in the opposite direction, is a little nearer." Through the darkness, Faxon saw his friend sketch a gesture of self-introduction. "My name's Frank Rayner, and I'm staying with my uncle at Overdale. I've driven over to meet 2 friends of his who are due in a few minutes from New York. If you don't mind waiting till they arrive, I'm sure Overdale can do you better than Northridge. We're only down from town for a few days, but the house is always ready for a lot of people." "But your uncle?" Faxon could only object with the odd sense through his embarrassment that it would be magically dispelled by his invisible friend's next words. "Oh, my uncle, you'll see. I answer for him. I dare say you've heard of him. John Lavington?" John Lavington. There was a certain irony in asking if one had heard of John Lavington, even from a post of observation as obscure as that of Mrs. Colm's secretary. The rumor of John Lavington's money, of his pictures, his politics, his charities, and his hospitality, was as difficult to escape as the roar of a cataract in a mountain solitude. It might almost have been said that the one place in which one would not have expected to come upon him was in just such a solitude as now surrounded the speakers, at least in this deepest hour of its desertedness. But it was just like Lavington's brilliant ubiquity to put one in the wrong even there. "Oh, yes, I've heard of your uncle." "Then you will come, won't you? We've only 5 minutes to wait," young Rayner urged, in the tone that dispels scruples by ignoring them. And Faxon found himself accepting the invitation as simply as it was offered. A delay in the arrival of the New York train lengthened their 5 minutes to 15, and as they paced the icy platform, Faxon began to see why it had seemed the most natural thing in the world to accede to his new acquaintance's suggestion. It was because Frank Rayner was one of the privileged beings who simplify human intercourse by the atmosphere of confidence and good humor they diffuse. He produced this effect, Faxon noted, by the exercise of no gift save his youth, of no art save his sincerity, but these qualities were revealed in a smile of such appealing sweetness that Faxon felt, as never before, what nature can achieve when she deigns to match the face with the mind. He learned that the young man was the ward and only nephew of John Lavington, with whom he had made his home since the death of his mother, the great man's sister. Mr. Lavington, Rayner said, had been a regular brick to him, but then he is to everyone, you know. And the young fellow's situation seemed, in fact, to be perfectly in keeping with his person. Apparently the only shade that had ever rested on him was cast by the physical weakness which Faxon had already detected. Young Rayner had been threatened with a disease of the lungs, which, according to the highest authorities, made banishment to Arizona or New Mexico inevitable. But luckily my uncle didn't pack me off as most people would have done, without getting another opinion. Whose? Oh, an awfully clever chap, a young doctor with a lot of new ideas, who simply laughed at my being sent away, and said I'd do perfectly well in New York if I didn't dine out too much, and if I dashed off occasionally to Northridge for a little fresh air. So it's really my uncle's doing that I'm not in exile, and I feel no end better since the new chap told me I needn't bother. Young Rayner went on to confess that he was extremely fond of dining out, dancing, and other urban distractions, and Faxon, listening to him, concluded that the physician who had refused to cut him off altogether from these pleasures was probably a better psychologist than his seniors. All the same, you ought to be careful, you know. The sense of elder brotherly concern that forced the words from Faxon made him, as he spoke, slip his arm impulsively through Frank Rayner's. The latter met the movement with a responsive pressure. "Oh, I am, awfully, awfully. And then my uncle has such an eye on me. But if your uncle has such an eye on you, what does he say to your swallowing knives out here in this Siberian wild?" Rayner raised his fur coat with a careless gesture. "It's not that does it. The cold's good for me." "And it's not the dinners and dances? What is it, then?" Faxon good-humoredly insisted, to which his companion answered with a laugh. "Well, my uncle says it's being bored, and I rather think he's right." His laugh ended in a spasm of coughing and a struggle for breath that made Faxon, still holding his arm, guide him hastily into the shelter of the fireless waiting-room. Young Rayner had dropped down on the bench against the wall, and pulled off one of his fur gloves to grope for a handkerchief. He tossed aside his cap and drew the handkerchief across his forehead, which was intensely white, and beaded with moisture, though his face retained a healthy glow. But Faxon's gaze remained fastened to the hand he had uncovered. It was so long, so colorless, so wasted, so much older than the brow he passed it over. "It's queer, a healthy face, but dying hands," the secretary mused. He somehow wished young Rayner had kept on his glove. The whistle of the express drew the young men to their feet, and the next moment 2 heavily furred gentlemen had descended to the platform and were breasting the rigor of the night. Frank Rayner introduced them as Mr. Grisbin and Mr. Balch, and Faxon, while their luggage was being lifted into the second sleigh, discerned them by the roving lantern gleam to be an elderly gray-headed pair, apparently of the average prosperous business cut. They saluted their host's nephew with friendly familiarity, and Mr. Grisbin, who seemed the spokesman of the two, ended his greeting with a genial, "And many more of them, dear boy," which suggested to Faxon that their arrival coincided with an anniversary. But he could not express the inquiry, for the seat allotted him was at the coachman's side, while Frank Rayner joined his uncle's guests inside the sleigh. A swift flight behind such horses as one could be sure of John Lavington's having brought them to tall gate-posts, an illuminated lodge, and an avenue on which the snow had been levelled to the smoothness of marble. At the end of the avenue the long house loomed through trees, its principal bulk dark, but one wing sending out a ray of welcome. And the next moment Faxon was receiving a violent impression of warmth and light, of hothouse plants, hurrying servants, a vast spectacular oak hall like a stage setting, and in its unreal middle distance a small concise figure, correctly dressed, conventionally featured, and utterly unlike his rather florid conception of the great John Lavington. The shock of the contrast remained with him through his hurried dressing in the large, impersonally luxurious bedroom to which he had been shown. "I don't see where he comes in," was the only way he could put it, so difficult was it to fit the exuberance of Lavington's public personality into his host's contracted frame and manner. Mr. Lavington, to whom Faxon's case had been rapidly explained by young Rayner, had welcomed him with a sort of dry and stilted cordiality that exactly matched his narrow face, his stiff hand, the whiff of scent on his evening handkerchief. "Make yourself at home, he had repeated, in a tone that suggested on his own part a complete inability to perform the feat he urged on his visitor. "Any friend of Frank's? Delighted. Make yourself thoroughly at home." Chapter 2. In spite of the balmy temperature and complicated conveniences of Faxon's bedroom, the injunction was not easy to obey. It was wonderful luck to have found a night's shelter under the opulent roof of Overdale, and he tasted the physical satisfaction to the full. But the place, for all its ingenuities of comfort, was oddly cold and unwelcoming. He couldn't have said why, and could only suppose that Mr. Lavington's intense personality, intensely negative, but intense all the same, must, in some occult way, have penetrated every corner of his dwelling. Perhaps, though, it was merely that Faxon himself was tired and hungry, more deeply chilled than he had known till he came in from the cold, and unutterably sick of all strange houses and of the prospect of perpetually treading other people's stairs. "I hope you're not famished." Rayner's slim figure was in the doorway. "My uncle has a little business to attend to with Mr. Grisbin, and we don't dine for half an hour. Shall I fetch you, or can you find your way down? Come straight to the dining room, the second floor on the left of the long gallery." He disappeared, leaving a ray of warmth behind him, and Faxon, relieved, lit a cigarette and sat down by the fire. Looking about with less haste, he was struck by a detail that had escaped him. The room was full of flowers, a mere bachelor's room, in the wing of a house, opened only for a few days, in the dead middle of a New Hampshire winter. Flowers were everywhere, not in senseless profusion, but placed with the same conscious art he had remarked in the grouping of the blossoming shrubs that filled the hall. A vase of arums stood on the writing table, a cluster of strange-hued carnations on the stand at his elbow, and from wide bowls of glass and porcelain, clumps of freesia bulbs diffused their melting fragrance. The fact implied acres of glass, but that was the least interesting part of it. The flowers themselves, their quality, selection, and arrangement, attested on someone's part, and on whose but John Lavington's, a solicitous and sensitive passion for that particular embodiment of beauty. Well, it simply made the man, as he had appeared to Faxon, all the harder to understand. The half-hour elapsed, and Faxon, rejoicing at the near prospect of food, set out to make his way to the dining-room. He had not noticed the direction he had followed in going to his room, and was puzzled, when he left it, to find that two staircases, of apparently equal importance, invited him. He chose the one to the right, and reached, at its foot, a long gallery such as Rayner had described. The gallery was empty. The doors down its length were closed, but Rayner had said the second to the left, and Faxon, after pausing for some chance enlightenment which did not come, laid his hand on the second knob to the left. The room he entered was square, with dusky picture-hung walls. In its center, about a table lit by veiled lamps, he fancied Mr. Lavington and his guests to be already seated at dinner. Then he perceived that the table was covered not with viands, but with papers, and that he had blundered into what seemed to be his host's study. As he paused in the irresolution of embarrassment, Frank Rayner looked up. "Oh, there's Mr. Faxon. Why not ask him?" Mr. Lavington, from the end of the table, reflected his nephew's smile in a glance of impartial benevolence. "Certainly. Come in, Mr. Faxon, if you won't think it a liberty." Mr. Grisbin, who sat opposite his host, turned his solid head toward the door. "Of course Mr. Faxon's an American citizen?" Frank Rayner laughed. "That's all right. Oh, no, not one of your pin-pointed pens, Uncle Jack. Haven't you got a quill somewhere?" Mr. Balch, who spoke slowly, and as if reluctantly, in a muffled voice of which there seemed to be very little left, raised his hand to say one moment, "You acknowledge this to be—" "My last will and testament?" Rayner's laugh redoubled. "Well, I won't answer for the last. It's the first one, anyway." "It's a mere formula," Mr. Balch explained. "Well, here goes." Rayner dipped his quill in the inkstand his uncle had pushed in his direction, and dashed a gallant signature across the document. Faxon, understanding what was expected of him, and conjecturing that the young man was signing his will on the attainment of his majority, had placed himself behind Mr. Grisbin, and stood awaiting his turn to affix his name to the instrument. Rayner, having signed, was about to push the paper across the table to Mr. Balch, but the latter, again raising his hand, said in his sad, imprisoned voice, "The seal." "Oh, does there have to be a seal?" Faxon, looking over Mr. Grisbin at John Lavington, saw a faint frown between his impassive eyes. Really, Frank, he seemed, Faxon thought, slightly irritated by his nephew's frivolity. "Who's got a seal?" Frank Rayner continued, glancing about the table. "There doesn't seem to be one here." Mr. Grisbin interposed. "A wafer will do. Lavington, you have a wafer?" Mr. Lavington had recovered his serenity. "There must be some in one of the drawers, but I'm ashamed to say I don't know where my secretary keeps these things." He ought, of course, to have seen to it that a wafer was sent with the document. "Oh, hang it!" Frank Rayner pushed the paper aside. "It's the hand of God, and I'm hungry as a wolf. Let's dine first, Uncle Jack." "I think I've a seal upstairs," said Faxon suddenly. Mr. Lavington sent him a barely perceptible smile. "So sorry to give you the trouble." "Oh, I say, don't send him after it now. Let's wait till after dinner." Mr. Lavington continued to smile on his guest, and the latter, as if under the faint coercion of the smile, turned from the room and ran upstairs. Having taken the seal from his writing-case, he came down again, and once more opened the door of the study. No one was speaking when he entered. They were evidently awaiting his return with the mute impatience of hunger, and he put the seal in Rayner's reach, and stood watching while Mr. Grisbin struck a match and held it to one of the candles flanking the inkstand. As the wax descended on the paper, Faxon remarked again the singular emaciation, the premature physical weariness of the hand that held it. He wondered if Mr. Lavington had ever noticed his nephew's hand, and if it were not poignantly visible to him now. With this thought in his mind, Faxon raised his eyes to look at Mr. Lavington. The great man's gaze rested on Frank Rayner with an expression of untroubled benevolence, and at the same instant Faxon's attention was attracted by the presence in the room of another person, who must have joined the group while he was upstairs searching for the seal. The newcomer was a man of about Mr. Lavington's age and figure, who stood directly behind his chair, and who, at the moment when Faxon first saw him, was gazing at young Rayner with an equal intensity of attention. The likeness between the two men, perhaps increased by the fact that the hooded lamps on the table left the figure behind the chair in shadow, struck Faxon the more because of the strange contrast in their expression. John Lavington, during his nephew's blundering attempt to drop the wax and apply the seal, continued to fasten on him a look of half-amused affection, while the man behind the chair, so oddly reduplicating the lines of his features and figure, turned on the boy a face of pale hostility. The impression was so startling, Faxon forgot what was going on about him. He was just dimly aware of young Rayner's exclaiming, "Your turn, Mr. Grisbin," of Mr. Grisbin's ceremoniously protesting, "No, no, Mr. Faxon first," and of the pen's being thereupon transferred to his own hand. He received it with a deadly sense of being unable to move, or even to understand what was expected of him, till he became conscious of Mr. Grisbin's paternally pointing out the precise spot on which he was to leave his autograph. The effort to fix his attention and steady his hand prolonged the process of signing, and when he stood up, a strange weight of fatigue on all his limbs, the figure behind Mr. Lavington's chair was gone. Faxon felt an immediate sense of relief. It was puzzling that the man's exit should have been so rapid and noiseless, but the door behind Mr. Lavington was screened by a tapestry hanging, and Faxon concluded that the unknown looker-on had merely had to raise it to pass out. At any rate, he was gone, and with his withdrawal the strange weight was lifted. Young Rayner was lighting a cigarette. Mr. Balch meticulously inscribing his name at the foot of the document, Mr. Lavington, his eyes no longer on his nephew, examining a strange white-winged orchid in the vase at his elbow. Everything suddenly seemed to have grown natural and simple again, and Faxon found himself responding with a smile to the affable gesture with which his host declared, "And now, Mr. Faxon, we'll dine." Chapter 3. I wonder how I blundered into the wrong room just now. I thought you told me to take the second door to the left, Faxon said to Frank Rayner as they followed the older men down the gallery. So I did, but I probably forgot to tell you which staircase to take. Coming from your bedroom, I ought to have said the fourth door to the right. It's a puzzling house, because my uncle keeps adding to it from year to year. He built this room last summer for his modern pictures. Young Rayner, pausing to open another door, touched an electric button, which sent a circle of light about the walls of a long room hung with canvases of the French Impressionist school. Faxon advanced, attracted by a shimmering Monet, but Rayner laid a hand on his arm. "He bought that last week for a thundering price. But come along, I'll show you all of this after dinner. Or he will, rather. He loves it." "Does he really love things?" Rayner stared, clearly perplexed at the question. "Rather. Flowers and pictures especially. Haven't you noticed the flowers? I suppose you think his manners cold. It seems so at first, but he's really awfully keen about things." Faxon looked quickly at the speaker. "Has your uncle a brother?" "Brother? No, never had. He and my mother were the only ones. Or any relation who looks like him, who might be mistaken for him?" "Not that I ever heard of. Does he remind you of someone?" "Yes." "That's queer. We'll ask him if he's got a double. Come on." But another picture had arrested Faxon, and some minutes elapsed before he and his young host reached the dining room. It was a large room with the same conventionally handsome furniture and delicately grouped flowers, and Faxon's first glance showed him that only 3 men were seated about the dining table. The man who had stood behind Lavington's chair was not present, and no seat awaited him. When the young men entered, Mr. Gisborne was speaking, and his host, who faced the door, sat looking down at his untouched soup plate and turning the spoon about in his small dry hand. "It's pretty late to call them rumors. They were devilishly close to facts when we left town this morning," Mr. Gisborne was saying, with an unexpected incisiveness of tone. Mr. Lavington laid down his spoon and smiled interrogatively. "Oh, facts. What are facts? Just the way a thing happens to look at a given minute." "You haven't heard anything from town?" Mr. Gisborne persisted. "Not a syllable. So you see, Balch, a little more of that petite marmite? Mr. Faxon, between Frank and Mr. Gisborne, please." The dinner progressed through a series of complicated courses, ceremoniously dispensed by a stout butler attended by 3 tall footmen, and it was evident that Mr. Lavington took a somewhat puerile satisfaction in the pageant. That, Faxon reflected, was probably the joint in his armor, that and the flowers. He had changed the subject, not abruptly, but firmly, when the young men entered, but Faxon perceived that it still possessed the thoughts of the 2 elderly visitors, and Mr. Balch presently observed, in a voice that seemed to come from the last survivor down a mine shaft, "If it does come, it will be the biggest crash since '93. Mr. Lavington looked bored but polite. "Wall Street can stand crashes better than it could then. It's got a robuster constitution." "Yes, but—" "Speaking of constitution," Mr. Gisborne intervened, "Frank, are you taking care of yourself?" A flush rose to young Rayner's cheeks. "Why, of course. Isn't that what I'm here for?" "You're here about 3 days in the month, aren't you? And the rest of the time it's crowded restaurants and hot ballrooms in town. I thought you were to be shipped off to New Mexico." "Oh, I've got a new man who says that's all rot." "Well, you don't look as if your new man were right," said Mr. Gisborne bluntly. Faxon saw the lad's colour fade, and the rings of shadow deepen under his gay eyes. At the same moment his uncle turned to him with a renewed intensity of attention. There was such solicitude in Mr. Lavington's gaze that it seemed almost to fling a tangible shield between his nephew and Mr. Gisborne's tactless scrutiny. "We think Frank's a good deal better," he began. The new doctor, the butler, coming up, bent discreetly to whisper a word in his ear, and the communication caused a sudden change in Mr. Lavington's expression. His face was naturally so colourless that it seemed not so much to pale as to fade, to dwindle and recede into something blurred and blotted out. He half rose, sat down again, and sent a rigid smile about the table. "Will you excuse me? The telephone. Peters, go on with the dinner." With small, precise steps, he walked out of the door, which one of the footmen had hastened to throw open. A momentary silence fell on the group. Then Mr. Gisborne once more addressed himself to Rayner. "You ought to have gone, my boy. You ought to have gone." The anxious look returned to the youth's eyes. "My uncle doesn't think so, really." "You're not a baby, to be always governed on your uncle's opinion. You came of age today, didn't you? Your uncle spoils you. That's what's the matter." The thrust evidently went home, for Rayner laughed and looked down with a slight accession of colour. "But the doctor? Use your common sense, Frank. You had to try 20 doctors to find one to tell you what you wanted to be told." A look of apprehension overshadowed Rayner's gaiety. "Oh, come, I say, what would you do?" he stammered. "Pack up and jump on the first train." Mr. Gisborne leaned forward and laid a firm hand on the young man's arm. "Look here, my nephew Jim Gisborne is out there ranching on a big scale. He'll take you in and be glad to have you. You say your new doctor thinks it won't do you any good, but he doesn't pretend to say it will do you harm, does he? Well then, give it a trial. It'll take you out of hot theaters and night restaurants anyhow, and all the rest of it. Eh, Balch?" "Go," said Mr. Balch hollowly. "Go at once," he added, as if a closer look at the youth's face had impressed on him the need of backing up his friend. Young Rayner had turned ashy pale. He tried to stiffen his mouth into a smile. "Do I look as bad as all that?" Mr. Gisborne was helping himself to terrapin. "You look like the day after an earthquake," he added concisely. The terrapin had encircled the table, and been deliberately enjoyed by Mr. Lavington's 3 visitors. Rayner, Faxon noticed, left his plate untouched before the door was thrown open to readmit their host. Mr. Lavington advanced with an air of recovered composure. He seated himself, picked up his napkin, and consulted the gold monogrammed menu. "No, don't bring back the fillet. Some terrapin, yes." He looked affably about the table. "Sorry to have deserted you, but the storm has played the deuce with the wires, and I had to wait a long time before I could get a good connection. It must be blowing up for a blizzard." "Uncle Jack," young Rayner broke in, "Mr. Gisborne's been lecturing me." Mr. Lavington was helping himself to terrapin. "Ah, what about?" "He thinks I ought to have given New Mexico a show." "I want him to go straight out to my nephew at Santa Paz, and stay there till his next birthday." Mr. Lavington signed to the butler to hand the terrapin to Mr. Gisborne, who, as he took a second helping, addressed himself again to Rayner. "Jim's in New York now, and going back the day after tomorrow in Oliphant's private car. I'll ask Oliphant to squeeze you in if you'll go, and when you've been out there a week or two, in the saddle all day and sleeping 9 hours a night, I suspect you won't think much of the doctor who prescribed New York." Faxon spoke up, he knew not why. "I was out there once. It's a splendid life. I saw a fellow, a really bad case, who'd been simply made over by it." "It does sound jolly," Rayner laughed, a sudden eagerness of anticipation in his tone. His uncle looked at him gently. "Perhaps Gisborne's right. It's an opportunity." Faxon looked up with a start. The figure dimly perceived in the study was now more visibly and tangibly planted behind Mr. Lavington's chair. "That's right, Frank. You see, your uncle approves, and the trip out there with Oliphant isn't a thing to be missed. So drop a few dozen dinners and be at the Grand Central the day after tomorrow at 5. Mr. Gisborne's pleasant grey eye sought corroboration of his host, and Faxon, in a cold anguish of suspense, continued to watch him as he turned his glance on Mr. Lavington. One could not look at Lavington without seeing the presence at his back, and it was clear that, the next minute, some change in Mr. Gisborne's expression must give his watcher a clue. But Mr. Gisborne's expression did not change. The gaze he fixed on his host remained unperturbed, and the clue he gave was the startling one of not seeming to see the other figure. Faxon's first impulse was to look away, to look anywhere else, to resort again to the champagne glass the watchful butler had already brimmed. But some fatal attraction, at war in him with an overwhelming physical resistance, held his eyes upon the spot they feared. The figure was still standing, more distinctly, and therefore more resemblingly, at Mr. Lavington's back, and while the latter continued to gaze affectionately at his nephew, his counterpart, as before, fixed young Rayner with eyes of deadly menace. Faxon, with what felt like an actual wrench of muscles, dragged his own eyes from the sight to scan the other countenances about the table. But not one revealed the least consciousness of what he saw, and a sense of mortal isolation sank upon him. "It's worth considering, certainly," he heard Mr. Lavington continue. And as Rayner's face lit up, the face behind his uncle's chair seemed to gather into its look all the fierce weariness of old unsatisfied hates. That was the thing that, as the minutes labored by, Faxon was becoming most conscious of. The watcher behind the chair was no longer merely malevolent. He had grown suddenly, unutterably tired. His hatred seemed to well up out of the very depths of balked effort and thwarted hopes, and the fact made him more pitiable and yet more dire. Faxon's look reverted to Mr. Lavington, as if to surmise in him a corresponding change. At first none was visible. His pinched smile was screwed to his blank face like a gaslight to a whitewashed wall. Then the fixity of the smile became ominous. Faxon saw that its wearer was afraid to let it go. It was evident that Mr. Lavington was unutterably tired too, and the discovery sent a cold current through Faxon's veins. Looking down at his untouched plate, he caught the soliciting twinkle of the champagne glass, but the sight of the wine turned him sick. "Well, we'll go into the details presently," he heard Mr. Lavington say, still on the question of his nephew's future. "Let's have a cigar first. No, not here, Peters." He turned his smile on Faxon. "When we've had coffee, I want to show you my pictures. Oh, by the way, Uncle Jack, Mr. Faxon wants to know if you've got a double." "A double?" Mr. Lavington, still smiling, continued to address himself to his guest. "Not that I know of. Have you seen one, Mr. Faxon?" Faxon thought, "My God, if I look up now, they'll both be looking at me." To avoid raising his eyes, he made as though to lift the glass to his lips. But his hand sank inert, and he looked up. Mr. Lavington's glance was politely bent on him, but with a loosening of the strain about his heart, he saw that the figure behind the chair still kept its gaze on Rayner. "Do you think you've seen my double, Mr. Faxon?" Would the other face turn if he said yes? Faxon felt a dryness in his throat. "No," he answered. "Ah, it's possible I've a dozen. I believe I'm extremely usual-looking," Mr. Lavington went on conversationally, and still the other face watched Rayner. "It was a mistake, a confusion of memory," Faxon heard himself stammer. Mr. Lavington pushed back his chair, and as he did so Mr. Grisbin suddenly leaned forward. "Lavington, what have we been thinking of? We haven't drunk Frank's health." Mr. Lavington reseated himself. "My dear boy, Peters, another bottle." He turned to his nephew. "After such a sin of omission, I don't presume to propose the toast myself, but Frank knows. Go ahead, Grisbin." The boy shone on his uncle. No, Uncle Jack. Mr. Grisbin won't mind. Nobody but you today." The butler was replenishing the glasses. He filled Mr. Lavington's last, and Mr. Lavington put out his small hand to raise it. As he did so, Faxon looked away. "Well then, all the good I've wished you in all the past years, I put it into the prayer that the coming ones may be healthy and happy and many, dear boy." Faxon saw the hands about him reach out for their glasses. Automatically, he made the same gesture. His eyes were still on the table, and he repeated to himself with a trembling vehemence, "I won't look up. I won't. I won't." His fingers clasped the stem of the glass and raised it to the level of his lips. He saw the other hands making the same motion. He heard Mr. Grispen's genial "Hear, hear," and Mr. Balch's hollow echo. He said to himself, as the rim of the glass touched his lips, "I won't look up. I swear I won't." And he looked. The glass was so full that it required an extraordinary effort to hold it there, brimming and suspended, during the awful interval before he could trust his hand to lower it again, untouched, to the table. It was this merciful preoccupation which saved him, kept him from crying out, from losing his hold, from slipping down into the bottomless blackness that gaped for him. As long as the problem of the glass engaged him, he felt able to keep his seat, manage his muscles, fit unnoticeably into the group. But as the glass touched the table, his last link with safety snapped. He stood up and dashed out of the room. Chapter 4. In the gallery, the instinct of self-preservation helped him to turn back and sign to young Rayner not to follow. He stammered out something about a touch of dizziness, and joining them presently, and the boy waved an unsuspecting hand and drew back. At the foot of the stairs, Faxon ran against a servant. "I should like to telephone to Waymore," he said, with dry lips. "Sorry, sir. Wire's all down. We've been trying the last hour to get New York again for Mr. Lavington." Faxon shot on to his room, burst into it, and bolted the door. The mild lamplight lay on furniture, flowers, books. In the ashes a log still glimmered. He dropped down on the sofa and hid his face. The room was utterly silent. The whole house was still. Nothing about him gave a hint of what was going on, darkly and dumbly, in the horrible room he had flown from. And with the covering of his eyes oblivion and reassurance seemed to fall on him. But they fell for a moment only. Then his lids opened again to the monstrous vision. There it was, stamped on his pupils. A part of him forever, an indelible horror, burnt into his body and brain. But why into his, just his? Why had he alone been chosen to see what he had seen? What business was it of his, in God's name? Any one of the others, thus enlightened, might have exposed the horror and defeated it. But he, the one weaponless and defenseless spectator, the one whom none of the others would believe or understand if he attempted to reveal what he knew, he alone had been singled out as the victim of this atrocious initiation. Suddenly he sat up, listening. He had heard a step on the stairs. Someone, no doubt, was coming to see how he was, to urge him, if he felt better, to go down and join the smokers. Cautiously he opened his door. Yes, it was young Rayner's step. Faxon looked down the passage, remembered the other stairway, and darted to it. All he wanted was to get out of the house. Not another instant would he breathe its abominable air. What business was it of his, in God's name? He reached the opposite end of the lower gallery, and beyond it saw the hall by which he had entered. It was empty, and on a long table he recognized his coat and cap among the furs of the other travelers. He got into his coat, unbolted the door, and plunged into the purifying night. The darkness was deep, and the cold so intense that for an instant it stopped his breathing. Then he perceived that only a thin snow was falling, and resolutely set his face for flight. The trees along the avenue dimly marked his way as he hastened, with long strides over the beaten snow. Gradually, while he walked, the tumult in his brain subsided. The impulse to fly still drove him forward, but he began to feel that he was flying from a terror of his own creating, and that the most urgent reason for escape was the need of hiding his state, of shunning other eyes' scrutiny till he should regain his balance. He had spent the long hours in the train in fruitless broodings on a discouraging situation, and he remembered how his bitterness had turned to exasperation when he found that the Waymore sleigh was not awaiting him. It was absurd, of course, but though he had joked with Raynor over Mrs. Culm's forgetfulness, to confess it had cost a pang. That was what his rootless life had brought him to. For lack of a personal stake in things, his sensibility was at the mercy of such trivial accidents. Yes, that, and the cold and fatigue, and absence of hope, and the haunting sense of starved aptitudes. All these had brought him to the perilous verge over which once or twice before his terrified brain had hung. Why else, in the name of any imaginable logic, human or devilish, should he, a stranger, be singled out for this experience? What could it mean to him? How was he related to it? What bearing had it on his case? Unless, indeed, it was just because he was a stranger everywhere, because he had no personal life, no warm, strong screen of private egotisms to shield him from exposure, that he had developed this abnormal sensitiveness to the vicissitudes of others. The thought pulled him up with a shudder. No, such a fate was too abominable. All that was strong and sound in him rejected it. 1,000 times better regard himself as ill, disorganized, deluded, than as the predestined victim of such warnings. He reached the gates and paused before the darkened lodge. The wind had risen and was sweeping the snow into his face in lacerating streamers. The cold had him in its grasp again, and he stood uncertain. Should he put his sanity to the test and go back? He turned and looked down the dark drive to the house. A single ray shone through the trees, evoking a picture of the lights, the flowers, the faces grouped about that fatal room. He turned and plunged out into the road. He remembered that about a mile from Overdale the coachman had pointed out the road to Northridge, and he began to walk in that direction. Once in the road, he had the gale in his face, and the wet snow on his moustache and eyelashes instantly hardened to metal. The same metal seemed to be driving 1,000,000 blades into his throat and lungs, but he pushed on, desperately determined, the vision of the warm room pursuing him. The snow in the road was deep and uneven. He stumbled across ruts and sank into drifts, and the wind rose behind him like a granite cliff. Now and then he stopped, gasping, as if an invisible hand had tightened an iron band about his body. Then he started again, stiffening himself against the stealthy penetration of the cold. The snow continued to descend out of a pall of inscrutable darkness, and once or twice he paused, fearing he had missed the road to Northridge, but, seeing no sign of a turn, he ploughed on doggedly. At last, feeling sure that he had walked more than a mile, he halted and looked back. The act of turning brought immediate relief. First, because it put his back to the wind, and then because, far down the road, it showed him the advancing gleam of a lantern. A sleigh was coming, a sleigh that might perhaps give him a lift to the village. Fortified by the hope, he began to walk back toward the light. It seemed to come forward very slowly, with unaccountable zigzags and waverings. And even when he was within a few yards of it, he could catch no sound of sleigh bells. Then the light paused and became stationary by the roadside, as though carried by a pedestrian who had stopped, exhausted by the cold. The thought made Faxon hasten on, and a moment later he was stooping over a motionless figure huddled against the snowbank. The lantern had dropped from its bearer's hand, and Faxon, fearfully raising it, threw its light into the face of Frank Rayner. "Rayner, what on earth are you doing here?" The boy smiled back through his pallor. "What are you, I'd like to know?" he retorted, and, scrambling to his feet, with a clutch on Faxon's arm, he added gaily, "Well, I've run you down anyhow." Faxon stood confounded, his heart sinking. The lad's face was grey. "What madness," he began. "Yes, it is. What on earth did you do it for?" "I? Do what? Why, I was just taking a walk. I often walk at night." Frank Rayner burst into a laugh. "On such nights? Then you hadn't bolted?" "Bolted? Because I'd done something to offend you. My uncle thought you had." Faxon grasped his arm. "Did your uncle send you after me?" "Well, he gave me an awful rowing for not going up to your room with you when you said you were ill, and when we found you'd gone, we were frightened, and he was awfully upset, so I said I'd catch you. You're not ill, are you?" "Ill? No, never better." Faxon picked up the lantern. "Come, let's go back. It was awfully hot in that dining room," he added. "Yes, I hoped it was only that." They trudged on in silence for a few minutes. Then Faxon questioned, "You're not too done up?" "Oh, no, it's a lot easier with the wind behind us." "All right, don't talk any more." They pushed ahead, walking in spite of the light that guided them more slowly than Faxon had walked alone into the gale. The fact of his companions stumbling against a drift gave him a pretext for saying, "Take hold of my arm," and Rayner, obeying, gasped out, "I'm blown." "So am I. Who wouldn't be? What a dance you led me, if it hadn't been for one of the servants happening to see you. Yes, all right, and now won't you kindly shut up?" Rayner laughed and hung on him. "Oh, the cold doesn't hurt me." For the first few minutes after Rayner had overtaken him, anxiety for the lad had been Faxon's only thought, but as each labouring step carried them nearer to the spot he had been fleeing, the reasons for his flight grew more ominous and more insistent. No, he was not ill, he was not distraught and deluded. He was the instrument singled out to warn and save, and here he was, irresistibly driven, dragging the victim back to his doom. The intensity of the conviction had almost checked his steps, but what could he do or say? At all costs he must get Rayner out of the cold, into the house, and into his bed. After that he would act. The snowfall was thickening, and as they reached a stretch of the road between open fields, the wind took them at an angle, lashing their faces with barbed thongs. Rayner stopped to take breath, and Faxon felt the heavier pressure of his arm. "When we get to the lodge, can't we telephone to the stable for a sleigh? If they're not all asleep at the lodge." "Oh, I'll manage. Don't talk," Faxon ordered, and they plodded on. At length the lantern rays showed ruts that curved away from the road under tree darkness. Faxon's spirit rose. "There's the gate. We'll be there in 5 minutes." As he spoke he caught about the boundary hedge the gleam of a light at the farther end of the dark avenue. It was the same light that had shone on the scene of which every detail was burnt into his brain, and he felt again its overpowering reality. No, he couldn't let the boy go back. They were at the lodge at last, and Faxon was hammering on the door. He said to himself, "I'll get him inside first, and make them give him a hot drink. Then I'll find an argument." There was no answer to his knocking, and after an interval, Rayner said, "Look here, we'd better go on." "No." "I can, perfectly. You shan't go to the house, I say." Faxon furiously redoubled his blows, and at length steps sounded on the stairs. Rayner was leaning against the lintel, and as the door opened, the light from the hall flashed on his pale face and fixed eyes. Faxon caught him by the arm and drew him in. "It was cold out there," he sighed, and then abruptly, as if invisible shears at a single stroke had cut every muscle in his body, he swerved, drooped on Faxon's arm, and seemed to sink into nothing at his feet. The lodge-keeper and Faxon bent over him, and somehow, between them, lifted him into the kitchen and laid him on a sofa by the stove. The lodge-keeper, stammering, "I'll ring up the house," dashed out of the room, but Faxon heard the words without heeding them. Omens mattered nothing now beside this woe fulfilled. He knelt down to undo the fur collar about Rayner's throat, and as he did so, he felt a warm moisture on his hands. He held them up, and they were red. Chapter 5. The palms threaded their endless lines along the yellow river. The little steamer lay at the wharf, and George Faxon, sitting in the veranda of the wooden hotel, idly watched the coolies carrying the freight across the gangplank. He had been looking at such scenes for 2 months. Nearly 5 had elapsed since he had descended from the train at Northridge, and strained his eyes for the sleigh that was to take him to Waymore, which he was never to behold. Part of the interval, the first part, was still a great grey blur. Even now he could not be quite sure how he had got back to Boston, reached the house of a cousin, and been thence transferred to a quiet room looking out on snow under bare trees. He looked out a long time at the same scene, and finally one day a man he had known at Harvard came to see him and invited him to go out on a business trip to the Malay Peninsula. "You've had a bad shake-up, and it'll do you no end of good to get away from things." When the doctor came the next day, it turned out that he knew of the plan and approved it. "You ought to be quiet for a year. Just loaf and look at the landscape," he advised. Faxon felt the first faint stirrings of curiosity. "What's been the matter with me, anyhow?" "Well, overwork, I suppose. You must have been bottling up for a bad breakdown before you started for New Hampshire last December, and the shock of that poor boy's death did the rest." Ah, yes, Rayner had died, he remembered. He started for the east, and gradually, by imperceptible degrees, life crept back into his weary bones and leaden brain. His friend was very considerate and forbearing, and they travelled slowly and talked little. At first, Faxon had felt a great shrinking from whatever touched on familiar things. He seldom looked at a newspaper. He never opened a letter without a moment's contraction of the heart. It was not that he had any special cause for apprehension, but merely that a great trail of darkness lay on everything. He had looked too deep down into the abyss. But little by little, health and energy returned to him, and with them the common promptings of curiosity. He was beginning to wonder how the world was going, and when, presently, the hotel-keeper told him there were no letters for him in the steamer's mail-bag, he felt a distinct sense of disappointment. His friend had gone into the jungle on a long excursion, and he was lonely, unoccupied, and wholesomely bored. He got up and strolled into the stuffy reading-room. There he found a game of dominoes, a mutilated picture puzzle, some copies of Zion's Herald, and a pile of New York and London newspapers. He began to glance through the papers, and was disappointed to find that they were less recent than he had hoped. Evidently the last number had been carried off by luckier travelers. He continued to turn them over, picking out the American ones first. These, as it happened, were the oldest. They dated back to December and January. To Faxon, however, they had all the flavor of novelty, since they covered the precise period during which he had virtually ceased to exist. It had never before occurred to him to wonder what had happened in the world during that interval of obliteration, but now he felt a sudden desire to know. To prolong the pleasure, he began by sorting the papers chronologically, and as he found and spread out the earliest number, the date at the top of the page entered into his unconsciousness like a key slipping into a lock. It was the 17th of December, the date of the day after his arrival at Northridge. He glanced at the first page and read in blazing characters, "Reported failure of Opal Cement Company. Lavington's name involved. Gigantic exposure of corruption shakes Wall Street to its foundations." He read on, and when he had finished the first paper, he turned to the next. There was a gap of 3 days, but the Opal Cement investigation still held the center of the stage. From its complex revelations of greed and ruin, his eye wandered to the death notices, and he read, "Rayner, suddenly, at Northridge, New Hampshire, Francis John, only son of the late." His eyes clouded, and he dropped the newspaper, and sat for a long time with his face in his hands. When he looked up again, he noticed that his gesture had pushed the other papers from the table and scattered them on the floor at his feet. The uppermost lay spread out before him, and heavily his eyes began their search again. John Lavington comes forward with plan for reconstructing company, offers to put in 10 millions of his own, the proposal under consideration by the district attorney. 10 millions? 10 millions of his own? But if John Lavington was ruined— Faxon stood up with a cry. That was it, then. That was what the warning meant. And if he had not fled from it, dashed wildly away from it into the night, he might have broken the spell of iniquity. The power of darkness might not have prevailed. He caught up the pile of newspapers and began to glance through each in turn for the headline, "Wills admitted to probate." In the last of all, he found the paragraph he sought, and it stared up at him as if with Rayner's dying eyes. That was what he had done. The powers of pity had singled him out to warn and save, and he had closed his ears to their call, had washed his hands of it and fled. Washed his hands of it, that was the word. It caught him back to the dreadful moment in the lodge when, raising himself up from Rayner's side, he had looked at his hands and seen that they were red. End of The Triumph of Night by Edith Wharton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
Visions of the Night by Ambrose Bierce. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devin Kemp. Visions of the Night by Ambrose Bierce. I hold the belief that the gift of dreams is a valuable literary endowment, that if by some art not now understood the elusive fancies that it supplies could be caught and fixed and made to serve, we should have a literature exceeding fair. In captivity and domestication, the gift could doubtless be wonderfully improved as animals bred to service acquire new capacities and powers. By taming our dreams, we shall double our working hours, and our most fruitful labor will be done in sleep. Even as matters are, Dreamland is a tributary province, as witness Kubla Khan. What is a dream? A loose and lawless collocation of memories, a disorderly succession of matters once present in the waking consciousness. It is a resurrection of the dead, pell-mell, ancient and modern, the just and unjust, springing from their cracked tombs, each in his habit as he lived, pressing forward confusedly to have an audience of the master of the revel, and snatching one another's garments as they run. Master? No. He has abdicated his authority, and they have their will of him. His own is dead, and does not rise with the rest. His judgment, too, is gone, and with it the capacity to be surprised. Pained as he may be, and pleased, terrified and charmed, but wonder he cannot feel. The monstrous, the preposterous, the unnatural, these all are simple, right, and reasonable. The ludicrous does not amuse, nor the impossible amaze. The dreamer is your only true poet. He is of imagination all compact. Imagination is merely memory. Try to imagine something that you have never observed, experienced, heard of, or read about. Try to conceive an animal, for example, without body, head, limbs, or tail, a house without walls or roof. But when awake, having assistance of will and judgment, we can somewhat control and direct. We can pick and choose from memory's store, taking that which serves, excluding, though sometimes with difficulty, what is not to the purpose. Asleep, our fancies inherit us. They come so grouped, so blended and compounded, the one with another, so wrought of one another's elements, that the whole seems new. But the old familiar units of conception are there, and none beside. Waking or sleeping, we get from imagination nothing new but new adjustments. The stuff that dreams are made on has been gathered by the physical senses and stored in memory, as squirrels hoard nuts. But one, at least, of the senses contributes nothing to the fabric of the dream. No one ever dreamed an odor. Sight, hearing, feeling, possibly taste, are all workers, making provision for our nightly entertainment. But sleep is without a nose. It surprises that those keen observers, the ancient poets, did not so describe the drowsy god, and that their obedient servants, the ancient sculptors, did not so represent him. Perhaps these latter worthies, working for posterity, reasoned that time and mischance would inevitably revise their work in this regard, conforming it to the facts of nature. Who can so relate a dream that it shall seem one? No poet has so light a touch. As well try to write the music of an Aeolian harp. There is a familiar species of the genus Bore, Penetrator intolerabilis, who, having read a story, perhaps by some master of style, is at the pains elaborately to expound its plot for your edification and delight. Then thinks, good soul, that now you need not read it. Under substantially similar circumstances and conditions, as the interstate commerce law hath it, I should not be guilty of the like offense, but I propose herein to set forth the plots of certain dreams of my own, the circumstances and conditions being, as I conceive, dissimilar in this, that the dreams themselves are not accessible to the reader. In endeavoring to make record of their poorer parts, I do not indulge the hope of a higher success. I have no salt to put upon the tale of a dream's elusive spirit. I was walking at dusk through a great forest of unfamiliar trees, whence and whither I did not know. I had a sense of the vast extent of the wood, a consciousness that I was the only living thing in it. I was obsessed by some awful spell in expiation of a forgotten crime committed, as I vaguely surmised, against the sunrise. Mechanically and without hope, I moved under the arms of the giant trees along a narrow trail penetrating the haunted solitudes of the forest. I came at length to a brook that flowed darkly and sluggishly across my path, and saw that it was blood. Turning to the right, I followed it up a considerable distance, and soon came to a small, circular opening in the forest, filled with a dim, unreal light, by which I saw in the center of the opening a deep tank of white marble. It was filled with blood, and the stream that I had followed up was its outlet. All round the tank, between it and the enclosing forest, a space of perhaps 10 feet in breadth, paved with immense slabs of marble, were the dead bodies of men. 100. Though I did not count them, I knew that the number had some significant and pretentious relation to my crime. Possibly they marked the time, in centuries, since I had committed it. I only recognized the fitness of the number and knew it without counting. The bodies were naked and arranged symmetrically around the central tank, radiating from it like spokes of a wheel. The feet were outward, the heads hanging over the edge of the tank. Each lay upon its back, its throat cut, blood slowly dripping from the wound. I looked on all this unmoved. It was a natural and necessary result of my offense, and it did not affect me. But there was something that filled me with apprehension and terror. A monstrous pulsation beating with a slow, inevitable recurrence. I do not know which of the senses it addressed, or if it made its way to the consciousness through some avenue unknown to science and experience. The pitiless regularity of this vast rhythm was maddening. I was conscious that it pervaded the entire forest and was a manifestation of some gigantic and implacable malevolence. Of this dream I have no further recollection, probably overcome by a terror which doubtless had its origin in the discomfort of an impeded circulation. I cried out and was awakened by the sound of my own voice. The dream whose skeleton I shall now present occurred in my early youth. I could not have been more than 16. I am considerably more now, yet I recall the incidents as vividly as when the dream was of an hour's age, and I lie cowering beneath the bed covering and trembling with terror from the memory. I was alone on a boundless level. In the night, in my bad dreams, I am always alone, and it is usually night. No trees were anywhere in sight, no habitations of men, no streams nor hills. The earth seemed to be covered with a short, coarse vegetation that was black and stubbly, as if the plain had been swept by fire. My way was broken here and there, as I went forward with I know not what purpose, by small pools of water occupying shallow depressions, as if the fire had been succeeded by rain. These pools were on every side, and kept vanishing and appearing again, as dark, heavy clouds drove athwart these parts of the sky which they neglected, and passing on disclosed again the steely glitter of the stars, in whose cold light the waters shone with a black luster. My course lay toward the west, where low along the horizon burned a crimson light beneath long strips of cloud, giving that effect of measureless distance that I have since learned to look for in Doré's pictures, where every touch of his hand has laid a portent and a curse. As I moved, I saw outlined against this uncanny background a silhouette of battlements and towers, which, expanding with every mile of my journey, grew at last to an unthinkable height and breadth, till the building subtended a wide angle of vision, yet seemed no nearer than before. Heartless and hopeless, I struggled on over the blasted and forbidding plain, and still the mighty structure grew until I could no longer compass it with a look, and its towers shut out the stars directly overhead. Then I passed in at an open portal between columns of cyclopean masonry, whose single stones were larger than my father's house. Within all was vacancy. Everything was coated with the dust of desertion. A dim light, the lawless light of dreams, sufficient unto itself, enabled me to pass from corridor to corridor and from room to room, every door yielding to my hand. In the rooms it was a long walk from wall to wall. Of no corridor did I ever reach an end. My footfalls gave out that strange hollow sound that is never heard but in abandoned dwellings and tenanted tombs. For hours I wandered in this awful solitude, conscious of a seeking purpose, yet knowing not what I sought. At last, in what I conceived to be an extreme angle of the building, I entered a room of the ordinary dimensions, having a single window. Through this I saw the same crimson light still lying along the horizon in the measureless reaches of the west, like a visible doom, and knew it for the lingering fire of eternity. Looking upon the red menace of its sullen and sinister glare, there came to me the dreadful truth, which years later, as an extravagant fancy, I endeavored to express in verse. Man is long ages dead in every zone. The angels all are gone to graves unknown. The devils, too, are cold enough at last, and God lies dead before the great white throne. The light was powerless to dispel the obscurity of the room, and it was some time before I discovered in the farthest angle the outlines of a bed, and approached it with a prescience of ill. I felt that here, somehow, the bad business of my adventure was to end with some horrible climax, yet could not resist the spell that urged me to the fulfillment. Upon the bed, partly clothed, lay the dead body of a human being. It lay upon its back, the arms straight along the sides. By bending over it, which I did with loathing, but no fear, I could see that it was dreadfully decomposed. The ribs protruded from the leathern flesh. Through the skin of the sunken belly could be seen the protuberances of the spine. The face was black and shriveled, and the lips, drawn away from the yellow teeth, cursed it with a ghastly grin. A fullness under the closed lids seemed to indicate that the eyes had survived the general wreck, and this was true, for as I bent above them, they slowly opened and gazed into mine with a tranquil, steady regard. Imagine my horror how you can. No words of mine can assist the conception. The eyes were my own. That vestigial fragment of a vanished race, that unspeakable thing which neither time nor eternity had wholly effaced, that hateful and abhorrent scrap of mortality, still sentient after death of God and the angels, was I. There are dreams that repeat themselves. Of this class is one of my own, which seems sufficiently singular to justify its narration, though truly I fear the reader will think the realms of sleep are anything but a happy hunting ground for my night-wandering soul. This is not true. The greater number of my incursions into dreamland, and I suppose those of most others, are attended with the happiest results. My imagination returns to the body like a bee to the hive, loaded with spoil which, reason assisting, is transmuted to honey and stored away in the cells of memory to be a joy forever. But the dream which I am about to relate has a double character. It is strangely dreadful in the experience, but the horror it inspires is so ludicrously disproportionate to the one incident producing it, that in retrospection the fantasy amuses. I am passing through an open glade in a thinly wooded country. Through the belt of scattered trees that bound the irregular space, there are glimpses of cultivated fields and the homes of strange intelligences. It must be near daybreak, for the moon, nearly as full, is low in the west, showing blood red through the mists with which the landscape is fantastically freaked. The grass under my feet is heavy with dew, and the whole scene is that of a morning in early summer, glimmering in the unfamiliar light of a setting full moon. Near my path is a horse, visibly and audibly cropping the herbage. It lifts its head as I am about to pass, regards me motionless for a moment, then walks toward me. It is milky white, mild of mien, and amiable in look. I say to myself, "This horse is a gentle soul," and pause to caress it. It keeps its eyes fixed upon my own, approaches and speaks to me in a human voice, with human words. This does not surprise, but terrifies, and instantly I return to this, our world. The horse always speaks my own tongue, but I never know what it says. I suppose I vanish from the land of dreams before it finishes expressing what it has in mind, leaving it, no doubt, as greatly terrified by my sudden disappearance as I by its manner of accosting me. I would give value to know the purpose of its communication. Perhaps some morning I shall understand and return no more to this our world. End of Visions of the Night. Recording by Devin Kemp, Berlin, Germany. devinkemp.com.
The Woman of the Satyr by Jerome K. Jerome. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rafe Ball. The Woman of the Satyr by Jerome K. Jerome. Wild reindeer stalking is hardly so exciting a sport as the evening's veranda talk in Norway hotels would lead the trustful traveller to suppose. Under the charge of your guide, a very young man with the dreamy, wistful eyes of those who live in valleys, you leave the farmstead early in the forenoon, arriving towards twilight at the desolate hut which, for so long as you remain upon the uplands, will be your somewhat cheerless headquarters. Next morning, in the chill, mist-laden dawn, you rise, and, after a breakfast of coffee and dried fish, shoulder your Remington and step forth silently into the raw, damp air, the guide locking the door behind you, the key grating harshly in the rusty lock. For hour after hour you toil over the steep, stony ground, or wind through the pines, speaking in whispers, lest your voice reach the quick ears of your prey that keeps its head ever pressed against the wind. Here and there, in the hollows of the hills, lie wide fields of snow, over which you pick your steps thoughtfully, listening to the smothered thunder of the torrent tunnelling its way beneath your feet, and wondering whether the frozen arch above it be at all points as firm as is desirable. Now and again, as in single file you walk cautiously along some jagged ridge, you catch glimpses of the green world 3,000 feet below you, though you gaze not long upon the view, for your attention is chiefly directed to watching the footprints of the guide, lest by deviating to the right or left you find yourself at one stride back in the valley, or, to be more correct, are found there. These things you do, and, as exercise, they are healthful and invigorating. But a reindeer you never see, and unless, overcoming the prejudices of your British-bred conscience, you care to take an occasional pop at a fox, you had better have left your rifle at the hut, and, instead, have brought a stick which would have been helpful, notwithstanding which the guide continues sanguine, and in broken English, helped out by stirring gesture, tells of the terrible slaughter generally done by sportsmen under his superintendence, and of the vast herds that generally infest these fields, and when you grow sceptical upon the subject of rains, he whispers alluringly of bears. Once in a way you will come across a track, and will follow it breathlessly for hours, and it will lead to a sheer precipice. Whether the explanation is suicide, or a reprehensible tendency on the part of the animal towards practical joking, you are left to decide for yourself. Then, with many rough miles between you and your rest, you abandon the chase. But I speak from personal experience merely. All day long we had tramped through the pitiless rain, stopping only for an hour at noon to eat some dried venison and smoke a pipe beneath the shelter of an overhanging cliff. Soon afterwards, Michael knocked over a riper, a bird that will hardly take the trouble to hop out of your way, with his gun barrel, which incident cheered us a little, and, later on, our flagging spirits were still further revived by the discovery of apparently very recent deer tracks. These we followed, forgetful, in our eagerness, of the lengthening distance back to the hut, of the fading daylight, of the gathering mist. The track led us higher and higher, farther and farther into the mountains, until on the shores of a desolate rock-bound vand it abruptly ended, and we stood staring at one another, and the snow began to fall. Unless in the next half hour we could chance upon a satyr, this meant passing the night upon the mountain. Michael and I looked at the guide, but though, with characteristic Norwegian sturdiness, he put a bold face upon it, we could see that in that deepening darkness he knew no more than we did. Wasting no time on words, we made straight for the nearest point of descent, knowing that any human habitation must be far below us. Down we scrambled, heedless of torn clothes and bleeding hands, the darkness pressing closer round us. Then, suddenly, it became black, black as pitch, and we could only hear each other. Another step might mean death. We stretched out our hands and felt each other. Why we spoke in whispers, I do not know, but we seemed afraid of our own voices. We agreed there was nothing for it but to stop where we were till morning, clinging to the short grass. So we lay there, side by side, for what may have been 5 minutes, or may have been an hour. Then, attempting to turn, I lost my grip and rolled. I made convulsive efforts to clutch the ground, but the incline was too steep. How far I fell, I could not say, but at last something stopped me. I felt it cautiously with my foot. It did not yield, so I twisted myself round and touched it with my hand. It seemed planted firmly in the earth. I passed my arm along to the right, then to the left. I shouted with joy. It was a fence. Rising and groping about me, I found an opening and passed through, and crept forward with palms outstretched until I touched the logs of a hut, then, feeling my way round, discovered the door and knocked. There came no response, so I knocked louder, then pushed, and the heavy woodwork yielded, groaning. But the darkness within was even darker than the darkness without. The others had contrived to crawl down and join me. Michael struck a wax vesta and held it up, and slowly the room came out of the darkness and stood round us. Then something rather startling happened. Giving one swift glance about him, our guide uttered a cry and rushed out into the night. We followed to the door and called after him, but only a voice came to us out of the blackness, and the only words we could catch, shrieked back in terror, were, "Satyr Fronen! Satyr Fronen!" The women of the satyr. "Some foolish superstition about the place, I suppose," said Michael. "In these mountain solitudes men breed ghosts for company. Let us make a fire. Perhaps, when he sees the light, his desire for food and shelter may get the better of his fears." We felt about the small enclosure round the house, and gathered juniper and birch twigs, and kindled a fire upon the open stove built in the corner of the room. Fortunately, we had some dried reindeer and bread in our bag, and on that and the riper and the contents of our flasks we supped. Afterwards, to while away the time, we made an inspection of the strange eyrie we had lighted on. It was an old log-built satyr. Some of these mountain farmsteads are as old as the stone ruins of other countries. Carvings of strange beasts and demons were upon its blackened rafters, and on the lintel, in runic letters, ran this legend: "Hund builded me in the days of Harfaga." The house consisted of 2 large apartments. Originally, no doubt, these had been separate dwellings standing beside one another, but they were now connected by a long, low gallery. Most of the scanty furniture was almost as ancient as the walls themselves, but many articles of a comparatively recent date had been added. All was now, however, rotting and falling into decay. The place appeared to have been deserted suddenly by its last occupants. Household utensils lay as they were left, rust and dirt encrusted on them. An open book, limp and mildewed, lay face downwards on the table, while many others were scattered about both rooms, together with much paper, scored with faded ink. The curtains hung in shreds about the windows. A woman's cloak, of an antiquated fashion, drooped from a nail behind the door. In an oak chest we found a tumbled heap of yellow letters. They were of various dates, extending over a period of 4 months, and with them, apparently intended to receive them, lay a large envelope, inscribed with an address in London that has since disappeared. Strong curiosity overcoming faint scruples, we read them by the dull glow of the burning juniper twigs, and, as we lay aside the last of them, there rose from the depths below us a wailing cry, and all night long it rose and died away, and rose again and died away again, whether born of our brain or of some human thing, God knows. And these, a little altered and shortened, are the letters. Extract from first letter. I cannot tell you, my dear Joyce, what a haven of peace this place is to me after the racket and fret of town. I am almost quite recovered already, and am growing stronger every day. And, joy of joys, my brain has come back to me, fresher and more vigorous, I think, for its holiday. In this silence and solitude my thoughts flow freely, and the difficulties of my task are disappearing as if by magic. We are perched upon a tiny plateau halfway up the mountain. On one side the rock rises almost perpendicularly, piercing the sky, while on the other, 2,000 feet below us, the torrent hurls itself into the black waters of the fjord. The house consists of 2 rooms, or rather it is 2 cabins connected by a passage. The larger one we use as a living room, and the other is our sleeping apartment. We have no servant, but do everything for ourselves. I fear sometimes Muriel must find it lonely. The nearest human habitation is 8 miles away, across the mountain, and not a soul comes near us. I spend as much time as I can with her, however, during the day, and make up for it by working at night after she has gone to sleep. And when I question her, she only laughs, and answers that she loves to have me all to herself. Here you will smile cynically, I know, and say, I wonder will she say the same when they have been married 6 years instead of 6 months? At the rate I am working now, I shall have finished my first volume by the spring, and then, my dear fellow, you must try and come over, and we will walk and talk together amid these storm-reared temples of the gods. I have felt a new man since I arrived here. Instead of having to cudgel my brains, as we say, thoughts crowd upon me. This work will make my name. Part of the 3rd letter, the second being mere talk about the book, a history apparently, that the man was writing. My dear Joyce, I have written you 2 letters, this will make the 3rd, but have been unable to post them. Every day I have been expecting a visit from some farmer or villager, for the Norwegians are kindly people towards strangers, to say nothing of the inducements of trade. A fortnight having passed, however, and the commissariat question having become serious, I yesterday set out before dawn, and made my way down to the valley, and this gives me something to tell you. Nearing the village, I met a peasant woman. To my intense surprise, instead of returning my salutation, she stared at me as if I were some wild animal, and shrank away from me as far as the width of the road would permit. In the village the same experience awaited me. The children ran from me, the people avoided me. At last a grey-haired old man appeared to take pity on me, and from him I learnt the explanation of the mystery. It seems there is a strange superstition attaching to this house in which we are living. My things were brought up here by the 2 men who accompanied me from Drontheim, but the natives are afraid to go near the place, and prefer to keep as far as possible from anyone connected with it. The story is that the house was built by one Hund, a maker of runes, one of the old saga writers, no doubt, who lived here with his young wife. All went peacefully until, unfortunately for him, a certain maiden stationed at a neighbouring satyr grew to love him. Forgive me if I am telling you what you know, but a satyr is the name given to the upland pastures to which, during the summer, are sent the cattle, generally under the charge of one or more of the maids. Here, for 3 months, these girls live in their lonely huts, entirely shut off from the world. Customs change a little in this land. 2 or 3 such stations are within climbing distance of this house, at this day looked after by the farmer's daughters, as in the days of Hund, maker of runes. Every night, by devious mountain paths, the woman would come and tap lightly at Hund's door. Hund had built himself 2 cabins, one behind the other. These are now, as I think I have explained to you, connected by a passage. The smaller one was the homestead. In the other he carved and wrote, so that while the young wife slept, the maker of runes and the satyr woman sat whispering. One night, however, the wife learnt all things, but said no word. Then, as now, the ravine in front of the enclosure was crossed by a slight bridge of planks, and over this bridge the woman of the satyr passed and repassed each night. On a day when Hund had gone down to fish in the fjord, the wife took an axe and hacked and hewed at the bridge, yet it still looked firm and solid. And that night, as Hund sat waiting in his workshop, there struck upon his ears a piercing cry, and a crashing of logs and rolling rock, and then again the dull roaring of the torrent far below. But the woman did not die unavenged, for that winter a man, skating far down the fjord, noticed a curious object embedded in the ice, and when, stooping, he looked closer, he saw 2 corpses, one gripping the other by the throat, and the bodies were the bodies of Hund and his young wife. Since then, they say, the woman of the satyr haunts Hund's house, and if she sees a light within, she taps upon the door, and no man may keep her out. Many, at different times, have tried to occupy the house, but strange tales are told of them. Men do not live at Hund's satyr, said my old grey-haired friend, concluding his tale. They die there. I have persuaded some of the braver of the villagers to bring what provisions and other necessaries we require up to a plateau about a mile from the house, and leave them there. That is the most I have been able to do. It comes somewhat as a shock to one to find men and women, fairly educated and intelligent as many of them are, slaves to fears that one would expect a child to laugh at. But there is no reasoning with superstition. Extract from the same letter, but from a part seemingly written a day or 2 later. At home, I should have forgotten such a tale an hour after I heard it, but these mountain fastnesses seem strangely fit to be the last stronghold of the supernatural. The woman haunts me already. At night, instead of working, I find myself listening for her tapping at the door, and yesterday an incident occurred that makes me fear for my own common sense. I had gone out for a long walk alone, and the twilight was thickening into darkness as I neared home. Suddenly, looking up from my reverie, I saw, standing on a knoll the other side of the ravine, the figure of a woman. She held a cloak about her head, and I could not see her face. I took off my cap and called out a good night to her, but she never moved or spoke. Then, God knows why, for my brain was full of other thoughts at the time, a clammy chill crept over me, and my tongue grew dry and parched. I stood rooted to the spot, staring at her across the yawning gorge that divided us, and slowly she moved away and passed into the gloom, and I continued my way. I have said nothing to Muriel, and shall not. The effect the story has had upon myself warns me not to do so. From a letter dated 11 days later. She has come. I have known she would since that evening I saw her on the mountain, and last night she came, and we have sat and looked into each other's eyes. You will say, of course, that I am mad, that I have not recovered from my fever, that I have been working too hard, that I have heard a foolish tale, and that it has filled my overstrung brain with foolish fancies. I have told myself all that, but the thing came, nevertheless. A creature of flesh and blood, a creature of air, a creature of my own imagination. What matter? It was real to me. It came last night, as I sat working, alone. Each night I have waited for it, listened for it, longed for it, I know now. I heard the passing of its feet upon the bridge, the tapping of its hand upon the door 3 times. Tap, tap, tap. I felt my loins grow cold, and a pricking pain about my head, and I gripped my chair with both hands, and waited, and again there came the tapping. Tap, tap, tap. I rose and slipped the bolt of the door leading to the other room, and again I waited, and again there came the tapping. Tap, tap, tap. Then I opened the heavy outer door, and the wind rushed past me, scattering my papers, and the woman entered in, and I closed the door behind her. She threw her hood back from her head, and unwound a kerchief from about her neck, and laid it on the table. Then she crossed and sat before the fire, and I noticed her bare feet were damp with the night dew. I stood over against her and gazed at her, and she smiled at me, a strange, wicked smile, but I could have laid my soul at her feet. She never spoke or moved, and neither did I feel the need of spoken words, for I understood the meaning of those upon the mount when they said, "Let us here make tabernacles. It is good for us to be here." How long a time passed thus, I do not know, but suddenly the woman held her hand up, listening, and there came a faint sound from the other room. Then swiftly she drew her hood about her face and passed out, closing the door softly behind her, and I drew back the bolt of the inner door and waited, and hearing nothing more, sat down, and must have fallen asleep in my chair. I awoke, and instantly there flashed through my mind the thought of the kerchief the woman had left behind her, and I started from my chair to hide it. But the table was already laid for breakfast, and my wife sat with her elbows on the table and her head between her hands, watching me with a look in her eyes that was new to me. She kissed me, though her lips were cold, and I argued to myself that the whole thing must have been a dream. But later in the day, passing the open door when her back was towards me, I saw her take the kerchief from a locked chest and look at it. I have told myself it must have been a kerchief of her own, and that all the rest has been my imagination. That, if not, then my strange visitant was no spirit, but a woman, and that, if human thing knows human thing, it was no creature of flesh and blood that sat beside me last night. Besides, what woman would she be? The nearest satyr is a 3 hours' climb to a strong man, and the paths are dangerous even in daylight. What woman would have found them in the night? What woman would have chilled the air around her, and have made the blood flow cold through all my veins? Yet, if she come again, I will speak to her. I will stretch out my hand and see whether she be mortal thing or only air. The 5th letter. My dear Joyce, whether your eyes will ever see these letters is doubtful. From this place I shall never send them. They would read to you as the ravings of a madman. If ever I return to England, I may one day show them to you, but when I do, it will be when I, with you, can laugh over them. At present, I write them merely to hide away. Putting the words down on paper saves my screaming them aloud. She comes each night now, taking the same seat beside the embers, and fixing upon me those eyes, with the hell light in them, that burn into my brain. And at rare times she smiles, and all my being passes out of me and is hers. I make no attempt to work. I sit listening for her footsteps on the creaking bridge, for the rustling of her feet upon the grass, for the tapping of her hand upon the door. No word is uttered between us. Each day I say, when she comes tonight, I will speak to her. I will stretch out my hand and touch her. Yet, when she enters, all thought and will goes out from me. Last night, as I stood gazing at her, my soul filled with her wondrous beauty as a lake with moonlight, her lips parted, and she started from her chair, and, turning, I thought I saw a white face pressed against the window, but as I looked it vanished. Then she drew her cloak about her and passed out. I slid back the bolt I always draw now, and stole into the other room, and, taking down the lantern, held it above the bed. But Muriel's eyes were closed, as if in sleep. Extract from the 6th letter. It is not the night I fear, but the day. I hate the sight of this woman with whom I live, whom I call wife. I shrink from the blow of her cold lips, the curse of her stony eyes. She has seen, she has learnt. I feel it, I know it. Yet she winds her arms around my neck and calls me sweetheart, and smooths my hair with her soft, false hands. We speak mocking words of love to one another, but I know her cruel eyes are ever following me. She is plotting her revenge, and I hate her. I hate her. I hate her. Part of the 7th letter. This morning I went down to the fjord. I told her I should not be back until the evening. She stood by the door, watching me, until we were mere specks to one another, and a promontory of the mountain shut me from view. Then, turning aside from the track, I made my way, running and stumbling over the jagged ground, round to the other side of the mountain, and began to climb again. It was slow, weary work. Often I had to go miles out of my road to avoid a ravine, and twice I reached a high point, only to have to descend again. But at length I crossed the ridge, and crept down to a spot where, concealed, I could spy upon my own house. She, my wife, stood by the flimsy bridge. A short hatchet, such as butchers use, was in her hand. She leant against a pine trunk, with her arm behind her, as one stands whose back aches with long stooping in some cramped position, and even at that distance I could see the cruel smile about her lips. Then I recrossed the ridge and crawled down again, and, waiting until evening, walked slowly up the path. As I came in view of the house, she saw me and waved her handkerchief to me, and in answer I waved my hat, and shouted curses at her that the wind whirled away into the torrent. She met me with a kiss, and I breathed no hint to her that I had seen. Let her devil's work remain undisturbed. Let it prove to me what manner of thing this is that haunts me. If it be a spirit, then the bridge wilt bear it safely. If it be woman— but I dismiss the thought. If it be human thing, why does it sit gazing at me, never speaking? Why does my tongue refuse to question it? Why does all power forsake me in its presence, so that I stand as in a dream? Yet, if it be spirit, why do I hear the passing of her feet? And why does the night rain glisten on her hair? I force myself back into my chair. It is far into the night, and I am alone, waiting, listening. If it be spirit, she will come to me, and if it be woman, I shall hear her cry above the storm, unless it be a demon mocking me. I have heard the cry. It rose, piercing and shrill, above the storm, above the riving and rending of the bridge, above the downward crashing of the logs and loosened stones. I hear it as I listen now. It is cleaving its way upward from the depths below. It is wailing through the room as I sit writing. I have crawled upon my belly to the utmost edge of the still-standing pier, until I could feel with my hand the jagged splinters left by the fallen planks, and have looked down. But the chasm was full to the brim with darkness. I shouted, but the wind shook my voice into mocking laughter. I sit here, feebly striking at the madness that is creeping nearer and nearer to me. I tell myself the whole thing is but the fever in my brain. The bridge was rotten. The storm was strong. The cry is but a single one among the many voices of the mountain. Yet still I listen, and it rises, clear and shrill, above the moaning of the pines, above the sobbing of the waters. It beats like blows upon my skull, and I know that she will never come again. Extract from the last letter. I shall address an envelope to you, and leave it among these letters. Then, should I never come back, some chance wanderer may one day find and post them to you, and you will know. My books and writings remain untouched. We sit together of a night, this woman I call wife, and I, she holding in her hands some knitted thing that never grows longer by a single stitch, and I with a volume before me that is ever open at the same page. And day and night we watch each other stealthily, moving to and fro about the silent house, and at times, looking round swiftly, catch the smile upon her lips before she has time to smooth it away. We speak like strangers about this and that, making talk to hide our thoughts. We make a pretence of busying ourselves about whatever will help us to keep apart from one another. At night, sitting here between the shadows and the dull glow of the smouldering twigs, I sometimes think I hear the tapping I have learnt to listen for, and I start from my seat, and softly open the door and look out. But only the night stands there. Then I close to the latch, and she, the living woman, asks me in her purring voice what sound I heard, hiding a smile as she stoops low over her work. And I answer lightly, and, moving towards her, put my arm about her, feeling her softness and her suppleness, and wondering, supposing I held her close to me with one arm while pressing her from me with the other, how long before I should hear the cracking of her bones. For here, amid these savage solitudes, I also am grown savage. The old primeval passions of love and hate stir within me, and they are fierce and cruel and strong beyond what you men of the later ages could understand. The culture of the centuries has fallen from me as a flimsy garment whirled away by the mountain wind. The old savage instincts of the race lie bare. One day I shall twine my fingers about her full white throat, and her eyes will slowly come towards me, and her lips will part, and the red tongue creep out, and backwards, step by step, I shall push her before me, gazing the while upon her bloodless face, and it will be my turn to smile. Backwards through the open door, backwards along the garden path between the juniper bushes, backwards till her heels are overhanging the ravine, and she grips life with nothing but her little toes. I shall force her, step by step, before me. Then I shall lean forward, closer, closer, till I kiss her purpling lips, and down, 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 past the startled seabirds, past the white spray of the foss, past the downward peeping pines, down, down, down we will go together, till we find the thing that lies sleeping beneath the waters of the fjord. With these words ended the last letter, unsigned. At the first streak of dawn we left the house, and, after much wandering, found our way back to the valley. But of our guide we heard no news. Whether he remained still upon the mountain, or whether, by some false step, he had perished upon that night, we never learnt. End of The Woman of the Satyr. Recording by Rafe Ball.